Sunday you watch us. But just so you know.
I think I am streaming what that looks like.
Broken glass.
Something's off.
You got a body.
He's escalating.
It's over! No one else needs to die!
The FBI's new New series Friday, October 7th on CBS.
Baker Mayfield trying to figure out what went wrong. Poorly thrown pass. Interception by Grant Delpit. And that gives the football back to Jacoby Brissett and his offense as they begin inside Panthers territory. Cleveland just 60 yards of total offense so far. Can they get something going? Boy, Brissett nearly had it jarred loose. What a play by Brian Burns coming from the blind side as we throw it downstairs to Aditi.
Guys, I've known Baker Mayfield for a good 5-6 years. I've never seen him this calm. He just walked over to the offensive line, crouched in front of them, pointed to himself, said that was on me.
I love it. Spiro, you line Kareem Hunt up as the fullback. You see him at fullback. If you're Carolina, you should be alert to that. Okay, why is Kareem Hunt in there at fullback? They hide him. fullback, and he comes out. He's wide open. It's an easy touchdown. There's Kareem Hunt lined up at fullback. Just goes right to the flat. Nobody covers him. Easy touchdown.
Kareem Hunt, boy, the eventful summer, requested the trade after he didn't get the long-term contract he was looking for. And that two-day hold-in during camp. He finally gets Cleveland its first points. Jacoby Brissett, 37th career touchdown pass. And the Cleveland Browns taking advantage of the first points. Jacoby Brissett, 37th career touchdown pass. And the Cleveland Browns taking advantage.
Hello. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Can you still hear me all right?
Fullback. You see him at fullback. If you're Carolina, you should be alert to that. Okay, why is Kareem Hunt in there at fullback? They hide him at fullback, and he comes out. He's wide open. It's an easy touchdown. There's Kareem Hunt lined up at fullback. Just goes right to the flat. Nobody covers him. Easy touchdown.
Kareem Hunt, boy, the eventful
Test, test,
summer,
test,
requested
test,
the
1, 2.
trade after he didn't get
Test,
the
2,
long-term
test, 2.
contract he was looking for. And that two-day hold-in during camp. He finally gets Cleveland its first points. Jacoby Brissett, 37th career touchdown pass. And the Cleveland Browns taking advantage of the Mayfield pick. Delpit with a defensive gem. And then it's Brissett to Hunt. Browns in front.
Little Caesars is now the official pizza sponsor of the NFL.
Test, test, test. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know, I'm gonna play. I was playing Civ all night, so.
Enjoy game day with a Pepperoni pepperoni with over pepperonis. Pizza.
Okay, that's nice.
So your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with real time. And last up to 72 hours.
Oh man, I got a frog in my throat.
Extreme battery saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on Unlock Pixel 6a with qualified activation.
Gotta love alcohol, right? Not that this is. I'm talking. I got a frog in my throat from alcohol. Oh, much better.
Don't call somebody on live TV when you answer.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
Let's see. What's this thing called?
More truck owners are switching to RAM, which means more fathers are switching to RAM. And more sons, more tail Ladies who check straps with a firm tug and say, are switching to RAM.
Right now, during RAM Power Days, get 0% financing for 72 months on our most popular models.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Pizza Pizza. And by Ram Trucks, built to serve.
That nature is a power that cannot be ignored.
Back here in Charlotte, there's Cade York, the young rookie, 4th round pick. Browns hoping that that young man finally is the answer to their long kicking woes. Actually, the only kicker drafted in the 2022 draft.
To tremble in her
Booming kick through the end zone will give Baker the football at the 25-yard line. It has been a struggle, to say the least, for Baker and company.
Yeah, dropped the ball a couple
finding ways to
times. He's got 4 balls deflected. They've got pressure on him from all sides, and he had the big interception, the big mistake, leading to the touchdown.
to our cause. Pursuing a
But for me, you want to help your quarterback, your new quarterback out, get Christian McCaffrey the ball. Only 2 rushes for 8 yards, and they threw it to him once. You got to find a way to get him involved in this offense.
See also the 2 fumbled snaps.
both towards innovation.
As Baker just tries to get himself comfortable. They begin here
An unintended.
at their own 25-yard line. Mayfield flushed out for a moment, trying to step around some pressure, and he is set.
Necessitates new solutions to old problems.
Tommy Togiai finally getting there for Cleveland. It's a loss.
Cool.
To 2.
This is the coverage sack, but I put this on Baker because Christian McCaffrey was open. They gave him a little choice route at the top of the screen. And Baker doesn't throw it to him. Right here, boom, right there. Christian McCaffrey's open.
So if you're following the series at all, I started a new game. Yeah, I think I wasn't ready for it, so I got in some practice reps, and
Trying to push the right buttons here.
we're getting it done now.
Second and 19 hole here. As we hit the 10-minute mark, Baker just throws it into the turf. Didn't like what he saw.
So when we were in the break, you and I were talking about what the struggles for this Carolina offense, where it derived from. They haven't been able to do anything.
I'll try not to slur my words too much, but you know, no promises.
That Browns defense is coming up and pressuring the line and really getting after it like we just saw, but it's because they haven't been able to do anything down the field and really threaten this Browns defense at all. Nothing down the field, nothing stretching this defense out at all so they can really pin their ears back and come after Baker in this offense.
Field one of his last 7 or 8 yards, including the pick. Now it's 3rd and 19.
This gameplay's kind of boring, but we want to focus on the game anyway.
Mayfield, here they come again. Giving chase, gets it away over the middle. This is Anderson. Anderson at the 20. Anderson able to get himself.
Trying to see some representation in the chat.
Bounce is going to be well short of the first down. So once again, a 3-and-out. From Joe Woods, defensive coordinator of the Browns, all kind of. Credit led what was a top 5 defense game last year. Had to deal with the news that Greedy Williams was placed on IR this week, but what a start for this Cleveland defense.
Yeah, I really like Joe Woods, the job he's done. This defense, they get pressure with just 4 guys. They don't have to blitz a ton. And then that secondary has depth. You know, you talked about Greedy Williams. They got a guy in Martin Emerson they really like stepping in today as well.
There's Johnny Hecker mentioned the 4 Pro Bowls. One has been a terrific career. As he boots this one away from right around his own 20. Felton, the psychology of coming back after the fumble. Felton putting the moves on him. Little spin cycle at the 20. 7 yards on the return after the 57-yard punt from Hecker. 7-0 Cleveland on CBS.
Sorry. All right. Yeah, I'm Zulu, so like South Africa. Rather than English. English was really, really hard. That's what I was before. Maybe I was like Spain, I think. Actually, I think I corrected that game. We could probably, take a look at that a little bit. Well, this is my current map. I'm gonna kick this place here, right here. So I can get on these ley lines. Same thing over here.
You see that? That's
Trying to take all this space over here, so I can take over these ley lines. I don't even know what these ley lines are, so I really want to figure that out. So that's really what I'm doing right now. Instead of those playing this until like 6 a.m. last night.
this is the plan to finally connect with our families here.
I sound kind of far away. Let's see this one a little bit better.
With more on the new boss, here's Patrick Mahomes.
Incredible. Meatballs, fresh mozzarella, and pepperoni.
Oh, the meatball's out. I thought we never fumbled. The new Subway series. What's your pick?
So, you've got an idea for a business. There's just one thing.
Let's see.
Shopify's all-in-one commerce platform makes it easy to sell online, in person, and everywhere else. So when you're ready to bring your idea to life, power it up with Shopify.
I'm 19 and I'm going to be the youngest to win this game. But I
Yeah,
want
that's
to show
not bad.
you how you can go from sitting in a juvenile hall to sitting out here in Fiji with a PhD. This is Survivor 43.
New season September 21st on CBS.
I'm Scott Kelly. Those stories tonight on 60 Minutes.
We've won
So I should have a champion here. Yeah, there he is. Cool. I think he's healing.
Coming up, the Verizon halftime report.
I'll probably end up playing some GTA and PayDay 2.
It's all coming up next.
After a while.
Great to have you at Bank of America Stadium. 80 degrees. Tons of humidity down in the field, about 91% kickoff. As Kevin Stefanski looking down at that play sheet, year 3. From the start it was to his Cleveland tenure 2 years ago, led them into the playoffs. AP NFL Coach of the Year, but hoping to bounce back from the disappointment of last season. 7-0 Cleveland as they begin here, right around their own 20% is buried. Damian Wilson coming with some heat.
Power football, you line up with only one receiver. They were trying to take a shot to Njoku down the middle, but the linebacker just blitzes. Nobody picks him up. Brissett does not have time to take that shot. Excellent job confusing that offensive line for the Browns, getting in there, making the big play.
Wilson, the free agent signee from Jacksonville, addressing some of the linebacker depth issues that they have here. They bring in Wilson, they bring in Littleton, and he dumps Brissett for a loss of 9. Brissett, near side, it is caught. That's a tough throw across the field.
Oh man.
To Donovan Peoples-Jones as they get
Sorry for all the coughing.
You're right, Spiro. That's a tough
Probably
throw.
not
He doesn't
very,
throw that with pace and speed and just rip it in there. Watch 38 trying to get there. If it has any air, he might be able to pick it. But a great throw by Jacoby, perfect, and then an excellent catch by Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Third catch for Peoples-Jones. Third and 9. Empty backfield for Brissett. Protected over the middle. Caught. Right back to Peoples-Jones. First down, Cleveland. It's a pickup at 15.
Pretty good pocket there for Jacoby to be able to step into the ball and deliver it. But I think just an excellent job by Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Let's see, what do we need here?
Every one of his catches so far has been a contested, tough catch. The defender wrapped all over you. Really good job.
Good question for this offense.
Really
Lack of experience behind Cooper. Could Peoples-Jones continue to emerge and fill that number 2 wide receiver spot? Already with his 4th catch. Here's Chubb. Out across the 40. Look at Chubb getting downhill as the Browns approach midfield. Finally tackled by Burns, but not before a sprint of 8.
Chubb, 8 carries, 38 yards, almost 5 yards a carry. You just feel like this Browns offense, when they run the ball, can pick up
Let's get
4
some
or 5 yards every single time.
That's like what you're expecting of me, right?
Jacoby Brissett about his new teammate Nick Chubb, and of course Brissett played with a pretty good back last year in Indy. And Jonathan Taylor, he said you watch Chubb in practice, and he almost looks like a guy who's trying to make the team every day. That's how hard he plays.
Boys. Yeah,
second and short. Harrison Bryant in motion. Brissett faking to Hunt. Fakes with a pass, throws far side, and that one was nearly intercepted. Brissett trying to force it into a tight window. Miles Hartsfield was there. Bryant was the intended receiver.
That was not a good decision by Jacoby
You almost might as well take
People with UC
But
achieve
the one I
maintained
want
remission.
is Valletta.
And it's the first and
Mari
only S1P
Caesarian
receptor
of
modulator
Venice.
approved for UC. Don't take Zeposia if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke or mini stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat, if you have untreated sleep apnea, or take MAOIs. Zeposia may cause serious side effects, including infections that can be life-threatening and cause death, slow heart rate, liver or breathing problems,
Military system, probably.
macular edema,
Probably a good thing to be
swelling
friends with
neuron
them.
the brain's blood vessels, and increased risk of PML.
So I'm trying to
a
take this
rare
place
infection
before
that usually
these
leads
guys
to death or
expand to
severe
this
disability.
tile.
Tell your doctor if you are pregnant or plan to be. Don't let UC stop you from doing you. If you're living with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, ask your doctor about once daily Zeposia.
Turn.
When we were a motorized bicycle, they said that's fine for the streets.
Yeah, let's keep it simple and get some hangers, man.
They said motorcycles was one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't make Formula One and a hybrid.
I don't think anyone wants to be a burger. I don't even want to watch myself be a burger.
Not conquer there. Well, you'll never make a good truck. Or compete off-road. Yeah? What if you can't see the road? What about when there is no road? No land. No gas.
Let's see.
They've challenged us through a lot of things. What will we do next? On the power of dreams.
How did they find the courage? 60 Minutes interviews members of the FDNY about 9/11 tonight on CBS.
Another reminder to keep it handy. Verizon halftime report comes your way next. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach
I
Kyle.
went last time.
Around the league, scores and highlights on the Verizon halftime report. There's your scoring drive, a quick 4.5-minute burst. Kareem Hunt looking for a long-term contract. What does his future hold? Which store? Will it be Cleveland? Will it be elsewhere? 24-yard touchdown run to give them a 14-point lead. On August the 31st, Carolina Panthers owner Nicole Tepper and other members of the organization held a pep rally to support schools in the Carolinas. 2,500 backpacks provided by the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation. The Panthers And other partners were filled with school supplies and handed out in preparation for the upcoming school year. So initiated by the franchise. The Tempers, this fan base, Jay, open for some points.
They want to see this offense put together a drive, get a couple of first downs, do something positive.
Mr. Tepper looking on from his owner's suite here in Charlotte. Mayfield running for his life again, puts it up and it's batted down and incomplete. What a play by Denzel Ward, the all-pro corner. What a player he's become on the back end of this defense as the Browns giving chase.
Well, the problem for Baker has just been pressure. You know, when he's had opportunities, he missed a couple of them, but he really hasn't been able to sit in the pocket and deliver anything. He was trying to go to DJ Moore there, it wasn't there, and then the pressure got to him. He's not able to make anything happen.
Mayfield, if you've just joined us, 6 of 14, 27 yards, and the interception by Delpit. Browns showing blitz, they fall back. Here's McCaffrey. It's only his 4th touch of this opening half. Good gainer there. It's a pickup of 7 on the catch and run. 3rd and short, maybe the biggest play of the day so far for the Panthers.
Yeah, they're down 14-0. The last thing you want to do against this Browns defense is to get in a hole where your quarterback has to drop back and throw the ball. And right here, you can't afford to continue to not get first downs and not sustain and put your defense back on the field after a long drive there. And these are critical moments early in the game.
DJ Moore, their highly touted 50-year receiver, has been awfully quiet as he has been targeted only twice so far. 3rd and 3, here they come again. Baker's pass is caught. DJ Moore right on cue. Tackled by Emerson. Massive play for Carolina, a pickup of 15.
Watch how quickly Baker Mayfield has to get this ball up. Here comes
You're gonna hate me because I'm the type of person to get the veggie sticks over like the voodoo fries. But I'll keep that to myself for now.
On the catch and run. 3rd and short, maybe the biggest play of the day so far for the Panthers.
Yeah, they're down 14-0. The last thing you want to do against this Browns defense is to get in a hole where your quarterback has to drop back and throw the ball. And right here, you can't afford to continue to not get first downs and not sustain and put your defense back on the field after a long drive there. And these are critical moments early in the game.
DJ Moore, their highly touted 50-year receiver, has been awfully quiet.
You know, there was one time when I did have voodoo fries all the time. There's nothing against them. Like at all, actually. Like voodoo fries a lot. And like on cheat days, voodoo fries will definitely be at on 1 or 2 or 5 of those. But you know, can't cheat yourself, folks. You know.
Back to the air, wide open. It's Thomas barreling, and a touchdown saving tackle by Johnson. Thomas was all by himself. A pickup of 50 for the Panthers.
Right on the end, the tight end just runs right down, and I think Delpit lost him. You can see 22 just kind of trailing behind the play there, but desperately needed play stretching the field for the Panthers.
Thomas, year 5, former 4th round pick, dealt with a rib injury during camp. What a play that was for Carolina. 1st and goal from the 2.
Timeout. Carolina, their first. The 32nd timeout.
Spiro, you go back to that 3rd and short, where Baker quickly recognized what they were doing. He got the ball out of his hand fast, was able to get the completion. When Myles Garrett beat the left tackle right around the edge, he holds it at all. They get the ball back.
Yeah, this is on Emperor, so it's like the 3rd hardest one. There's well over 10 different difficulties. From like Settler to Deity. I tried Deity. I kept getting my butt kicked. So I went to Emperor. Or I went to Immortal, which is also impossible.
Both teams with 2 timeouts left, plus the 2-minute warning.
So then I went to Emperor, which I mean, this one's a lot easier. I wish it was a little bit harder. But like this thing's like just more annoying than it is difficult. Like the bots will get in your way for like no reason. It's like it's not really realistic. Get the fuck out of the way. You know?
Yep, good call by the officials. The right knee was down before the ball crossed the goal line.
Trumbull, the raw talent, showed flashes last year. The 3rd round pick out of Notre Dame. As Carolina inches a little bit closer. It looks like the Panthers will run this down to the 2-minute warning. They'll have 2 timeouts left. 2nd and goal as they desperately look for their first points.
Here, listen to myself.
14-0
yeah.
Cleveland on CBS.
Oh, alliances. Developers. Let's get Steve Ballmer out of here.
Boy, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Someone clip this and meme it.
It's only worth it if you enjoy
Wait, you want something right quick.
Hello Ultra.
Developers. We put you guys on this big thing. You guys don't know about Steve Ballmer. Look at this guy. This guy's a hustler. No. You guys don't understand.
Developers.
Oh man. See, like, if you're not this passionate about your project, I will not work with you. Understand me?
It's Taco Bell's double steak grilled cheese burrito with all that steak, nacho cheese sauce, shredded cheese, and even more melted cheese grilled on top. It's back, the double steak grilled cheese burrito. Only Taco Bell.
Developers.
Football is back, and it's time to celebrate. Up your game with an impressive big new Sony TV from Best Buy. It's been a long wait, and everyone is psyched to be back to cheering for their favorite teams and players. When it comes to fun and excitement, nothing can top the energy of NFL football. Catch it all with Best Buy.
Developers.
Retailer of the NFL.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected. And by Taco Bell.
Let's see. What do I want to take? I gotta go here now. Brisbane. One here.
3 weeks into camp.
Maybe we'll do Brisbane and then out here. Geez, that's a freaking that's the capital. Man, that's a lot of population, a lot of development. So this might be the one that we keep then. So it seems to be really, hopefully they work out there.
For the Panthers touchdown.
Man, he exploded so much.
Let's see.
To see that. I love when he's healthy. It's just
Well, I think we're gonna want this guy to take it because
watch him get up right here.
so I want to heal afterward.
Quickly, and then he takes off to the 3-yard line. Spiro, you got ups like that?
I do not.
It's like a basketball player, doesn't it?
Talked about McCaffrey's.
All right, we're gonna have to raise this one again, not like we did with the other one, because there's just simply no way in the flying crap that I'm actually gonna be able to keep this city.
Shin injury.
Yeah, it's a small one anyway.
Late this week.
So now we're going to Brisbane. This guy's gonna get a heal one way or another.
And Christian McCaffrey is A-OK. We'll break back in 30 seconds after this.
We go all the way around here.
from State Farm.
Oh, how's my era progress here? How many turns we have? Oh, we made it. Developers. I should really bring another bombard army over here. How we doing? This thing is just taking small damage. Let's get these guys out of the way and heal.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So $157 left.
Oh man, am I?
This first half. Here's your
See this
score.
always patch. I think it's because I have a shadow.
This is first points.
Yeah.
What a drive, the big 50-yard catch.
I'm like, I gotta. I'm not a lighting genius. Okay, I do engineering, so take it easy. I'll be at the comments.
And then the cat for you with the short touchdown lead.
Like, I should probably have done like 7 years in video production or something like that. I'm kidding. I definitely should have.
That is Jacoby Brissett on their 2-minute offense. Bouncing kick, boy, what a mistake here. And that's going to aid Cleveland. Of course, the kicking situation has been a big story here. Eddie Pinheiro, whom they just signed last week. Zane Gonzalez shut down for the season. A devastating groin injury. That's a big part of their story here, Jay, as they get ready for the season.
Well, it just hurts so much the momentum, right? You get a big play, you convert a third down, you cash in, you're back in the game, you get a touchdown, then you kick the ball out of bounds. You give the ball at the 40, and once again, Cleveland has good field position.
Man, how red everything is on your screen. Mine's like pink, more pink than it is red.
Browns again with the 2 timeouts. Play action from Brissett, slinging it over the middle. It's
It's like
incomplete.
intense. Kind of like it.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Like, man, that's real deep red that you guys got over there. Mine's definitely like more pink.
Second and 10.
I don't even know, like, with the screenshot, it's probably gonna turn red too, but I like mine better.
Streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
You know, that's one right there. So much time in the pocket.
Alright,
Brissett was
well,
thinking
here's
that
some
Donovan Peoples-Jones
line infantry. Oh man.
would stop and come back inside. He just kind of continued with his route there.
Guys.
They missed an opportunity to complete.
So you also want to be careful. You don't give the
This. Oh, fuck.
ball back with too much time. Potentially in Carolina. Panthers
Tell
with
me
2
soon
timeouts
enough.
as well.
Let's check out this capital here.
Browns go back to the ground.
Which way am I going to go around?
With Hunt.
So we're probably going to work on both of these things.
Cleveland,
Here.
by the way, will get the football to begin the second half.
Let's see what they're working
Right
with.
now, the Panthers sitting on those 2 timeouts. It's 3rd down and 8.
I think because of the field position, if it was back at the 20, because they kicked it out of bounds,
There is
Matt Rule probably would have called a
no
timeout there. But
resistance
because of
here.
where they're
Wow.
at, up at the 42-yard line, I think that's why he did use
Bells.
the timeout there. Now you get him stopped here, the clock's running. Obviously, you use it.
Quick snap to Brissett. Here they go. Markers thrown. We'll see what the call is here.
Yeah, they weren't set yet.
It looked like the movement before the snap. As we wait the call here from Brad Rogers.
If you're playing fantasy football this year, put FF in the chat. I have no idea what kind of audience I have, so it'll give me a pretty good idea of some of you guys, which would be it's pretty cool, you know. Want to get to know you guys, I want you guys to know me. Since I'll be here for a while, so you know, don't be shy.
starting center spot after the injuries that they've had to deal with at the center position. We mentioned Nick Harris.
Oh, yeah.
The injury, season ender, in a preseason opener. So after the penalty, it's 3rd and 13 as they march it back.
Wait for food. That was stupid.
Like you said, Jacoby's got to be careful with this ball here. You'd like to get the first down.
Academia nuts.
Before you take any chances with this ball.
Brian Burns pinning his ear back.
I have to tell you why. I don't know me too well.
What a beautiful pass by Brissett. Terrific play call. There is a marker thrown towards the end of the play.
Oh my wow. I go get the other one.
On the catch and run. What's the call here from Rodgers?
I don't know.
Illegal low block. Number 25. Went through the defender to try to make the tackle. That's a 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the run. That's a first down.
It's Xavier Woods, the longtime vet with Minnesota, coming over in free agency. Boy, they've been singing his praises, but a big, big mistake here as they will tack on some extra yards.
This is one of those new rules, Spiro. Just like as a offensive player, a defensive player can't go down through the knees. You see Woods try and go low there. He sees Teller running right at him. What do you want him to do? Like, he's just trying to make a play. He's trying to go in there. They're trying to protect those offensive players' knees as well.
Lone setback is Chubb. 1st and 10 with 67 seconds left in the half. Chubb. That first tackler, James, never seemed to bring him down to the turf. Picks up a half dozen, that clock running 54 seconds.
So strong, so powerful, explosive, excellent vision. Like you said, so difficult to bring down one-on-one.
Right back to the well. This is Chubb. The patience, just waiting for his blockers to get established in front of him. First down run as he gets 9 more.
Just like you said, Spear, watch Frankie Luger right here. He's got a shot, setting the edge, but he can't get in a situation where he can block Chubb, and you're not going to tackle him with a little arm tackle.
Showed you his numbers from last year's second career season of at least 1,200 yards. And now Cleveland knocking on the door again. 1st and goal. There's Cooper in motion. Brissett looking for Cooper. He's covered. And he'll throw it out of bounds. Jay, that's where Brissett is so solid. Now where to go with the football as he avoids that mistake.
Well, that's what they're going to do a lot of times. Play action, max protect. Try to get the matchup you like.
Well, if I can heal my champion in time, I'm going to use him to take Brisbane. But I can bring this one back this era. Sinbad I can't because I just redid him. Sun Wukong I actually brought in last era. Ah man, that sucks. he just stayed here for 2 hours now, so I guess it's alright, but
among the tacklers,
what do we got over here?
Browns will take their second timeout right here with 29 seconds left in the half. Now the conversation continues between Stefanski and
Yeah, Sun Wukong, just do your thing, you know.
You know you have the field goal. You're in position for an easy field goal.
Should have brought him over
just
one more
about how can
before.
we get this ball in the end zone.
That's alright though.
You try and get Cooper matched up in a matchup we like. You try and get Njoku matched up. That's who I think they would go to here. Watch Hunt as well. Remember, he lined up a fullback and you snuck him out and they got a touchdown that way. He's offset to Jacoby's left.
Oh, here's the tank army.
Brissett from the gun, back of the end zone, incomplete.
This is negative.
Looking for Peoples-Jones, double covered in the corner.
Well, good.
That was good coverage. Yeah, good coverage by that Panthers defense. A really important stop for them. You know, you get back into game 14-7,
Oh, they're
kick
looking
the ball out
for
of bounds,
some
give Cleveland good field position, they move all the way down.
Covers.
No, I don't understand this.
Those
Why would
whales.
you go for it on 4th and goal here from the 7-yard line? Just kick a field goal and go up 10, you get the ball to start the half. It's a very confusing call here by Stefanski. I don't know. I don't know about calling timeout if you're Carolina. Like, I don't want them to change their mind and come kick the field goal.
Zero. Cool.
What a potentially huge call this would be by Stefanski.
Great.
That looks like he has changed his mind and will send out his field goal unit on the field. Say maybe if they go through the paces to force the Panthers to burn a timeout. As the gamesmanship between Stefanski and Rule continues, maybe try to draw him off sides.
Yeah, but it's 4th and goal from the 7. You know, so you're sitting there. If you're Carolina, I don't know. I wouldn't call timeout. I want them to go for it, not get any points. Try and stop them. I feel like defensively, I have the advantage.
Here's Cade York.
I don't want. What if I want Siege? Siege is the definitely the best one.
Making a pretty good name for himself in Cleveland. What a preseason he had.
Normally I'd probably set this guy up here.
He is perfect.
What I'm gonna want to do anyway. It's a 16 turns and this guy's gone in like I think 15.
17-7 as we come back
But it's
in
only
30
gonna
seconds
take
after this from the Home Depot.
these guys what 5-6 turns.
Today's
to get over here.
pros need today's tools, and the Home Depot is here to help. With job site delivery to keep you on site and on schedule. And
Send
equipment
them
rentals to
over
make
there.
sure you can take on any
You know,
job.
some help
Plus, when
obviously.
you join
from
Pro Extra,
Bastard.
you'll earn perks on every dollar you spend. Earn perks 4 times faster when you join.
Actually, send them
Register
right over
and use
there.
your Pro Extra credit card. New tech,
Down it
new
has
tools,
50.
new ways to grow your business.
These
All
guys
at
have
the Home Depot.
60 or something.
Our pros get more
67,
done.
wow. Oh crap, I definitely am gonna do that. That's
Straight to
alright.
Mayfield looking on.
What do we want in this slot?
17-7 as his old team right now holding a 10-point lead. 21 seconds left. Panthers do have one timeout. 26-yard field goal by Cade York, the young rookie from LSU.
Dora.
Of course, Browns fans know about
Season
ago.
yeah, we have some more troops on this.
So far, so good with
I don't think we have very many.
flag thrown
What's more
here
boats?
back at the Cleveland 45-yard line.
4 now. Well, 5 turns. So we'll probably have to heal Matola 4. And I'm hoping to get some good damage on him.
It's Herb Miller, who had a big recovered fumble.
So I'm wondering if this thing would be better off
Looks like they're gonna re-kick.
like somewhere over here. So like when I look at myself, not completely off center, that looked a lot better.
Making him do it again. Cade York put that ball about 10 yards up through the uprights.
And then like I'm also not like leaning off the screen over here.
Get another touchback, but if he doesn't hit it great, Andre Roberts gets an opportunity.
I think that's probably better cross light too. But I like to over here. My camera's here. The camera's light on it. Yeah, but I mean, if anyone has any
Back on the tee.
has any recommendations, that'd be great.
Jay, slow start with both offenses struggling. Point flurry here in the
Welcome to the stream. Wow.
And now Stefanski's going to take his last time out.
I open this chat here.
Jay, what about Baker? Obviously, he's been the big story so far in this game. Ragged offensive start, 10 of 18 for just over 100 yards. He's got that one interception. What about some adjustments as he starts to think about the final 2 quarters?
Yeah, I know Civ gameplay is kind of boring, but we'll probably play some GTA 5 and some PayDay. Maybe I'll switch over at like halftime or after halftime.
To stretch the field to make this Browns defense respect the rest of the field, not just stack the line. And you know the offensive line's got to get it figured out too. They have to find a way to not have so much pressure on Baker.
Cade York from his own 30-yard line for the Browns.
Yeah, I'll just kick it to the uprights again.
Goodness. Well, Mayfield finally starting to show some signs on that last possession.
That was the third down conversion. That was really important. And here, Thomas.
Oh man, I gotta get son of a gun out of here.
Those kind of plays are the plays that get you into a rhythm and get you back in a
Get
game.
out of
You
there,
feel good
kid.
about yourself.
Whoa,
Go out there and try and win this game in the second half.
Christian McCaffrey, Jay, really quiet first quarter plus of this game. But he got some touches on that last drive. Touchdown jump to get the Panthers their first points.
Heal around this
They handle this here, 21 seconds with one timeout. As they begin the 25-yard
artillery.
Sails out of bounds, looking
Boyle
for McCaffrey.
Yeah, I just take a knee here, go to halftime, make your adjustments. Your kicker, Eddie Pinero, does not have a big leg. They'd have to get to about the 35-yard line to give him an opportunity.
I think this guy's gonna want to go around here. Well, we're gonna want to do here, like so. Let's do. Oh, I guess he has a couple options here. We're always gonna want this one. Take this one. You're gonna wanna start taking here.
CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report.
We're gonna want to protect our.
And welcome back to our New York studio and the Verizon Halftime Report, the network America relies on. I'm James Brown here in Studio 43 with Phil, Coach
We'll make our way around here as well. So
All right, guys, Patriots at the Dolphins. Here's Mike McDaniel, his debut as head coach of the Dolphins. What a first half this team has had. Here comes a blitz by Brandon Jones. Mac Jones never sees it, picked up by Melvin Ingram. That's the second turnover by Mac Jones in the first half that led to points. And here comes Tua Tagovailoa, 4th and 7, mind you. He hits Jalen Waddle in stride. They are all over the Patriots, 17-0 in the third quarter.
Big AFC North matchup. The Pittsburgh Steelers, Mr. Trubisky.
Modern armor.
That's his first. The Pittsburgh Steelers with Najee Harris, 1-yard out. The Pittsburgh defense, 4 takeaways in the first half over Joe Burrow, 17-6 in the third quarter.
Baltimore Ravens, New York Jets. The Jets running onto the field carrying American flags as we all remember 9/11. Let's get some football in the second quarter. After this struggle, Lamar Jackson not showing off the legs. He shows off his arm. Right here, he finds Devin Duvernay for the TD. The Baltimore Ravens, they are up 10-3 in the start of the third quarter.
Cleveland Browns and the Carolina Panthers. Browns quarterback Jacoby Brissett.
It's like the first time I've seen in a while.
Touchdown pass. Boomer, you love these.
Just
put Cleveland up 7-0.
Or my weekend thing, you know. Wow.
Kareem Hunt, 24 yards for the touchdown.
Yeah, for all of those who serve,
It's a
thank
debut
you.
for New Orleans Saints head coach Dennis Allen. He sits there and they're playing
Whether you're
against
public servants, family servants,
Cordero Patterson. He takes his 5-yard touchdown run.
you know, national servants, I owe the world, and we'd be nothing without you. So thank you for what you do.
Texans, a lot was made about Matt Ryan joining the Colts, but how about Davis Mills? He's only 12 of 19, 148 yards in this TD right there to O.J. Howard. The Texans lead the Colts 13-3 in the third quarter.
Jags, Commanders, Carson Wentz taking command of this offense. Back to the end zone, he finds John Dodson. What a dime that was. The Commanders lead 14-3. Philadelphia Eagles, Detroit Lions. Jared Goff looking for Hawkinson. His ball is tipped by Kaiser White, and then it's intercepted by James Bradbury. makes a move, scoots down the sideline, and takes it back to the house for a pick six. They score 14 points in 68 seconds. They lead 24-14.
San Francisco 49ers at the Chicago Bears. Right before the game, worried about the field, but it's turned up to be really good. Deebo Samuel's wide receiver, running back, sweeps to the right for a 6-yard touchdown. San Francisco 7-0 at half. Baker Mayfield 10 of 19 in the first half against this Cleveland defense, his old teammates, and it's been rough. The pass rush, getting out of the pocket, knocking passes down, nothing easy.
Oh, this guy
by
really-
Johnson. Boy, his ex-teammates are not treating him well, Nate. That's for sure.
Right.
He gave him ammunition, right, though, Phil? Yeah, well, not a lot. Baker Mayfield 10 of 19. They can't run the ball at all either. 100 yards.
Yeah, see, this is like the annoying part. Like, why would my neighbor just go to war out of nowhere? That's
Yeah, we talk about the
insane.
Cleveland Browns. It's Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. We saw Kareem Hunt in the passing game, Nick Chubb in the running game.
Like, if anything, we'd be winning in a joint war somewhere else. Like,
Christian McCaffrey into this game.
take fucking Spain or something like that.
To the Browns, they're playing well.
That'd be ideal. Like, you know, you're right here, I'm right here.
Not every mistake is
Take
on
Spain.
him, but he's a little too hyped up. We know how it is to have that revenge game in the back of your mind all week. The heart's racing. It might be a little bit too much in the moment. Settle down. Halftime comes. Take a sip of Gatorade. Maybe they play better in the second half. Maybe.
Like, any of them. Or India, like India's right here.
He's got to settle down. They gotta settle down.
You're not at war with. I don't know. I'm
He's
being
out of control. He's just got to
speculating.
relax, like you said. Now, it's easy for us to sit here and say that,
Right.
but he does. I mean, like, he's just helter-skelter right now. And a lot of that is due
Oh,
to
he
the
is at war with India. So you're at war with everyone.
He's got to be a calming influence.
Christian McCaffrey's
He's
got
at war with
12
both of his
total yards. Christian
neighbors.
McCaffrey is your offense. You
Well,
well, center around.
You know why? Because that offensive line of Carolina is getting destroyed.
So I'm still figuring the game out, right? Like, I know that
You've been there before. You can say that.
with science, I now know that with science, I think it brings down these researches. I think, I never know sure.
All right, Kansas City Chiefs, Arizona Cardinals. Pat Mahomes thinking no Tyreek, no problem. We'll be just fine. Up against
Microphone like bothers some, like, it's just like the generic HyperX microphone, it's nothing fancy. Let's see, versus Hutchinson. I don't need to join no more. Alright, I'm one. Hutchinson. Oh, this guy? No, I'm not really. I'm friendly.
We see you in the hospital.
Oh man, he's just making moves.
Your challenges are our challenges. The whole world watches you. But now, you're gonna see them too.
Oh shit. Wow, man. Yeah, more control would be great. Oh, right. This whole region is destabilized now. Hopefully, I'm in alliance with France. So, I'm also in alliance with India, so I guess that's why he went to war with them too.
I want to show people that you can go from sitting in a Duval hall to sitting out here in Fiji with a PhD.
I'm tired of being a starving artist. Who can I become?
I don't know. It's a generic microphone, so don't mind it too much. Don't rip me apart because you've seen this microphone a million times.
On CBS.
I'll get
CBS
a better
Sports
one as
presents
time
the
goes.
Verizon Halftime Report, the network America relies on and the official 5G network of the NFL.
And welcome back to the Verizon Halftime Report. Excellent second half action coming up today here on CBS.
Oh, they will be exciting. One game will be one in the air, the other on the ground. The Chiefs at the Cardinals. The Chiefs, who's going to step up now that Tyreek Hill is gone? McCall Hardman, Juju Smith-Schuster, they're going to be looked at and look too to make some plays. But when it comes to the Cardinals, you got D-Hop, who is out with the suspension. And now you have Marquise Hollywood Brown, who Kyler Murray is familiar with, and then also A.J. Green, the veteran. Now, when it comes to the Chargers and the Raiders, this game will be one on the ground. Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs, those two guys, they're going to control the game. Look for Devontae Adams to make some plays as well.
excellent matchups coming your way. Second half action here on CBS. Meanwhile, the Verizon halftime report continues after this.
I'm your team leader. We all came in together. We're gonna live together.
So if I essentially just reach people instead of each.
Syria, who's there?
Wait, why did I do that?
Who isn't?
Let's go. We got this.
Somebody messed up.
The man's under pressure. One team is going to get decommissioned.
Wow, dude, he goes down, huh? Well, you're never gonna.
SEAL Team, streaming September 18th. Use promo code Bravo for a free month of Paramount Plus.
Yeah. Oof. Stay up moves. Well, he's gonna have to get out of here. We don't really have anywhere. This whole place is overcrowded already. We'll probably actually send him over to America. America over here. Or on the, or one of these islands. That's like right off the coast. So we'll see. Oh, and we really want this guy. Yeah, he can tackle this. Yeah, I can't even do a range attack anymore. That's alright. Where all those modern armors go? They're probably in here somewhere. I don't think that they're attacking the city anywhere.
Want to get pumped for today's game? Just tell Siri. Play the Today's Hits playlist.
There's your score as we sit in for the final two quarters. Bank of America Stadium, downtown Charlotte. 10-point lead for the Cleveland Browns as we kick off the NFL on CBS season. Spiro Adidas, Jay Feely. We'll hear from Aditi in just a couple of minutes. Baker Mayfield was the story, but it was the two defenses, at least early in this game. And that offense for Cleveland really starting to settle in with the ground game, which was so lethal for them, Jay, last year.
I think Cleveland's defense was very effective against Baker Mayfield. They need to be better. But for the Browns, why even throw the ball in the second half? Like, make them stop your two-headed backs here, and Chubb and Hunt. Just so good, whether it's running the ball or catching the ball out of the backfield. They really haven't stopped. The Panthers haven't stopped these running backs at all.
See what they have done. It's been Chubb with the legs and Hunt as a pass catcher. Hunt also had that long rushing touchdown. And it's such a luxury to have. You talk about Kevin Stefanski trying to break in his new quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. Jay, you've got that defense top 5 a year ago. Terrific start already in this game. And the ground attacked. You just don't need Brissett to hit home runs. A good start. They'll have a chance to build on this 10-point lead.
He has to take Brisbane. So these will allow me actually.
Good looking kick. And this is going to be fielded out across the 20-yard line. Jerome Ford gets a chance as we throw it downstairs to Aditi.
Spiro, Matt Rule said that the Browns are clearly daring them to throw, and so they spent the halftime talking about not having those passes batted down as much. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kevin Stefanski is thrilled with his defense. On offense, he said his guys just needed to get their sea legs about them. He said now he wants to double dip. That field goal at the end of the half and a touchdown right here.
Yeah, Didi, great stuff. Exactly how they wanted the end of that half to end. Able to tack on the 3 points. And now up 10 as we begin the third quarter here in Charlotte. Cleveland looking for their first.
So this city here should
season opening victory on the road since 1994. Brissett off the fake handoff. It's incomplete. Good pressure that time from Gross Matos.
Mike,
as the Panthers getting that good push. Jay, what are we looking for early here from Brissett and this offense?
Well, don't turn the ball over. You know, you were effective offensively. You missed a couple of opportunities if you're Jacoby Brissett, but you really haven't been stopped yet by this Panthers defense.
That. We'll take this one, take catch of this. This one will probably settle
on 2nd and 10, this is Chubb. Trying to fight his way close to the 30-yard line. Offensive possessions for the Browns in the first half. Slow start, but really started to find some answers late stage of second quarter.
Yeah, they moved the ball well, weren't able to cash it in the first 2 drives, and you know, for the most part, they had really good field position. That was something to put Carolina in a bad situation with a good field position that Cleveland had throughout that first half.
With the box at like a certain level.
What does Stefanski dial up here on 3rd and 7?
I mean, it'll come back.
He's got Cooper at the bottom of the screen, isolated one-on-one.
Like I can't even.
Hunters the long setback. Brissett's pass is caught. That's the tight end, Harrison Bryant. A pickup of 10. Well thrown pass and a first down for Cleveland.
See Jacoby do this a couple of times when he has to step back and rip it. He's got a clean pocket. A number of really nice throws where they're safe, they're low. His receiver can gather it in. They're not in risk. Nice completion.
Here's Chubb trying to find some space. Chubb again breaking the initial couple of tackles as he gets out close to the 44. We asked Kevin Stefanski about his new quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. Talked about how well coached he's been in his career. Said his football knowledge, Jay, just off the charts. His strength. But the one thing he said, his decision making. The football just always seems to go where it needs to. Brissett another handoff here to Chubb to set up a 3rd down.
You heard it on that first down.
So that'll be able to move right in there.
A pickup of 10. Well thrown. Pass and a first down for Cleveland.
Seen Jacoby do this a couple of times when he has to step back and rip it. He's got a clean pocket. A number of really nice throws where they're safe, they're low. His receiver can gather it in. They're not in risk. Nice completion.
We don't have any ability to
Here's Chubb trying to find some space. Chubb again breaking the initial couple of tackles as he gets out close to the 44. We asked Kevin Stefanski about his new quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. Talked about how well coached he's been in his career. Said his football knowledge, Jay, just off the charts. His strength. But the one thing he said, his decision making. The football just always seems to go where it needs to. Brissett another handoff here to Chubb to set up a 3rd down.
You heard it on that first down. You heard Jacoby get up there, make the mic number 7. Then he told him to push it. Then he reset it. He has a full grasp of the offense and what to do and what they're looking for. And, you know, they're comfortable with him making those decisions at the line of scrimmage.
Then we heard Adidi's report. Plan all along was to hand him the reins from Watson the middle of August, or at the middle of their preseason schedule. Played that one preseason game last week. And so far has his Cleveland Browns in front by 10. Brissett, everyone covered it initially. The dump down to Hunt, and Hunt won't get there. Terrific play by that Panthers defense. Carolina defense that was top 5 in the league last year in total yards. Well done.
Well, it looks like they're lining up to go for it again. You've seen them be aggressive. They did it on the first series. They lined up at the end of the half like they were going to go for it before Carolina called timeout. Here, 4th and short. They could try to draw you offside, but with this kind of running game and this offensive line, why not go for it?
I guess I have to keep this.
Brissett on the keeper. needed the 49. Waiting for the official signal.
I guess it's a good thing I already said that.
And Brad Rogers says first down.
Kobe's really good on these quarterback keepers. He learned from the best, Tom Brady. Tom, not the greatest athlete, but excellent when it comes to these quarterback sneaks. And I talked to Jacoby after his first start. We're talking about learning from Tom how to read both the defense and the offense to be successful in those kind of plays. Nice conversion.
Well,
Little misdirection play. Chubb the give. This is Schwartz. And Anthony Schwartz will get himself out of bounds. It's a run of 15 yards.
You tried an end around with Schwartz in the first half. This one's a reverse. You got Jacoby. He kind of blocks out here, gets in the way. I don't want to get hurt, but I want to help out a little bit.
Take that from your quarterback.
That's right.
And Brissett now is starting to do a little bit of everything for Cleveland. 10 of 21, 86 yards, including a touchdown pass. A fresh set of downs here as they work from the Carolina 35.
Big overload to the right.
Chubb still going. Keep in mind, no Jack Conklin at right tackle, but boy, they have not skipped a beat with James Hudson, the second-year, fourth-round pick out of Cincinnati.
No, you got heavy personnel to the right, and then you bring a puller as well. You know, and that's just overloading that entire side. And again, Chubb gets to the second level without being touched.
A pickup of 20. And Nick Chubb now 17 carries, 112 yards as he picked up where he left off last season. 23rd career 100-yard game for Chubb. Hunt is going to give him a blow. Pitch play close to the 10. By the way, those 23 career 100-yard games for Chubb, that ties him with Derrick Henry for the most in the league since 2018. And look at the ball control, time of possession, heavily favoring Cleveland.
You control the game, you wear down the defense, and you know, I said it at the beginning of the half, like, why even throw the ball? If they can't stop you running it, then continue to pound the ball. It's just demoralizing to a defense when you line up and they know you're going to run it and you can't stop them.
And we mentioned the heat at the top. It is humid down there, 91% humidity at kickoff, and you can see those guys are gassed. A lot of hands on hips from those Panthers defenders. 2nd and 6. So Brissett tapping his chest as if to take the blame there.
Asking me to delay a game.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Remember what Stefanski told Aditi? Wanted to get the football back, double dip here, and try to build on this 10-point lead without giving the Panthers the football, Jay. And so far that plan is working.
Yeah, that was in response to Carolina finally driving down and scoring and cutting it to a one-possession game.
Hunt. Boy, how good is this kid, Brian Burns? Big question here with the departure of Hassan Reddick, who took so much attention, Jay, leaving in free agency to Philadelphia. How would Burns handle the added attention? So far, so good.
Well, it'll be interesting throughout the year. He wants to get to double-digit sacks. Hasn't done that yet in his career. Reddick led the team in sacks last year with 11. So, you know, our offense is able to kind of slide protection and try to take Burns away. That'll be the question throughout the year.
See what they've done on 3rd down. This 12th play of the drive that began at their own. Brissett slinging it, incomplete. Looking for Bryant. And Shaq Thompson trying to put the injury depleted season from a year ago behind him. Was there for the Panthers.
See Jacoby rear back and throw it in there. That's a ball that he could have caught. It was pretty good coverage, but it was a good throw by Jacoby. If you ask the tight end, he'd say, I should have caught that one. My bad, quarterback.
Thompson's so good for this team last year. Again, triple-digit tackles. Had to deal with that knee injury. Did not come off the PUP list until the middle part of August. With that knee injury. As Cade York builds on his numbers. Good from 34 yards out. And it's Cleveland by 13.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat, and then we'll do
Ever
some
since we started
GTA.
looking for a rewards credit
Oh
card,
man,
he's
is
been
that
on the
my
fence
shadow?
about which
That
one
is
to go
definitely
with.
my shadow.
How's it going, Jim? Oh, you can't hear me?
You know what,
That's
Nerd
my
Wallet, we have
shadow.
side-by-side comparisons
Sorry.
of top credit
I
cards.
guess I
That
should.
way you can be
I
sure
need
you're
a
making
light
the
like
smartest
over
decision when
here,
it comes to earning
pointing
rewards on
directly
hotels
here.
and plane tickets.
So you can get on the fence and we can go to
Excited.
Hawaii.
I'm coming down.
I figured my light would be.
Do you need the
bright
ladder?
enough.
Yes,
You know,
I need a ladder. Yes.
Nerd Wallet, the smartest
Alright.
decision for all your financial decisions.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
Oh, is that
Get
better?
yours up?
Or worse? I like it worse.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Ooh, bacon?
Oh wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a.
It's like the top of my chair.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get
Yeah, I
chips?
could just like that.
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Introducing the first ever all-electric Chevy Equinox EV, powered by the Ultium platform. With a GM estimated up to 300-mile range on a full charge and a starting price around $30,000. It's everything you want in an electric SUV. Chevy Equinox EV, finally an EV for everyone.
I gotta go get my food I ordered here in a second.
60 minutes? That. I'm Bill Whitaker with 60 Minutes. 60 minutes. 60 minutes, 60 minutes.
Are you ready for some tough questions? Let me ask you this. What's your response to that?
You had made a decision to give your life for your country.
60 Minutes Sundays on CBS.
We all together are going to find the killer. My man.
East New York, new series Sunday, October 2nd on CBS.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
So Jacoby Brissett and the Browns offense starting to pick up some steam now. They've gotten points on 4 straight drives. But that was a huge stop for Carolina to keep them 3.
Well, so that's
as they try to stay within 2 touchdowns, 13-point game with 7 and change left in this third quarter.
Spiro, you're right. I mean, the drive before the half, keeping them to a field goal. This drive, keeping them to a field goal. You keep yourself in the game, and an area that your defense struggled last year, the red zone.
Cade York. Short kick. Fielded here by Roberts from his own goal line, and Roberts' football came loose, but after he hit the turf, as they will have to start inside their own 20. Saturday on CBS, a full afternoon of college football begins at 2:30 Eastern with the drive to Atlanta. That'll be followed at 3 with college football today. Then at 3:30, it's the return of the SEC on CBS. Head coach James Franklin leading number 22 Penn State into Jordan Hare to take on the Auburn Tigers. It's all here next Saturday on CBS.
Big Ten SEC battle. I love it.
Baker Mayfield begins under center, 10 of 19 for $101. And that first half pick. Here is McCaffrey out across the 20-yard line. So Christian McCaffrey, first 3 years in the league, played at almost a historic clip. Led the league in scrimmage yards. Didn't miss a game any of those first 3 years. And then, boy, the bottom just fell out in terms of the injuries last couple of years. He's only played in 10 of a possible 33 games. And that is the number one storyline here, of course, beyond the quarterback with Baker. Can Christian McCaffrey stay healthy?
That is the linchpin to their success this year. Keeping him healthy, the ability to use him. They've tried to do all kinds of things to keep him rested throughout the year.
Baker's pass far side for Anderson is incomplete, and there's the flag. That was Martin Emerson on the coverage.
Defense, number 23. Ball placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic. First down.
You can see the grab there. That's what they're calling. I like the way Martin Emerson's played so far. We haven't called his name much, but he's had 4 tackles, and he hasn't gotten beat. And You know, he's a guy that's stepping in as a rookie, playing in his first game. He's a third-round pick, the first pick for the Browns this year, and playing because Greedy Williams got put on IR.
Now Williams shut down for the first 4 games of the season with a hamstring injury. Tough start to his season after he got healthy last year. Panthers go back to the ground game with Deontay Foreman, their offseason acquisition. Let's get more now on McCaffrey as we throw it back down to Aditi.
Well, guys, McCaffrey changed the way that he trained this offseason. He told us that he spent 2 times as much time on recovery as he did on training. And the Panthers, they've been looking out for him too. Rule said, look, he'll want to play every play. We'll want him to play every play, but we're going to play the other guys. And you just saw that with Freeman.
Didi, just start to think of what this offense could be if Mayfield comes into his own. Newly constructed offensive line, and of course the new coordinator in Ben McAdoo. Mayfield is lit up, and it's his old buddy, Myles Garrett.
Watch how fast Myles Garrett gets around this corner. We talked about the matchup with the young rookie. Boom, dip my shoulder, and I get right into Baker Mayfield. No time for him to do anything. That was something that Myles Garrett told us, that Ekwonu short set so I can get around that corner. It's a short corner. I can get quickly to Baker. That's exactly what happened there.
Garrett, 3rd in the league in sacks last season, 2nd in quarterback hits. Here he comes again. Gets to Baker. Football comes loose. Who's got it? And somehow Carolina recovers the football. But Myles Garrett suddenly wreaking havoc for Cleveland.
Back-to-back plays. Myles Garrett just took the rookie to school. He gets so much depth around the corner. You got to help with the tight end shipping, but he gets so much ground covered so quickly. He's so fast off the ball that a young player just can't imagine that a guy that big, that strong, can be that fast as well, and he quickly gets around the corner.
But Myles Garrett began the day 3.5 sacks behind Clay Matthews for the Browns' all-time sack record. He may get there before the end of the day. Demetric Felton back deep at around his own 35. Hecker the punt. Or he gets his money's worth here. Felton has to backtrack to the 20. Has a couple of blockers in front of him. Felton then stepping into the void left by the injury to Jakeem Grant. And a tough early moment as Garrett taking Ekwonu to the woodshed. Myles Garrett doing it for Cleveland.
Today you'll make around 35,000 bets. Not just on the game, but on every moment in everyday life. You'll bet on how spicy the atomic wings really are. Bet on the extent of your bladder control. And bet on your athletic prowess. Yes, every moment in life is a bet. But life doesn't offer you $150 in free bets when you bet just 5. So bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and make every moment more.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a bomb breeze.
And some long knees, strong like a tongue squeeze. You'll say, "Aw, geez," when I make your lawn freeze. Was that good?
No. It was incredible.
Oh.
Really bad.
Oh.
But this is good.
I shouldn't have rapped.
They know. They know Chipotle buys over 30 million pounds of local produce a year to support local farmers. And that these fajita veggies were cut, seasoned, and grilled fresh today. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
Does your plug-in fade too fast? Try Febreze Fade to 5 Plug. It has built-in technology to digitally control how much scent is released to smell first day fresh for 50 days.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
Whoops. The housewives are on the field. I repeat, the housewives are on the field. I just want to talk!
Who flipped the table?
Get your TV together. Call
Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by DirecTV. Get your TV together. FanDuel. Make every moment more. And by Breeze. Breathe happy.
Well, it seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? First playoff win for Cleveland in forever. End of that 2021 season. And now Baker the enemy. Kareem Hunt. Of course, all the talk about Baker texting Garrett after the trade to Carolina was announced. Garrett, I thought, was pretty candid in why he didn't respond, but
Well, that says a lot to me. There's no love lost, especially for Myles Garrett towards Baker Mayfield. And if you don't even respond and say, hey, thanks, you too, I mean, that tells you a lot about how he felt. And I think some of those players in that locker room, how they felt about Baker. They wanted to move forward, wanted a different atmosphere and a different future for that franchise.
it was a relationship that had really started to strain going back to the previous season. Boy, how crazy how things have turned out with Baker taking on his former team in week 1 of the new season.
All right.
Donovan Peoples-Jones, the intended receiver.
Probably gonna switch over to
target,
like some
and that'll set up a 3rd and 9 for the Browns.
After this, I need a 4.
Jacoby Brissett, 10 of 23. This is his offense now. For more than the first half of the season. Here's David Njoku, who's been awfully quiet so far. That's his first catch, in fact. And the first time he has been targeted.
Well, we've seen Kevin Stefanski be very aggressive on 4th down. Does he line up here and show that he's going to go for it again? Certainly looks like it.
Already gone for it twice. 1 of 2. Jay, what do you think?
Well, you had Jacoby sneak it last time. I think this is a little far for the sneak. You got an overload to the left here.
See if they run a play. No, they won't. So they'll take the delayed game penalty. And Bohorquez will come on to punt.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
That whole series was big for that Carolina defense. To get a stop, to not jump there in that situation on 4th down, to get the ball back. You know, if you want to get back in this game down 20-7, you really needed to get a stop there, and the offense has got to do something. If you can get it, you go down and score, get it back to a 1-score game, you're right back in it.
Okay, we've touched on this Carolina defense. Statistically good in a number of big categories. But a couple of big stops here back-to-back. They held them to the field goal earlier. And now able to get Brissett and this offense off the field quickly. They'll have a chance to cut into this 13-point hole. Roberts from his own 15 walks a tightrope out of bounds at around the 25, 49 yards of the punt, 10 on the return. Cleveland up in front on CBS.
Now we're good to go.
What are you guys doing?
Organize
Getting ready for the game.
here.
You know I like it crispy. Oh, we made room for the Bud Light. Seriously? Yeah. Finally.
Seems fine. Yeah. Exactly. That is a really good question.
Tell me a joke.
All right. So can't even see my wings here, can you? Celery sticks or
I'll remember that chapter of my life forever. We laughed. We cried. We protected that Progressive Home and Auto bundle day and night. We left our blood, sweat, and tears on that yard. Well, Jamie did anyway.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home.
The whole thing's been missing from my DoorDash orders lately. It's
Your
crazy.
personal moving and storage team.
You know you want those Wingstop boneless wings. Crispy, juicy, sauced, tossed, sweet, hot. How could you not? That's it. Where's my phone? Now I want them too.
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Week 2 kicks off with Thursday Night Football starting at 8:15 p.m. Eastern on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile phone with NFL Plus.
There's your score, 27 Cleveland. As Baker Mayfield and his Panthers offense back onto the field, 2:35 left. See their offensive struggles to this point. Just haven't been able to generate much. But now that pass protection starting to break down. How do they respond here after a couple of Garrett sacks? It'll end around action. This is DJ Moore just trying to get the ball back in his hands, Jay. So lethal for them a year ago as a pass catcher. And he picks up 7 here.
I like that play call, using Cleveland's aggressiveness against them and getting the ball into your playmaker's hands. And if you're the rookie tackle, Ike Ekwonu, Myles Garrett was on the sideline. You breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank God he's not out here going against me again.
Now you're like leaving tracks and shit, you know. Not that I leave it coming, because I definitely do.
This is Foreman. Tackled right around the 32-yard line. Nice little pickup was Deontay Foreman. You think of him sliding into that lead spot in Tennessee after the Derrick Henry injury. He was one of the top runners for a good stretch of the second half of the season. Here comes Mr. Garrett now. You see where he sits. Just 2.5 sacks behind the all-timer Clay Matthews.
3rd and short here. You know Baker's thinking, get rid of this ball quickly.
I think Ekwonu's thinking the same thing.
Please, yes.
Mayfield, quick release, completes. That's the tight end, Thomas. And he's right there. But now Brad Rogers says first down. Let's get another NFL Today update as we go to New York, JB and Boomer.
Spiro, Lamar, by air. I'll tell you what, 14 to 24, 185 yards, 3 touchdown passes. This one, 55 yards to Rashad Bateman. The Ravens are all over the Jets, 24 to 3. Let's get back to you, Spiro.
All right, Boomer, we will be at the Meadowlands next week for the Browns and the Jets. Little low snap. McCaffrey off a broken play. Christian McCaffrey, the dynamism in his legs, just incredible. So another muffed snap. We've seen 3 by our count. McCaffrey with 28.
Watch this ball, though. This one's down by Baker's feet. He couldn't do. The other 2 he dropped, but they were lucky to avoid it. Then Christian McCaffrey just makes a huge play.
Here's Mayfield. Boy, again, the rush just gets to Mayfield right at the release point. And it was Myles Garrett again coming around the blind side.
And he set the rookie up, took him wide, got him off his spot, and then was able to get around the corner again. And Baker Mayfield just has no time to be able to set and do anything but just get the ball out of his hands as quick as possible.
You know, one thing, Matt Rule, we asked him about this kid Ekwonu, the 6th overall pick in the draft. He said he has the right psyche. If he's given up a big play, he's been able to bounce back. But this is an animal he has not been able to contend with and hasn't had to face yet so far.
Well, he won't face anybody like him the whole rest of the year. He's very unique.
Crap last night, too.
Myles Garrett just has been an absolute beast.
Oh, no,
and
man,
starting to come alive for this Browns defense. Final seconds will come off the clock, as that'll take us to the end of the 3rd here in Charlotte, with the Cleveland Browns holding a 13-point lead. We'll be back after this message and a word from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
to reset your
I didn't get that.
Oh, buddy, you need a hug. You also need consumer selling. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers and 100% U.S.-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
Over the middle,
Hey, that rookie corner? We were boys in college.
For real?
Well, I'd see him on campus a ton.
Oh, yeah?
I'd say, hey. He'd say, what? What's up? Because he usually was listening to music because he loved music. You guys probably don't know that about him. Find out, we're friends.
Spend your Thursday nights with Ghosts. The new season begins September 29th on CBS.
Survivor, new season September 21st on CBS.
Well, dude, you're more than welcome to Roma City. Doesn't mean you're actually gonna be able to take anything. It's been a hell of a ride, but I'm thinking it's time to go. Here we go. So put your best face on everybody. Come hang. Let's go out with the bang. Bang, bang, bang. If you want to come and
Bank of America Stadium, downtown Charlotte. Sun peeking through the clouds after intermittent rain here over the last about 30 hours. Good weather. And it's a huge drive now for the Panthers. 3rd and 7 as they play it from the Cleveland 34.
delicious too.
Mayfield
Like
again. McCaffrey breaking tackles inside the 25. What a play by McCaffrey. First down, Panthers.
That's just a heck of a run. I like the play call because you're protecting your left tackle. You give it to McCaffrey, and then, look, there's penetration, a nice cut there, another cut there. So good with the ball.
McCaffrey, a quiet about 6 carries, 26 yards. Back to the air goes Mayfield. This is Shi Smith, and that's going to be another Carolina first down. They pick up a dozen to Smith, the second-round product out of South Carolina.
Nice blocking out there by Amari Cooper to spring Smith and allow him to get that first down in such a critical drive for this Panthers team right now.
Second-year kid, I should say, former 6th-round pick. And a young man who they hope will have a big season as he tries to take the next step. 1st and 10 Panthers from the Cleveland 12. Mayfield giving here to McCaffrey.
Spear, I said just Amari Cooper blocking there. That was more blocking there. My apologies.
McCaffrey now starting to become a focal point.
Oh man, this
clock running.
What is it? Oh, crap. What are you
McCaffrey off that broken play really kind of turned the tides before the end of the third quarter. Turned it into a gain of nearly 30 yards, and they have not looked back. Just get the sense here, Jay, they have to punch this into the end zone as we play a couple of minutes here into the fourth. Mayfield takes a snapshot of the defense. Here they come. Baker On the move. Mayfield's pass incomplete. Intended for Anderson, and it will be 3rd and 5.
Yeah, just nowhere to go with the ball for Baker Mayfield. The excellent coverage by the Browns in the secondary. Baker looking all over, surveying, buying time, but nowhere to go, and smartly throws it away. With his third down here, you saw them run the ball with McCaffrey on 3rd from the 33. You figure they were going to go for it there. Unless you lose yardage here, you think they might go for it again.
Maybe 2-down territory. Still plenty early in this 4th quarter. 3rd and 5. Mayfield's going to run it. Touchdown. Baker Mayfield bringing the Panthers to within 7.
You know that one felt good for Baker Mayfield. Drops back, doesn't see it. The middle opens wide. Sees everybody's got their back turned in coverage, and just easy touchdown for Baker Mayfield.
6th rushing touchdown of Mayfield's career. And the point after by Pinheiro. And it's a 6-point game here in Charlotte. Everyone covered down the field, so Baker with a Sunday stroll into the end zone for Carolina.
Hey, yo, check this axe with 48-hour protection. Smell fresh as fresh, no matter what.
Well, heard my baby sister's buying a car. You'll need my secret weapon.
Gross, no. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. Found my
It's
car
been
online.
a
Got
hell of a
pre-qualified
ride,
instantly.
but I'm thinking it's time to
What's in your wallet?
go.
So
Here
something
we
pretty
go.
funny happened today upstairs with the sink. Hey, y'all been listening to Yacht?
I listened to it on the app. No car required.
Hey, did y'all hear my interview on Y2 Country?
Okay.
I used a lot of big words.
Can we please not talk about Sirius XM for one meal? So, did everyone get my invite to Game 5?
Y'all ever listen to Yacht Rock?
We were just talking about that.
Lennox, it's on an app. You ought to know.
That's really funny, 2 Chainz. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard a body double practice for me. So, sweet cax.
You don't have to get that personal. State Farm Personal Price Plan just helps you create an affordable price. Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I've been asked if what I did was worth 25 years. Now, I'm gonna see if it was.
I want you to go to Tulsa.
You serious?
What's an ex-mafia capo in Tulsa?
When I figure that out, you'll be the second one to know. Soon, I'm gonna own the city.
Oh man, these free cities.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Here's the scoring summary. Baker Mayfield orchestrating for Carolina's 6th career rushing touchdown for Mayfield. And we've got a pretty good one here. 6-point game with 12 and change left in this 4th quarter. And the set will begin at the zone 25-yard line. Coming up next, the second game of our NFL on CBS doubleheader. Some of you will see Patrick Mahomes leading the Chiefs on the road against Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, or Devontae Adams making his Raiders debut against the sensational Justin Herbert and the Chargers. It's all coming up next on CBS. What a matchup between Mahomes and Murray. And we will be watching next.
I can't wait to watch that game. Kyler Murray, I think the Cardinals have what will be one of the best offenses in the NFL. Obviously, we know all about Patrick Mahomes and how good he is.
So Brissett now leads his offense back on the field. 11-24. He's been economical, just 94 yards passing. And to begin the drive with the give to Chubb, who has been monstrous for Cleveland. What about the game plan now for Stefanski? How do you kind of maybe alter the game call, play calling here?
I don't think you do. I mean, Chubb's averaging 7 yards a carry. Kareem Hunt 5.5. Even Schwartz has 2 carries, averaging 10 yards. You have not been stopped running the ball, and you want to continue to run the ball, eat up the clock, get first downs. But it feels like the Browns have been in control of this game the entire way, and then now we got a game. It's a one-score game.
Play action. Brissett, the pump fake, running for his life. Got that underrated ability to get away from trouble. Bravion Roy giving chase. Third down coming up.
Yeah, that's just excellent hustle by Roy. Brissett is a scrambler, not really a runner. Roy, if he doesn't continue to chase that, Brissett's probably going to get the first down, but that hustle prevented him from getting the first down. And now there's a huge third down for Cleveland.
Oh, here's 3 for you. Just starting.
Now you've singled up Njoku at the bottom. You have been doing that with Cooper. He's in the slot up top.
Cooper resetting, 3rd and 4. Brissett again on the run. Throwing it across the field. It's caught. Anthony Schwartz. Boy, had the drop issues during the preseason. A lot of conversation about that in Cleveland. What a catch. 19, first down.
Smart job by Kevin Stefanski, though, setting this up throughout the game. Because he gave Schwartz a couple of runs, he had success. That puts him into a comfortable situation, and then he makes a big catch at a big time, and a good throw there by Jacoby Brissett. Bought time with his legs, kept his eyes downfield. Nice completion on 3rd down.
Schwartz a year ago as a rookie, only 10 catches in 14 appearances. Fresh set of downs as they play from the 50. Chubb breaking tackles again. Chubb just a force for Cleveland. First down Browns. He picks up 16.
You gotta love Joe Bitonio pulling out front of Chubb. Watch 75 come across the screen. Here he comes, getting on his horse and then getting the kickoff block, and then look how open that is for Chubb to hit through there, get to that second level, pick up another big game.
Oh man.
Nick Chubb, 128 yards on 18 rushes. What a day he's putting together for Cleveland. Browns working from just inside the 35. Chubb looking for more. Close to another first down. He picks up 9. Just think of what he's done, Jay, in his career. 3rd highest career rushing average in the history of the sport entering the day, and look at where he sits now with some of the all-time company.
Come on, Jim Brown, Gale Sayers, Barry Sanders. Surprising even to see Jamal Charles up there as the top guy, but you can just see on that run there, it's cloudy, there's a whole bunch of people, he jumps over them, and then boom, he hits the acceleration button. It's another big 9-yard gain.
Well-deserved breather here, and now they got to contend with Kareem Hunt. No rest for the weary. See if Hunt has enough here for the first down. No signal yet. And now Brad Rogers says first down, Cleveland. Again, the way that they just wear you down, Jay, with this running game. This heat, the humidity down in the field, have to think that that's looming large for the Panthers.
Johnson averaged over 5 yards a carry last year. He had over 500 yards when he was in there. And Ford even had a really good preseason. I mean, they are deep at the running back position.
208 rushing yards for the Browns today.
That's what this thing is.
And they're not done yet.
Some point in time, I don't even know which way this goes.
Back to the ground. Hunt. Inside the 20. As Hunt picks up 5, let's go downstairs to Aditi.
Spiro, you mentioned how hot it is. Well, Panthers defensive tackle Matt Ioannidis just went inside the locker room to get an IV. He is, however, probable to return.
Ioannidis Aditi making his Panthers
Well,
debut,
I'm
free
almost
agent
done playing this
signing after
anyway.
those 6 sensational years in Washington. Panthers hoping to get him back. So we cross the 8-minute mark in what is a 6-point game here in Charlotte. 2nd and 5 Browns from the 19.
But
Hunt. He is met by Thompson at the line of scrimmage. What a collision between those two greats. And the jawing continues.
Thompson had 104 tackles last year despite the injuries that he played through, and he's just a stout linebacker in there. Panthers organization has such a tradition with linebackers.
Look at the time of possession discrepancy if you're just popping on with us.
Panthers have had 2 big stops in the red zone, holding the Browns to field goals. Can they get another when they desperately need it?
3rd and 4. Hunt. Boy, breaking the initial tackle. Just trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. Frankie Louvu was there for Carolina. And also Henry Anderson. It's a loss of a yard. Anderson, whom they just signed about a week ago. After he was released by New England, and now 4th and 5 here. As we're going to have an injury timeout. Looks like it's Brian Burns, the injured Panther. As he will be helped to his feet.
Yeah, nice run blitz there by Frankie Louvu, coming in there, getting the initial penetration and the hit. That really stopped the play. And now your young rookie kicker in his first game. He's made a couple of nice kicks. Here's his first pressure kick of his career.
Young man who's already achieving rock star status in Cleveland with some of those preseason kicks.
Slow down a little bit. It's preseason. These are the ones that matter, Spiro.
A little too early?
That's right.
Hit a 70-yarder.
He's got a live leg, that's for sure.
During warm-ups in a preseason game. But this is when you start to feel those butterflies. 36-yarder. You know he's got the leg. Can he calm those emotions and build on their lead? Long snapper is Hewlett. Bojorquez is the holder. Running that play clock down. Operation sound and York. Perfect.
That's not easy to sit in there like that and wait and let the play clock run down. You're back there. York is able to nail the kick despite that.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X. GMC, we are professional grade.
The odds of the universe forming, your parents meeting, and birthing you is basically zero. So what is life? A chance, and every moment a bet. Like hearing your alarm, betting if the milk is still milk, betting on the durability of grocery bags, and betting when politics will come up at dinner. Yes, we all bet on the game of life, but life doesn't offer you $150 in free bets when you bet just 5. So when it comes to the NFL, bet on America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel, and make every moment more.
We just caught a case. Let's get to France. What was stolen?
It is not just a bomb. It's a big bomb.
Okay, this is big. What do you got back here?
Everybody get back!
2 more bombs.
This is a manifesto. There's our connection.
Hello?
Come on,
He's planning a large large-scale attack, just like we thought.
Stop! Get back! Run!
I just came back for the win.
He's running to the river! Unbelievable!
Oh, I'm bored. No one's watching.
Stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, join JB Phil, Nate Boomer, and Coach Cower. Standing by in New York with all the latest NFL scores.
Always get like the
highlights.
same 2 concurrent
So
streamers.
excited to have you with us, Spiro Ditas, Jay Feely,
I have one more.
King
Then
Wallet,
I have like
our
another,
producer
like,
Jason
group of
Ross, Chris
4,
Vincent, our
I think.
director, rest of our talented CBS crew.
Like my 8
So happy to
followers.
have you with us here in Charlotte.
Stream.
Kate
People
York
love me.
making this a 2-possession game. Browns up 9, and now here comes Baker, starting to look a little bit more comfortable, Jay.
Yeah, made a couple of nice throws there. He had a little more time, creative in way they created time for Baker Mayfield. You know, down 9 here, 6 minutes left. You want to play with some tempo, but that's how they want to play anyways. They want to be an up-tempo offense. They just had lacked the success on the first couple downs to do that throughout the game.
Mayfield backpedaling, wide open is his man, Anderson. Baker with a home run bomb, 75 yards. And here comes Carolina.
You know, I was actually always a fan of Baker Mayfield. I always should have kept him and traded him away. I mean, I'll take honest.
Spear, if you want to throw the ball deep, you need to have good protection. Time for your quarterback. They have not had it this year in this game. Baker with plenty of time there. And Anderson gets behind the defense. The one thing the Browns couldn't do defensively, allow a big score, quick score. Baker takes advantage.
In what world Sean
So
wants
much
to
talk
start
about
with Baker
Anderson's
Mayfield.
struggles last year on the heels of that big contract he got, had the worst statistical season of his career. How about this play? 75 yards off the right arm of Mayfield. And the Panthers are right back in it.
It's just in. A giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey guys, this is just my workout stuff.
We know you're the Green Hawk.
Everyone knows.
It's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, dude. If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I'm not the Green Hawk.
Spear, if you want to throw the ball deep, you need to have good protection. Time for your quarterback. They have not had it this year in this game. Baker with plenty of time there. And Anderson gets behind the defense. The one thing the Browns couldn't do defensively, allow a big score, quick score. Baker takes advantage.
Well, so much talk of Anderson's struggles last year on the heels of that big contract he got, had the worst statistical season of his career. How about this play? 75 yards off the right arm of Mayfield. And the Panthers are right back in it.
It's just in. A giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey guys, this is just my workout stuff.
We know you're the Green Hawk.
Everyone knows.
It's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, dude. If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
Woe is mine. Woe is mine.
Anderson scurrying onto the field for the Panthers. See what they've done on third down, 3rd and 4 from just outside the 30. Brissett throws over the middle. It's caught.
Nice.
Donovan Peoples-Jones. First down, Cleveland.
I like what Jacoby did in the pocket here. And then watch the catch again. Another tough catch by Donovan Peoples-Jones going down to get the ball. There's Jacoby slide in the pocket. Really good job by his receiver.
8th time that Peoples-Jones has been targeted. 4 catches, 42 yards. And that gets them a fresh set of downs. And they can continue to run that clock.
Now you got to start to think about timeouts here if you're Carolina.
3 apiece plus the 2-minute warning. Chubb dances just beyond the line of scrimmage with some more precious ticks coming off the clock.
You're down 2, so a field goal wins it. So you're trying to get the ball back here first and foremost. You got to get the stop, but trying to get the ball back with enough time to get it to field goal range. If I'm Cleveland, I continue to run the ball. You got to stop me. If you're Carolina, you're Phil Snow, you're trying to sell out to stop the run, make Jacoby beat you with his arm. 10 guys within 5 yards of the ball for Carolina.
Play action. Brissett putting some air under it. Incomplete for Cooper. We'll check the flag here. J.C. Horn was in the vicinity.
Prior to the pass, holding. Defense, number 8. 5-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
Killer.
Yeah, brutal penalty, but it's the right call as Amari makes his cut. You're going to see J.C. Horn on him right here. He goes inside, just kind of grabs him. There's the grab right there, and then he falls down, and because of that, they're going to call that.
Second defensive hold today against J.C. Horn. So Amari Cooper, who has not had a big statistical Browns debut, has done his job drawing some of these penalties.
With a big PI down to the 1-yard line.
2:36 to play. 1st and 10 after the penalty. Chubb, but you rarely see him get caught behind the line of scrimmage. Brought down that time by Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely selling out to stop the run there.
Carolina, their first.
Panthers GM Scott Fitterer had been looking for an edge rusher. Finally found him in Anderson. Signed earlier this week. Gives us a chance here to remind you. To keep it here, the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, we'll get you to New York. JB and the crew take you around the league on his first Sunday of the NFL season.
Hey, well.
2:32 left. 2 timeouts apiece plus the 2-minute warning. Got a 2nd and 11 coming up here for the Browns.
I like that timeout there by Matt Rule. Knowing you have the 2-minute as well. You got 2nd and long. Get a nice play on first down. Get the timeout. Try and stop him again here and put him in 3rd and long.
Set little sidearm delivery to get it to Chubb. And a good defensive play. That's Frankie Louvu. Full-time starter for the first time in his career. And what a play by the 50-year linebacker. As now Rule will take his 2nd.
That might have been a game-saving tackle there by Frankie Louvu. If he doesn't make that tackle, he probably gets the first down, and who knows if he scores.
Touched on some of the depth issues that the Panthers had at the linebacker position last season.
Here's Chubb. He's inside. If that tackle's not made, look at all that green grass in front of him.
What a play by Louvu. 3rd and 9. Brissett looking. Incomplete. Donovan Peoples-Jones, the intended target. And the Carolina Panthers defense about to get it back to Baker.
Baker Mayfield going to get the ball back. Down 2 with the chance to drive and get the improbable victory. The Browns have been in control of this game the whole entire game. They've run the ball at will, but a big stop for that Panthers defense.
So here's Bojorquez right around his own 30. Good day so far. But this is not what he wanted as it sails through the end zone to give it to Mayfield and Carolina at the 20.
Yeah, that one hurts. You know, if you hit a 40-yard punt, you'd pin him inside the 10-yard line. Instead, you hit a 56-yard punt, you punt it in the end zone, they get the ball all the way out to the 20. So you sit here, you got a timeout. You have the 2-minute warning as well. You can run your offense. You could run the ball. You could check it down to McCaffrey. Everything's open. You got to protect the quarterback first and foremost. We saw Myles Garrett 2 consecutive plays. Almost ruined this game for the Panthers.
Oh, man.
So, Jay, how about this? Baker Mayfield, former franchise quarterback.
Baker Mayfield is a franchise quarterback.
At around his own 30. Good day so far. But this is not what he wanted as it sails through the end zone to give it to Mayfield and Carolina at the 20.
Yeah, that one hurts. You know, if you hit a 40-yard punt, you'd pin him inside the 10-yard line. Instead, you hit a 56-yard punt, you punt it in the end zone, they get the ball all the way out to the 20. So you sit here, you got a timeout. You have the 2-minute warning as well. You can run your offense. You could run the ball. You could check it down to McCaffrey. Everything's open. You got to protect the quarterback first and foremost. We saw Myles Garrett 2 consecutive plays almost ruin this game for the Panthers.
So, Jay, how about this? Baker Mayfield, former franchise quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, beginning a new chapter in his career against his old team. And boy, he could stick it to his old club right here. They begin at the 20. Mayfield completes. DJ Moore looking for blockers. There's a penalty flag thrown as Moore is tackled shy of the 50. They pick up 26.
All right. Well, I mean,
as we await the call here from Brad Rogers.
Being overrun with modern hours and AT crews and some modern ATs too. Like he's already done. He's about to be bringing in the Meccas.
There is no foul on the play. The result of the play is a first down.
Which is hilarious because in the last one, I don't even think I made it out of.
That may have been the loudest cheer of the day.
That's right. Turn 200.
26 yards on the catch and run by Moore. And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
No matter what mode you have. I'm figuring it out. And I think it has to do a lot with the science thing. I thought it had a lot more to do with
and realize that even out here, you're never alone.
Production thing.
Discover what true adventure really means with the most awarded SUV brand.
Experience freedom electrified. Purchase or order a Jeep plug-in hybrid electric SUV, and you may qualify for up to a $7,500 federal tax credit.
People remember ads with young people having a good time.
So,
to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's a pool party. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. From early morning till late at night. I'm the hardest.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The Globe Ultra.
What's this? 600 gold.
Buying a home? Then you've got a lot on your mind. Now rising rates? Phew, it's a lot. But with Rocket, you have an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates rise, yours is safe. But if they fall within 3 years of buying, you can refinance to a new, lower rate with exclusive savings. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today. That's the Rocket Advantage. Lock your rate today. Call 8336-ROCKET or visit therocketadvantage.com.
Hey, welcome to the
Wow,
stream.
we're on Verizon now.
Because of their new plan, One Unlimited for iPhone. It comes with Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus,
Sorry
Apple
about that,
Arcade,
awkward
and
sequence
iCloud
there.
Plus.
All included on the network you want to be on.
Exactly. We could be up here all weekends listening to The Weekend.
While flinging Angry Birds.
Not you. You're lovely. Are you napping?
No, I'm watching my favorite show, starring me.
Get your Apple favorites all in one plan. Introducing One Unlimited for iPhone. And now get iPhone 14 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Excellent news. We have a new
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Back with you in Charlotte. Last two completions for Baker Mayfield. 75 yards on the touchdown to Anderson, and then the 26-yarder to DJ Moore to set them up where they are here. 1st and 10 from their own 46. Panthers down to their final timeout. This is McCaffrey, spins his way close to midfield. Tackled by Anthony Walker.
Spiro trying to get this ball inside the 35-yard line. The 35-yard line, that'd be a 53-yard field goal. That's about the max for Eddie Pinheiro. Try to get it inside of that if you can.
Pinheiro signed just last week after the injury to Zane Gonzalez. Mayfield feeling the duress. McCaffrey breaking free. Down to the 30, and there's the late flag.
It's going to be a horse collar tackle.
Unbelievable. 21 yards in the pickup by McCaffrey. And now the call from Rodgers.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle, defense, number 43. Half the distance to the goal. First down, Carolina.
John Johnson penalized with the horse collar.
Watch 60, Pat Elflein, the center, get out there, make the key block there for McCaffrey. And then there is the penalty at the end, grabbing the inside top of the jersey. Textbook horse collar tackle. I hate to see that. That's how guys get hurt. But now you're down. Now you're in field goal range to win the game here. You just want to eat up as much of this clock. Cleveland has all 3 timeouts. And a kicker who can make a 70-yard field goal. He's got a huge leg, albeit as a rookie.
Everything that these two coaches are thinking about. So much time left on the clock. Buck 27, 1st and 10 from just inside the 15. Baker.
Oh my goodness, that was almost disaster.
You can hear the gasp in the stadium. But that center quarterback exchange has been a big part of the story here. Multiple muffed snaps.
4 times there's been a fumble, either on shotgun snaps, twice under center. That one, Baker didn't look like he pulled out. It looked like the ball went to the left and did hit his hands. I mean, if you're Carolina, you want to score a touchdown here. You're thinking touchdown. Protect the ball. We have the field goal to take the lead. But there's 1:24. Cleveland has 2 timeouts. You want to score 6.
Panthers franchise that struggled through a 5-12 season last year. 5 wins each of the last 3 years, including the last 2 under Matt Rule. Mayfield takes a snapshot of the defense under center on second and 11. McCaffrey going nowhere. John Johnson among the tacklers. And now Kevin Stefanski will take his second with a buck 19 left.
20 seconds on the game clock, please. Thank you.
You know, Spiro, if you run the ball, you force them to use their last timeout, but it's 3rd and 11. I think you're going to try to get in the end zone here. I think you're going to look, see, tell Baker, hey, if it's not there, run it yourself. You know, stay in bounds, make them use that timeout, but try to dial up a play to find a way to get in the end zone. You know, or you could run a screen to McCaffrey.
You certainly have some options with McCaffrey and some of the weapons that Ben McAdoo has with this offense. 1:20 left as they put a second back on the clock. 3rd and 11. Mayfield will work from the shotgun here with McCaffrey, the lone setback.
No help over there over Myles Garrett.
Baker gives to McCaffrey, so they play it conservatively. The Browns will take their last timeout. So here comes Eddie Pinheiro, signed just last week after the groin injury, just a devastating injury to Zane Gonzalez. And boy, what a big spot here for Pinheiro.
He kicked for the Jets last year. We saw him. He went 8 for 8. Tabor, their special teams coach, had him in Chicago, so he knew him. So there was a comfort level.
26 years of age, 4th year in the league. He can start to win the hearts and minds of this fan base if he comes through right here. Good snap, good hold. Pinheiro is good. And he's put Carolina in front. So Baker Mayfield does his job with the offense. And now all eyes, all that pressure on the shoulders of Brissett in Cleveland.
Yeah, and with no timeouts, you really can't run the ball now. Now it's on Jacoby Brissett's shoulders. You've got to move this team down. You want to get to at least the 40-yard line to try and give your rookie kicker a chance. And Jacoby's been in this situation. He's led 3 game-winning drives, 2 comebacks. But for Cleveland, it's tough because you felt like you were in control this entire game, and all of a sudden, here you are, minute 13 left, and you're down 1. You got to go score to try and win this game.
If you've just joined us, this is the first lead of the game for the Panthers. 24-23. Field goal by Pinheiro. And now those conversations starting to heat up on the Cleveland sideline.
Remember, he kicked one out of bounds, and he had another bad kick on another, but this is a pretty good kick.
Through the end zone, so Brissett and company will start at the 25. No timeouts, and 1:13 remaining.
You need about 35 yards to give your strong leg kicker a chance. Trying to get down to the 40-yard line. No timeouts, so you're trying to be in a hurry. If you can work the sidelines, excellent. Carolina's going to know that. Try and protect the sidelines. Funnel you to the middle, rally to the ball, make tackles, and try and eat up as much of that clock as possible.
Long field goal for Cade York in college was a 57-yarder in the fog in Gainesville. You know, that young man has the leg. Will he get a chance? Brissett and company begin at the 25. Here they come. He's hitting the release. Incomplete. And a penalty flag is thrown. What's the call here? Brian Burns just lit him up.
Brissett was slow getting up. Now that was Burns' power move.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense. 15 yards. Penalty and an automatic first down.
They didn't say the number of who the penalty was on. Brian Burns just goes power. Watch him come in here from the left side of your screen. There he is. He hits him. Now, they saying he hit him in the head. Is that why they're calling the penalty? I didn't see a lot of contact with Jacoby Brissett. Let's see right here. Watch his left arm of Burns. Oh, no, that should not have been called. That was actually, I think, the tackle's arm as Burns was going through him.
Jay, ironically, the league had said that they would look at not calling those as tightly as they have in the past.
Yeah, I disagree with that call.
What a controversial call that is potentially here, depending on the outcome. 1st and 10 after the penalty. 15-yarder, they snap it from the 40%, completes, Hunt, and he loses yardage.
Clock is running, so you got to quickly get to the line of scrimmage. You can't spike it here because it's 2nd down. You don't want to waste the down, so you got to quickly get lined up, call a play. 50 seconds and clock running.
What a play by Marquise Haynes. 2nd and 12. Brissett, here they come again. Brissett's pass is caught. He threads the needle to Peoples-Jones under heavy pressure.
Now you get up and you can spike it here. You got 34 seconds.
Brissett scurries into the line of scrimmage. They will stop the clock here. 29 seconds left. What a spot for Jacoby Brissett.
Well, how about that catch by Donovan Peoples-Jones? Again, another contested catch. Every catch he's had has been a tough catch, and he's done an excellent job today. 6 catches, 60 yards, and all of them tough.
Jacoby Brissett signed in March, one day after the Deshaun Watson blockbuster. Insurance move by the franchise. They knew this would be his spot. Didn't take over the #1 job until about the middle of August. As we heard from Aditi earlier, August the 14th. Has had about a month to prepare himself. How does he finish here? Brissett's pass completes. Cooper down to the 40.
All right, 20 seconds. It's 3rd down, so you don't necessarily want to spike this. You'd like to try to quickly run a play. Lined up and kick this ball because it's 4th down and the play clock is going to be running. You can't afford to let it run out. You don't have a timeout. You're going to have a 60-yard field goal to try to win the game here.
Cade York, the only kicker drafted in the NFL.
I saw him go back.
What would be the first signature move of his NFL career.
Spiro, I watched him go back to 69 yards of warm-ups. He's got enough leg. He was missing them left when he was kicking these long, deep field goals in warm-ups.
Cleveland had the worst field goal success percentage last season. York to try to win the game. The kick.
Oh, look at
has
this.
the distance, and Cade York wins it for Cleveland. There's still 8 seconds left.
What a kick
but
for the
Cade
rookie.
York, just incredible.
He pounded the ball. Spiro, now you can talk about the legend crowing. What a bomb of a kick. 58 yards for a rookie kicker in his first game. Good snap, good hold. That was a question mark with Bojorquez's holding. Perfect hold, and Cade York just bombs this ball. That had 10 yards on it easy. Well, I go back, Spiro, to that call on the Burns rush where they called the roughing the quarterback. Questionable call. 15 yards it gave them. That certainly helped out right there at the end when you're looking at a 58-yard field goal.
8 seconds left. And now the Panthers looking for a miracle. When you talk about an NFL debut for a rookie kicker, my goodness.
It doesn't get much better. And they'd love to see him pound this ball through the uprights again and not give Carolina a chance at a return.
Cade York, the 4th-round kid from LSU. This one through the end zone, so Baker will indeed have a chance.
I'm sure there are a lot of Browns fans not happy with taking a kicker in the 4th round during the draft, but they're pretty happy about it now.
Well, Baker has hit on one long bomb so far.
You have a timeout, so you're just trying to get this ball to the 40-yard line or so, somewhere where you can throw a Hail Mary and try and give yourself a chance at the end.
Mayfield connected with Robbie Anderson earlier on a 75-yard touchdown to breathe a life into their cause. Does he have a miracle here late up his sleeve for the Panthers? Mayfield goes underneath. Now they're going to try to play the long game. Moore stopped, and it is over here in Charlotte. The Cleveland Browns win a season-opening game on the road for the first time in 28 years. As we send you to James Brown in New York for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars.
What a game there. We're taking you to one right now. Pittsburgh at Cincinnati, all knotted at 20 in overtime. Let's join our head announcer there, Ian Eagle.
They played against San Francisco, and there was a Joe that got them both times named Montana. They've got their own version of Joe here, trying to do it for them instead of against them.
First down for the Bengals. 383 total yards for.
Does he have a miracle here late up his sleeve for the Panthers? Mayfield goes underneath. Now they're going to try to play the long game. Moore stopped, and it is over here in Charlotte. The Cleveland Browns win a season-opening game on the road for the first time in 28 years. As we send you to James Brown in New York for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars.
What a game there. We're taking you to one right now. Pittsburgh at Cincinnati, all knotted at 20 in overtime. Let's join our head announcer there, Ian Eagle.
They played against San Francisco, and there was a Joe that got them both times named Montana. They've got their own version of Joe here, trying to do it for them instead of against them.
First down for the Bengals. 383 total yards for Cincinnati.
Mayfield goes underneath. Now they're going to try to play the long game. Moore stopped, and it is over here in Charlotte. The Cleveland Browns win a season-opening game on the road for the first time in 28 years. As we send you to James Brown in New York for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars.
What a game there. We're taking you to one right now. Pittsburgh at Cincinnati, all knotted at 20 in overtime. Let's join our head announcer there, Ian Eagle.
They played against San Francisco, and there was a Joe that got them both times named Montana. They've got their own version of Joe here, trying to do it for them instead of against them.
First down for the Bengals. 383 total yards for Cincinnati, 179 for Pittsburgh.
Now you got a kicker kicking the laces, which is a thing. I haven't met a kicker yet that says, yeah, give me the laces to kick it. They want the laces spun away from them. He kicks the laces and snap hooks it to the left.
Mike Tomlin's been around a long time. I don't know if he's ever seen this.
There's still 3:33 to go in this ball game. Deep in their own territory. They're not out of the woods yet.
Steelers take over at the 20-yard line. In OT. Trubisky dials up a deep one. Oh, tremendous Deontay Johnson, but he was along the sideline.
They're going to have to discuss it over there. I think they're saying out of bounds. There's the one-handed catch. First foot down, second foot. Did it hit that? Did it hit the white? I see Anthony Fleming, who was on the spot, waved it incomplete.
Yeah, they're going to stop play here. This will be under review. So Sean Hockley will take a look.
Hey guys, I'm Sean. You here?
Yep, we hear you.
He's got to get the wrong mic on. Here's the catch. One down. Second one.
I think it's clean.
Pittsburgh's got a chance on this one. That looks to me like this is going to be overturned and become a legal catch by Deontay Johnson.
Gene Steratore is watching along with us. Just take us through it, Gene, what you see.
Yeah, first I'm looking to see if Deontay Johnson firmly possesses the football all the way through the process, which he does. And then, as in my opinion, there's what we used to call a slice of green between that toe and the out-of-bounds white. And for me, I see a slice of green in between there, guys, and would have it as an incomplete, a completed catch.
Yeah, you know, some people would take out an index card and try to measure it. Some people would.
You know, that slice of green might just be what you need to hit your 7-iron. That's all.
Cincinnati's moving back defensively, so they've accepted the inevitable. That's a clean catch and a ridiculous grab by Deontay Johnson.
How about down the stretch? We saw Jamar Chase with one where he was just barely out of bounds in regulation, and now Deontay Johnson comes up with one where he's just barely inbounds.
And now they're just checking clock.
Yeah, those inches make all the difference, don't they?
They do.
Just checking clock, making sure all that's right. And remember, we don't have an operation issue with Pittsburgh. Holder, snapper, and Boswell.
The receiver got his left toe inbounds. It was a completed pass. The ball will be placed at the 45-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Please reset the game clock to 3:28.
So they'll tack a second on. Steelers will have it at the 45. It goes down as a 25-yard catch.
Chris Boswell, 17 of 21 in his career from over 50 yards. If he has to make a long-distance attempt.
Boswell's career long is 59 yards. Steelers looking for the win. Jalen Warren is in for the injured Najee Harris. Motion man Olszewski, trickery to Claypool. Looking for the angle, he's got one. Claypool takes it to the sideline.
What a great lead block by Jalen Warren, the rookie out of Oklahoma State, number 30. On the pitch. Watch Warren at the end of this play. Look at him right out in front. And holds his block and maintains it on Jermaine Pratt to allow Claypool to get to the sideline with more yardage.
So the line of scrimmage is now the 43s. Right now, you'd be looking at a 61-yard attempt.
Get another 5. You're in good shape with Boswell.
Trubisky hit as he throws. Incomplete in the area of Deontay Johnson. Von Bell with a smack. NFL Today update. JB and Boomer.
Texans blew a 17-point lead, Boom.
Hey guys, just like you there in Cincinnati, down in Houston, Rodrigo Blankenship misses a 42-yard field goal for the win. They remain tied 20-20, a minute 57 left to go in that game. Back to Ian in Charleston, Cincinnati.
Is it in the water?
Indianapolis, an opening day, is just not a good match.
3:18 to play in OT. Trubisky, swing it to the outside. Caught by Claypool. He's spun down as he crosses the 40-yard line by Mike Hilton, the former Steeler. It's good for 6 yards.
What a good read by Trubisky, too. That was supposed to be one of those shovel passes again. Shovel was taken away. He kept it. Good poise and had an outlet and exercised it.
So right now, they're staring at a 55-yard attempt as Boswell is getting ready for a potential game winner. Career long outdoors is 56. This is from the gun. Trubisky on 3rd and 4. Lays it out there. The catch, Johnson, and could not get to the marker. Sam Hubbard there defensively, and a timeout call by Cincinnati.
This game's so hard.
Fourth down. Boswell on, going through his pre-kick routine. 8 game-winning field goals. Boswell in his 8th year in the NFL. Christian Kuntz is the 3rd-year snapper. The punter, Harvin, will hold it. Pittsburgh looking for the W. 55-yard attempt. The jungle is trying to throw Boswell off his game. From 55 yards away, Boswell. No good! What is happening here? He bangs it off the post. This is a thud heard all the way in Pittsburgh.
Sound they're going to want to recreate Pittsburgh for this next week. Now defense has to get back out there. Burrow, a little bit over 2 minutes left. Try and get his team another opportunity.
And Charles, look where Cincinnati takes over. At its own 45-yard line after the miss.
But here's the thing you have to think to yourself. With their operations of the last 2 field goals, do they press offense more?
Burrow spins out of trouble and turns it into a gain. The slide by Burrow, he picks up 9 yards. He looked dead to rights.
Ordinarily, you're very careful, right? You want to make sure you ensure the 3, but their operation has been so shaky, Ian. I wonder if Zach Taylor says, we're going to try and get it to that end zone.
2 minutes to play in overtime.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself physically every single day. The first time I put on a pair of UFOs, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. There's nothing like them.
When you start with better ingredients, better pizza, you also get better papadillas, better cheese sticks, better yummy this, and better tasty that.
With this, or you can get with that.
Get any 2 or more for just $6.99 each. That's Papa John's.
This is the planning effect. This is how it feels to have a dedicated Fidelity advisor looking at your full financial picture. This is what it's like to have a comprehensive wealth plan with tax-smart investing strategies designed to help you keep more of what you earn and set aside more for things like healthcare or whatever comes down the road. This is the planning effect from Fidelity.
The unexpected of week 1 in the NFL. It happens every year, yet you forget about it because you go through a whole season and then the new season comes around, the anticipation builds.
That's right.
And then you're reminded, oh yeah, wild things take place in the season opener. 2nd and 1, Burrow will do it himself. Out across the 45-yard line, a new set of downs for Cincinnati. Clock is rolling, 1:48 left.
Tyler Boyd is back in the game for Cincinnati. Remember, we saw him go out with an injury earlier. He is back out there, number 83 in black.
But injured Steeler. And it's DeMarvin Leal, the rookie out of Texas A&M, third-round pick. Pass rusher, brings good power. Someone that Mike Tomlin believes will have an impact here. Timeout Pittsburgh by rule with 1:45 on the clock. Check in with Evan.
Well, guys, it's been a tough spot for Mitchell Wilcox coming in at long snapper here. He did get some work for a little bit during the start of this possession, but now he's just kind of made his way away from Kevin Huber and Evan McPherson. And it might speak to the mentality here with this drive for the Bengals that it's touchdown or nothing.
Would not surprise me, Evan, that Zach Taylor's thinking that and field goal much more last resort as opposed to playing for it.
First down, Burrow sets and throws underneath Hurst. Slips away for extra yardage, hit by Edmonds on the play.
God, the effort these guys are giving out here on one of these hot, humid days that Evan Washburn described. I think that's Cameron Hayward down now for Pittsburgh.
Well, this has been a marathon. 1:38 left in OT. Hayward needs a moment. Medical staff is out there. And Hayward's gonna try to get to his feet here. And heads to the sideline. Steelers have lost TJ Watt today. Lost Najee Harris. Malik Reed will step in once again for Pittsburgh, making his Steeler debut, the former Bronco. And if you're the Pittsburgh defense, you got to think along the same lines that you and Evan just discussed. The idea that Cincinnati is potentially looking for a touchdown and not trusting the kicking unit.
Where is this?
2nd and 4. Throws on the move, incomplete. P. Ryan, the intended target. Pressure from Millette, and it's 3rd down.
Get the sense Pittsburgh feels the same way with the pressure they're trying to bring, as well as can they create some type of a takeaway and give themselves one last opportunity to win this game. They're not just going to sit back and take it. Talk with Terrell Austin, their defensive coordinator, this week. He said, one thing you got to know about us is at Pittsburgh, we are always going to play aggressively. No different now here in overtime.
3rd down and 4. 1:34 to play in OT. Tied at 20. Rush coming. Burrow loses the ball. It's free. Bengals scoop it up with P. Ryan. P. Ryan still going, and he's slammed down inside the 40. Burrow had it knocked away. Millette got there, but the awareness of P. Ryan to not just recover it, but he got them into field goal range potentially.
Now you're back to Wilcox, hoping he can make a snap, but that play by Piron could turn out to be the play of the weekend. Being able to pick it up, and as you noted, get it back to where they still have a shot at a field goal. But look where is the ball moved back to midfield?
If they are calling it a sack, this changes everything. The ball popped free from Burrow, but they're marking it at the 50.
If they're doing that, Kevin Huber becomes the guy, not Evan McPherson.
Gene Steratore, what's the discussion right now between the officials?
What they're doing right now is we have a fumble inside of 2 minutes. Only the fumbler can recover in advance. If the fumble is recovered behind the spot of the fumble, you will go back to where the recovery took place. In this case, it did. And that's where Cincinnati will retain the football.
So to your point,
in this case right now,
please reset the game clock to 1:29. And the play clock goes to 40 seconds, and both will start on my signal.
So Joe Burrow was the fumbler, so he had to be the one to recover it. He did not. That's where P. Ryan picked up the football, correct, Gene?
Correct, yes.
Wow.
Well, Pirine can recover, he just can't advance. So Joe Burrow would be the only player to be able to advance that. And because the fumble was backward, you're going to go to the spot of the recovery as opposed to whether Joe Burrow would have fumbled it forward, then they would have come back to the spot of the fumble. In this case, whatever hurts the offense worse or the fumbling team worse, that's where they'll go, and that's why they place the ball at the 50-yard line.
Thank you very much, Gene. Changed everything, didn't it, Ian? We thought Evan McPherson might have a shot. Instead, looks like they're going to have to punt the ball away.
Kevin Huber, neither team has timeouts remaining.
Wireless earbuds are way too
Not
expensive.
sure why they're giving Pittsburgh more time. They should have taken that down to a final second, and the ball rolls into the end zone. So at this point, if you're Cincinnati, the goal is just to not lose the game. So what appeared to be a Cincinnati victory didn't happen with a missed.
And Oliver Hurt in the first half for Buffalo back on the field. After the loss of one.
Field goal by Pittsburgh here in
For Cup. Oh, great job by Cup. Just waited for it and brought it in. First down for the Rams at the 48-yard line.
And getting it done. Blitz coming right up the middle here, and beautiful job that time by Coleman Shelton, picking it up and giving his quarterback time.
Pittsburgh on opening day. Can they get a big play downfield with one of these big receivers?
Shut that down if possible.
.56 seconds on the clock.
There's 56 seconds left. We are not using that clock. The clocks on these ends are valid. 56 seconds. Let's play ball.
So there was a clock issue on a side scoreboard that Sean Hockley asked to be shut down.
Good job by Sean Hockley taking control, and a really good explanation for the players on the field to understand where to look with the time remaining.
Steelers can still win this game with a field goal. 56 seconds to go. Trubisky. Step, throw, incomplete. Trey Flowers had a chance at an interception. NFL Today update. Back to New York at JB and Boomer.
An impressive scoring drive by KC.
Yeah, Ian and Charles, they go 11 plays, 75 yards in their opening drive. 9-yard touchdown pass from Mahomes to Travis Kelce. Chiefs take a 7-0 lead. Back out to you guys in Cincinnati.
Yeah, that game might be over before this one. 51 seconds left in OT. Trubisky throws it. Catch made right around the first down line. Deontay Johnson, they're going to call him just short. Third and a little less than a yard. 35 seconds left. A jump by Cincinnati. Trubisky stepping up. Free play opportunity. Trubisky stops and throws against the grain. Got his man. Freiermuth inside Cincinnati territory at the 45.
Remember what Pittsburgh signed up for with Mitch Trubisky?
Offside.
Athleticism and movement.
Defense 94. As penalties decline, the play results in a first down, and the clock will start on the snap.
And that movement saved that play for Pittsburgh, turned it into something bigger, and gives them hope that they can get into field goal range. There's Hubbard, number 94, jumping. And how about Pittsburgh staying with it as Cincinnati did earlier in the game, and turning that miscue into a big play for themselves.
Right now, it would be a 63-yard attempt. 25 seconds left. Trubisky, quick hitter. It's dropped. Deontay Johnson.
Well defended by Woozier as well. He just drove on that one. And because the ball wasn't right on the receiver, Woozier was able to impact it and knock it away.
Second down for the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm using a bunch of AP.
Boswell came within inches, ending this one.
It's not like
Hit the
production
left post.
here. It's just like
21 seconds on the clock. Trubisky over the middle. flyer move. Clock is moving. 14 seconds left. They're going to clock it with 8. So this used to be Big Ben time. Ben Roethlisberger. How many times do we see him lead the Pittsburgh Steelers in clutch situations, get them down the field, either getting a touchdown or putting his team in field goal range? Mitch Trubisky is starting a new chapter of his career, and this is a new era for Pittsburgh.
And the way Ben Roethlisberger went out, I believe there were 8 times he did that last year where he led them down and brought them back from behind in the second half to win. So he knew how to do it, that veteran savvy as well as skill. Mitch Trubisky on opening day, could this be the time for him?
8 seconds left. Still have to be careful here with that clock. Trubisky tosses it. Incomplete.
They got to kick it here. I don't think you have a chance for another play.
5 seconds to go. And here is Chris Boswell. He gets another chance. This will be a 53-yard attempt.
And this is truly the decider. We don't play after this.
Boswell trying to get it done. Snap, placement, kick on the way. Boswell! That's a winner! Unforgettable season opener! And the Steelers outlast the Bengals in overtime. 23-20 the final.
We have the toughest division in the league, okay? toughest.
And fittingly, it ends on a kick. It could have ended on a kick numerous other occasions today, but it ends now in OT.
And by the team that had the healthier operation, had the full complement. Snapper, holder, kicker.
Coming up, game 2 of our doubleheader. The Chiefs, Cardinals, Chargers, Raiders for Charles Davis, Evan Washburn, Gene Steratore. Ian Eagle saying so long from Cincinnati, and a wild one. The NFL on CBS continues right after this.
CBS Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
Co-visiting with Robert De Niro, Queen Latifah, and Steve Carell this week.
Celebrate all things Kansas with live reports from KWCH at the Kansas State Fair. Take a photo at the weather wall and sign up to win a Storm Team 12 weather umbrella. Live coverage brought to you by Clayworks at Disability Supports and Prairie Land Partners.
When there's a lot of information, I'll guide you through the details with facts straight from the source, getting real answers on the issues that impact you, so you know what's going on right now.
Right Now with Michael Schwanke, weeknights at 6:30 on KSCW.
Kansas, the wait is over. DraftKings Sportsbook is officially live. That means betting legally on same-game parlays, spreads, money lines, props, and more. Anytime and anywhere across the state. So get hyped, Kansas. We're here. Here for you to start betting on all your favorite teams. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet $5 to get $200 in free bets instantly and get in on the action.
There's so much good in this community, and you can find it all around you. The children who see a need and feel it. The volunteers donating their time. The people serving their neighbors.
They all deserve a helping hand.
Every other week, Devon James Injury Lawyers is giving away $1,200 to people making a difference.
And I'll share their inspiring stories with you on Eyewitness News.
Helping Hand with Felicia Rolfe, brought to you by Devon James Injury Lawyers.
Celebrate all things Kansas with live reports from KWCH at the Kansas State Fair. Take a photo at the weather wall and sign up to win a Storm Team 12 weather umbrella. Live coverage brought to you by Clayworks at Disability Supports and Prairie Land Partners.
The Clayworks at Disability Supports is proud to partner with KWCH to sponsor their live news coverage from the fairgrounds in Hutchinson as we celebrate all things Kansas. Take a relaxing break from the fair and include a visit to the Clayworks and Spettlebitz Coffee at 1125 North Main in the heart of downtown Hutchinson.
Download the Storm Team 12 weather app.
Be joined by the rest of the nation here in a moment. That was Eric Reed kicking off for Kansas City and delivering a touchback through the back of the end zone. Jim Nantz with Tony Romo and Tracy Wolfson on this wild opening Sunday. We welcome you to Arizona, where the Cardinals are down already 14-0 behind 2 Patrick Mahomes touchdown passes. 2 long drives put together by Kansas City to open the game.
And they look so efficient, in tune, and the big question marks we talked about earlier, now we have the whole nation. Are they going to be able to be the same running engine, you know, that they've been with Tyreek Hill? Guess what? They are. They're for real. It ain't going to change much around here.
Here's Connor. And he's just got a gain of about 3. You heard as you joined us, folks, that Eric Reed kicked off. After the opening drive touchdown by the Chiefs, Harrison Butker on the ensuing kickoff slipped on his plant foot, his left foot. And he had to actually be carted to the locker room. His left foot, reported by Tracy, was swelling up just immediately. They had to cart him in. One of the best kickers in the league injured. I said it's just Justin Reed, which his brother also was in the league at one time, but Justin stepped up as Connor shakes off the hip, and Steve finally wraps him up, but it's a first down for Arizona.
Just a great job. Kyler Murray, the evolution, you're going to see them. They're getting up on the ball. I like this right now. Getting up tempo. It's the second drive. You got to get a completion to do it, though, right? For the most part, it's like the completions make it a little tougher to keep that tempo. And the reason you're going no huddle or getting up there faster because the communication's harder on the Chiefs. They got a lot of young guys in the secondary. We're going to put some pressure on them to communicate.
They have 6 rookies dressed today on defense, and that's an incompletion. Murray had the pressure on him. Karlaftis, the rookie, was in the backfield. This defense, first time starting 3 rookies in a season opener in a long while, 14 years. And they lost a lot of the snaps, including, well, the likes of Tyrann Mathieu.
Yeah, and Mathieu is that guy, you know, that created a lot of different stuff. And right there, Karlaftis is their first-round draft pick. And he's full motor, 100%, 100 miles an hour over and over. You see him up top, and they really like him, but you never know until you get out here. But I tell you, right now, I'm starting to really think they made a good pick.
Here's Murray. He finds Hollywood Brown, and he's about 2 yards short of the first. His old Oklahoma teammate that the Cardinals traded for on draft day and got him by way of Baltimore. They're thrilled to be reunited again.
I really like it. I mean, they gave up, you know, a lot you'd think, but really, if you can go find that one guy that really can make the game simple for the quarterback. If he's one-on-one up top, you throw him the ball right there. If this safety moves to the middle, he gets it. If he stays over there, then you come off your read and you look to the inside of the other guys.
Arizona faces 3rd and let's call it closer to a yard. They go up the middle, and the pile is moving as James Conner is able to get a new set of downs. And again, for those just joining us, you had to make a decision at the top. Arizona, that is, won the toss and elected to defer to receive at the start of the 3rd quarter. So they said, let's put that ball in the hands of Mahomes and let's see what happens. 11 plays, 75 yards, touchdown pass to Kelsey.
Oh, and he looks effortless for him right now. He's getting through reads quickly, checking it down when they're playing coverage behind. 9 for 11, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Murray just has to fall on it.
One side looks like a well-oiled machine, and the other side looks like they're almost like off. Like one guy is snapping it a little early. The other guy is getting off the ball late. One motion is going too fast. He's got to slow down or speed up. It's just like not quite in tune yet.
And you got the shock value of the fact you're already down 14-0.
It makes this drive so huge in your brain. Kyler Murray, this offense, when you're going back out there, you go 3 and out, right? Not a big deal. But when they score 14 right away, you're like, if we don't score on this drive, we get down 21-0. How many teams come back from that, right? You just got to stay in the moment. It's a long game. See the difference in the speed on the snap. Someone's always getting early, late.
2nd and 18, and they're able to pick up the big gain. George with the catch to close out the 1st quarter, and a first down for Arizona. After 1, 14-0 Kansas City.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. Like number 11, Subway Club. Powered with turkey, ham, and roast beef. This sub isn't slowing down anytime soon.
I'll give it a run for its money.
My money's on the sub. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football.
The Seahawks are going down, baby.
The prime night of football begins with a very compelling matchup.
Thursdays, baby. Here we go. Woo!
All right. So.
Is it Thursday? Prime time watching Prime Video on the Prime Night Football.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football, only on Prime Video.
It's Thursday Night Football.
Game starts at 20, that slip is empty. I gotta call KG.
KG, what up? I got nothing for you, Fox.
Oh, come on.
Jalen.
You want a tip?
Yeah.
Don't call somebody on live TV. Well, you answered. I have other friends anyway.
Marshawn Berry.
Listen, I need some tips. I like LA.
Dallas.
Dallas.
How about Detroit?
I'm calling y'all right now.
Good message.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
I like that. Let's go with our gut.
I'm 19, and I'm going to be the youngest to win this game. I want to show people that you can go from sitting in a juvenile hall to sitting out here in Fiji with a PhD.
This is Survivor 43.
New season September 21st on CBS.
Between two of these, actually want to use as
This is the NFL at your fingertips. This is your game on the go. Wherever you are, this is how you football. NFL Plus. Start your free trial today.
So it's kind of
Just a moment ago, Tracy spoke to Coach Cliff Kingsbury.
Big play to end the quarter there, but what do you need to see on both sides of the ball going forward in this game?
Yeah, we just got to settle down. We knew they'd come out hot. That's kind of their deal. Pat's playing really well. Got to contain them and make plays on the football.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
As you saw, he's going against, well, the guy that he recruited back in high school. When Patrick was in high school, brought him to Texas Tech, was his head coach there. Unbelievable bond that is as strong as ever to this day. But Kingsbury and the Cardinals were handled in that first quarter by Patrick and the Chiefs, 14-0.
Well, Kingsbury, I mean, he's got an eye for some of these quarterbacks. I mean, think about who he got. Johnny Manziel, Patrick Mahomes, Kyler Murray. Yeah. I mean, he has an eye. He kept doing it over and over again, and you see, you know, just how special, you know, Patrick Mahomes has become. I mean, that's what Kyler Murray is chasing. And it's like the development. Each year he's been improving, and I want to see him do that again this year. Continue to get through the progression because he has so much ability, talent, he throws it well. He can do almost anything. It's just knowledge of the game to continue like every quarterback every year.
That's Dortch who caught that big gainer at the end of the first quarter. So a second catch for Dortch. Remember, they lost Christian Kirk in the offseason to Jacksonville. DeAndre Hopkins suspended the first 6 games of the season, and Rondell Moore, who they're very high on, second-year receiver out of Purdue, he injured hamstring in practice this week, so he's inactive. So they're thin. It's a very promising receiving core, but they don't have everybody up, and they won't really until week 7 when Hop is back.
Yeah, you're right. But they're going to be fine. I mean, regardless of how this game goes today, they're going to be a much better football team here in 3-4 weeks.
This is Connor slipping through tackles, delivering a stiff arm on Steed. He's got a gain of about 7.
Another nice pickup. Connor coming in, does everything the right way, and he's going to be their bell cow this year.
What a season he had last year. Talking about Connor, he had 21 touchdowns overall, or 18 touchdowns overall, 16 on the ground, and you see what the quarterbacks have done so far. With Mahomes in that first quarter putting up 106.
This couple of years, all the additions here, we're seeing. Cardinals got off to that great start last year, Jim.
Yeah.
They really believe that they can be on this level and compete against these teams and win. Today's a great day to showcase that.
Here's Murray, taking off. First down at the 10, at the 5. And the angle cut off by Fenton at the 2. Oh, he can beat you a lot of ways. Picks up 21.
It's just a great job. You'll see they run a ton of draws. You got this huge space right in that middle. Watch, follow your center. Hudson goes right. The running back Connor goes in, delivers a block, and you let Murray just do what he does best, which is create. And you can see that juice that he has when he gets going.
First and goal, just 2 yards away, trying to answer back a portion of what Kansas City's handed to him so far. It's Connor, has a nose for that end zone, and he scores. James Conner, just as he did a year ago.
Well, Connor, they got him last year, and he's really taken off. You see, coming over here, he's the kind of guy you want. He does everything right, but he's really been, like, taking up another notch from when we saw him in Pittsburgh, in my opinion. He was got off to a good start there, but now you're seeing him finish these plays, have patience to cut back, and then one cut up field, and then this ball security here. It's a teaching tape, and that was a big-time drive, down 14-0, John.
Huge, had to have it. They go 75 yards in 11 plays. Prater out for the extra point. That kick is good. That's now 18 consecutive home games with a rush touchdown. It's the longest streak in the league since the Cowboys back in the mid-90s. Murray did a lot of it with his legs, and then Connor finished it off.
Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen Zach. Zen Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a mellow drum circle. It's cool, right? The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean. The ocean? And Zen Zach rides with Geico, because saving money and getting great coverage is totally chill. Geico. Savings and service for both your sides.
Making a home means making decisions. Lots of them. So we promise to be here with prices you'll love if you just promise to put your heart into it. Seasons change, but our Lowe's price promise is every day. Shop fall at Lowe's today.
Wow, we're on Verizon now.
Because of their new plan, One Unlimited for iPhone. It comes with Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, and iCloud Plus.
All included on the network you want to be on.
Exactly. We could be up here all weekend listening to The Weeknd.
While flinging Angry Birds.
Not you. You're lovely. Are you napping?
No, I'm watching my favorite show, starring me.
Get your Apple favorites all in one plan. Introducing One Unlimited for iPhone. And now get iPhone 14 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
He knows. He knows Chipotle's chicken is responsibly raised without antibiotics. And that Carlos here grills it fresh all day long. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
Bundle Paramount Plus with Showtime. Show me what you can do. Stream it all in one place.
Oh, what a shot!
Stream Paramount Plus with Showtime. Just $7.99 per month.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Chipotle. For real. Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Lowe's. Let's tackle home together this year.
The raw, rugged beauty, the Valley of the Sun, which is off to a fast start here in Glendale. Kansas City 14, Arizona 7. James Conner scoring from 2 yards out. His 18 overall touchdowns last year, second in the league, where only 2 were better than him with 20. Jonathan Taylor and Austin Eckler. But you look at Mahomes on opening day. He's now, with 2 today, 15 touchdowns, no picks. He's never lost week 1 in his what is still a young career. He doesn't turn 27 until next Saturday.
He's off to the rarest of rare starts. I mean, he's up there in like almost getting close to the by himself territory to the start of the career. Dan Marino, him. But here's what we saw starting off from this exceptional young Patrick Mahomes. Yes, we lost Tyreek Hill, and everyone was a little bit like, oh my goodness. They still have Kelsey. They bring in Smith-Schuster, and they still have the eyes of Mahomes and the trickery of Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy. and that's always going to give teams problems. You're just going to see a lot more sets like this, Jim. One tight end, one fullback, a lot more play action off that, just running it.
Here's the handoff, Edwards-Helaire, and runs into a bunch, including Buda Baker. Gain of only a yard. Inside the NFL, the show the pros watch returns Tuesday for a new season, streaming exclusively on Paramount+. So Butker back out of the locker room, and he's going to try to warm up, it appears, get back into the game. But a lot of the nation was in that Pittsburgh-Cincinnati overtime when we first addressed life without Tyreek Hill, bringing out Juju Smith-Schuster, bringing in Valdez-Scantling, a rookie, Sky Moore, who's had a number of snaps already in this game. And the new challenge for Patrick Mahomes, 2nd and 9.
Challenge is a great term.
There it is to Valdez-Scantling. And, well, you thought this could be a good thing for Patrick Mahomes to have so many more options.
Yes, I mean, well, here's the good reason why. It's never better to get rid of someone crazy talented as you see Valdez-Scantling coming across the middle. But what it is the evolution of the quarterback position. You learn more every year. And when you're forced to do things differently, you know, when Tyreek Hill and Kelsey are out there, you could hang on them forever. They're going to make it work. Now, you've got to get through the progressions faster. You've got to know the coverages more. And I think that's only going to make him way tougher to beat. And you're seeing it happen today. And you see him hand that ball off with his right hand. I'd like to see that again if he handed that ball with his right hand. Tracy's report earlier said he hurt his left hand, and that's showing you right there.
He handed it off to the rookie Pacheco out of Rutgers. I did see that.
I was watching, and that was hair strange that he kept it in his right hand there. That should be a left-handed one right there. Yep, he did. It's a great job by Tracy talking about the injury in the last series.
I don't know if that's additional tape around the left wrist, left hand, but there's certainly a significant amount of it as he slings it. Smith-Schuster fumbled it, but it went out of bounds. He had enough for the first. Let's get a little bit more on that from you, Trace.
Well, as you mentioned, just a little bit more. I got some information from the sidelines here. It is that left wrist that he hurt on that touchdown pass. And as I told you earlier, they did tape it up. He was still shaking it on the sideline. They are keeping an eye on it and expect them to take x-rays after this game. That is what I was told, but they are certainly watching him right now, guys.
Okay. Wow. Timeout call by Kansas City. We saw something there. Their third possession of the game. Their first two have gone for touchdowns.
Hey, turns out you don't need a car to listen to Sirius XM. You can listen on the app in your room, at the pool, at your daughter's dance recital.
Conan, not this again.
Or on a yacht, or a bow rider, any kind of ship.
And stop taking my pajamas.
Oh, Larry, I can watch you while watching you.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm a sad man with little to do. I can listen at the bus stop. I can listen to NFL play-by-play at work.
Better ingredients, better pizza, better brace yourself because this right here is a Papa John's Papa Bowl. No crust, just piping hot toppings and melty cheese in an oven-baked bowl. Better ingredients, better pizza, now in a bowl, Papa John's.
Not all 5G networks are created equal. When it comes to 5G coverage, the call stands. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Welcome to Woodstone B&B.
Enjoy your stay.
Feeling pretty good about being weightless right about now?
How are you feeling?
I'm okay. It's just I hit my head really hard.
Ouch.
Do you think I can see him?
See who?
The ghost. I mean, when you hit your head, you could see ghosts.
Ghosts, Flower, Alberta,
Hetty?
Sass, Isaac, no pants?
Oh my God.
As you all know, our first guests, not including the ones that left after the floor collapsed, will be arriving at any moment.
Please be young and hot. Please be young and hot.
Spend your Thursdays with ghosts. The new season's coming September 29th on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Enter CBS Sports Football Pick'em to compete for up to $100,000 in weekly season and jackpot prizes. Play on the CBS Sports app or at cbssports.com/picks.
It's a sea of red here in Arizona. Second quarter with the Chiefs up 14-7. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson. And counting down the days, partner. So excited to be back by your side again.
I was counting them down 300. No, that didn't count. Yesterday. I'm so excited to be back. This is actually the most exciting time outside of the playoffs, the first game of the year. Everyone has dreams of winning, right? You're going to be, this is your year. You're going to make it this year. This is the time to turn it all around.
It's called hope.
Yes.
Everybody's got it. You got to have it. We got flags down, too. Got to have a flag there as Hardman is bumped out of bounds by Thompson.
And you can feel the energy on these players. When we were talking to them, the coaches, it's like, this is exciting.
After the runner went out of bounds, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on a defense, number 34. 15 yards will be added to the end of the run, and an automatic first down.
Yeah, that is definitely going to get called. Thompson was way too late. Murphy Jr. does a good job. That's legal. This is not right there. Hardman lucky to be okay after that, but that's part of it, right? The energy in the first game.
Oh, yeah.
All of this.
And we've seen it all across the league today. That moves the football all the way to the 26. Good pass. Smith-Schuster. He's inside the 20, mark it at the 19. The former Steeler who fought back from injury last year to make it back into the playoffs for the playoff game against Kansas City. And they're glad to have him here.
See, those two guys are on Kelsey. This is where I think Mahomes is going to get, just really raise that next level we talk about. He finds the one-on-one guy now. Oh, we got 3 defenders over there, 2 on Kelsey, only 1 on Smith-Schuster. He's going to just figure that out across the entire field. And I think he'll do better at that than he ever did.
That's why he has already, Juju, 4 catches. Make it 5 and a first down. 5 catches now. Look at him taking 3 or 4. Cardinals with him to the 11-yard line. Marco Wilson was on him first, but he got carried by Smith-Schuster, and some Chiefs for helping move the pile too.
This is really so hard on a defense because this is the true nature of interchangeable parts. They all are playing inside, outside. You're motioning. Andy Reid, Eric Bennett putting them all over the place, and then all of a sudden you just find the one-on-one guy, and that's where Patrick Mahomes, I said, this could really work to his advantage. Instead of waiting for the big play, he's just accepting what the defense gives him and takes it aggressively. Twice 14 for 16, 153 yards to start the season.
He's completed his last 11, which ties his own record. That's a new record, 12 consecutive completions. With that one right there to Hardman.
You were talking about it earlier. Don't you believe that some part of him, he loves Tyreek Hill. They had a great run and everything together. It just happens in sports. But now it's like, oh, you're going to get a little questioned. Are you the same? He had a little criticism to end last year, first time in his career almost. Yeah. Andy Reid, and it's like,
what did Andy say to us yesterday? One of the great things, one of the many great things about Patrick is he's always trying to get better. Yes. And this is that challenge now that's presented to him in year 6.
He loves the challenge. You can tell he's a competitor, and he's so rare and special.
2nd and 4. Gonna spin away, gonna throw it to the end zone, and it's nearly intercepted. That will end the completion streak, which again sets a new single game record, personal record for him, that is, of 12 in a row, but that was intended right here to Gray, Noah Gray.
Yeah, it's just that really he's late with it because he has to get out of there with the pressure coming right up the middle. Safety, and it's a good job by Gray getting in there to not allow it to be intercepted, but good defense there by Wilson.
Yeah, Marco Wilson had a hand on it. 3rd and 4. Toss it. Pacheco, a new number 10, and he stops short. Now, do you go for it? Do you go with Justin Reed? Do you go with Harrison Butker? What do you do here, Andy?
I think I'm going for it. You would, wouldn't you? Without the kicker?
Well, they've actually...
If your kicker's hurt, you would go for it. But Butker came back out. Reed looked incredible, like he's a Pro Bowler, so it's like, you can do whatever, but they got all these great plays. That last play, he did a pitch with his left hand on that one, which is is a good sign. He probably took the tape off.
J.J. inactive, watching. J.J. Watt out with a calf injury. Fourth and two. Open, wide open for the touchdown. His second of the game. Edwards-Helaire. Touchdown pass number 3 in this first half for Mahomes.
Now this is another incredible design by Andy Reid. Watch right here. He's covered right there. You're going to sneak all the way across because it's man-to-man coverage. He's got to fight through everybody to get there. No chance. Another easy touchdown. That's why you go for it. You got Andy Reid. There's the enemy design plays. It's just easy.
Going with Reid on the PAT. He was dead straight on the first one, but not this one.
Just a bit outside.
But Edwards-Helaire with a stunning first half performance, including 2 touchdown catches, 20-7.
Little Caesars is now the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Come on, keep it hot.
It's good.
Pizza? Again.
Harder, readier. Let's go.
Pizza. No, pull. High five.
Pizza.
Come on.
Pizza.
We're ready.
Enjoy game day with the Fanceroni Pepperoni with over 100 old world pepperonis. Pizza.
I've got that blue sky. I've got that sunshine.
New Degree Advanced. First ever 72-hour nonstop protection with Motion Sense. Tested to the limit.
Still feeling dry and fresh.
Superior 72-hour nonstop protection, however much you move.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone looks like this?
Why?
It's okay, people. I've trained for this.
It's not complicated. New and existing customers get a free Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Jake from State Farm. I really want that personal price plan, so I'll admit it. I'm a bath bomb guy.
Dude, you do not need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan simply helps you create an affordable price just for you.
For real?
Who's ready for their jazz bath? No?
Who is that guy?
Jazz bath? Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Pizza. And by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Well, they bring the tray out, the field, as Mahomes has another record to add. First quarterback all time with at least 3 touchdown passes in 5 consecutive season openers.
Oh, that's a pretty good start right there. I tell you what about him too, Jim. Today they were coming in, you had to blitz them a little bit, and they have. And Mahomes today, 8 for 11 with 3 touchdowns. I would stop blitzing him.
There's Reid able to deliver another touchback. By the way, in June, Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell helped organize the Civic Matters Arizona program, sending students on an all-expenses-paid trip to Washington, D.C. on the Cardinals team plane. The students met with elected officials and visited historical landmarks, learning firsthand how government works. Very nice thing to do. Absolutely. Some of the young citizens of Arizona. And his father, Bill Bidwell, will be honored at halftime and added to the Ring of Honor here. His father who passed away 3 years ago, Bill Bidwell, at the age of 88. So, Murray and the Cardinals are down 20-7. They drove it the last time they had it, 75 yards for a score. They go to Dortch, and Fenton's on him, knocks him down after a gain of about 3.
I know that's a nondescript play, but this is what I want to see with Kyler Murray. This was an outstanding job of sliding in the pocket, stepping up, and finding your check down. No big deal, but not every play needs to be a big play, right? And like all quarterbacks, it's just the evolution of your knowledge of the game, and I'm seeing that more and more. Problem today is you got to do everything right when the other team's scoring every time they touch the ball.
Out of the backfield, Connor. George trying to throw a block, and again, it's covered up quickly. That is Nick Bolton, who had such an outstanding rookie campaign, topping all rookies with 112 tackles last year. Second-year player out of Missouri, but once Tyrann Mathieu was not re-signed, he took Tyrann's number, 32, went from 54 to 32, and still making plays all over the field.
Yeah, that's one of those where all of a sudden you'll be watching like, oh, look at who's out there.
That's right. Oh, he's down in New Orleans. That's right. It's the Honey Badger. No, it's not. 3rd and 4. From the gun. Deflected at the line by Chris Jones. Got a hand on it.
Jones as disruptive. He's done a great job already in this game. He split the double team. He's put pressure multiple times, and right here getting those big paws on that one right there. And, you know, we interviewed him yesterday. He's a gentle giant, but you put him on this field, he turns into somebody, and he's outstanding, one of the top defensive tackles in the game.
He is terrific in those production meetings. Here's the boot. Back to the 12. Sky Moore, the rookie, takes it out of bounds. Andy Lee's punt, 57 yards, 13-yard run back. 3 possessions, 3 touchdown passes by Mahomes, up 20-7.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula 1 in a hybrid. You can't break a land speed record. Air. You will not conquer the air. Well, you'll never make a real truck. Or compete off-road. Yeah? But what if you can't see the road? What about when there is no road? No land? No gas? They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives. Whoops.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
You're early.
I didn't want to come late and miss the Bud Lights.
What are you guys doing?
Getting ready for the game.
Dude, you know I like it crispy.
Oh, we made room for the Bud Light.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Finally.
Well, this resume is getting seen, just not by who you want. You need a better plan.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
An Indeed resume is more than a resume. It works harder for you, helping you edit and improve. And it gets you seen by the right people, all without having to do one dance move.
Saturday on CBS, full afternoon of college football beginning at 2:30 Eastern. The drive to Atlanta followed at 3. College football today. 3:30, the return of the SEC on CBS. 22nd ranked Penn State heading into Jordan-Hare against Auburn. That's all Saturday here on CBS. Got a new right guard. Allegretti is in for Trey Smith. And we saw the numbers on the mark for Mahomes overall, 16 of 19. We were talking about how he's now set a record the last five consecutive week 1 performances with at least 3 touchdown passes. His rookie year, of course, he was not the starter week 1. That would have been
Alex Smith.
Alex Smith. He didn't play start in a game until week 17, the last week of the regular season. And his debut was against Vance Joseph, head coach of the Denver Broncos, who's the coordinator he's going against today.
Right now, he's starting to get a beat on Vance Joseph, it looks like.
2nd and 5, and catching it right near the sticks. And a spot him inches short, Kelsey.
This is hard because, you know, Arizona does a great job at disguising coverage. Vance Joseph, you talk about, is really good at blitzing without sending a ton of people. And you see Buda Baker coming off the edge, but I don't think you can really blitz Mahomes consistently. I mean, he led the league last year, 74% completion percentage versus the blitz, and yards per attempt, almost 11. Well, today he's doing the same thing. You know, he's now 9 for 12 for 3 touchdowns. I mean, it's the exact same numbers he always has. It's just hard.
Vance Joseph didn't like the spot. The original spot looked like it would be short, but then they mark it down, give him enough for the first. And that run by McKinnon goes for about 1. And we go back down to the sideline, Trace.
Jim, you mentioned a new right guard for the Chiefs. Well, Trey Smith, he is questionable with an ankle injury. Also, keep an eye on cornerback Byron Murphy. Spent some time in the Blue 10. He was sick during the week. Seems as though he is still dealing with a little bit of something. And remember, we told you in the beginning of the broadcast, they are extremely thin at cornerback.
They certainly are.
Yeah, that's good. Murphy had a heck of a camp this year. The coach is very impressed. 4 interceptions last year. That's a big one if they lose that.
2nd and 9. To McKinnon. 2 waiting for him. Slashes back inside up to the 43. Brought down by Jalen Thompson, who has a new contract. That's quite a safety tandem at Arizona. You're not going to say you're too impressed by what you've seen out of this Cardinal defense up to this point, but Thompson and Baker, as the season goes on, but secondary is thin, but they've got 2 anchors back there in the back. In Thompson and
You're
Baker.
exactly right, and you're going to see them over and over. I think what you do is you put them in positions. I like to see them both go next to each other, side by side. You'll eventually get one of them down, right? He's going to blitz here. They'll come down and cover him, and then all of a sudden you'll see Buda go to the middle.
With a sidearm fling, and McKinnon was well covered up there by Zaven Collins. And that was Golden putting pressure on him. Marcus Golden, who hadn't practiced in about a month with a toe injury.
Well, you'll watch. We talked about it. He's going to blitz, and this is such an advantage to have one of these 2 guys be able to. He'll go to the middle. He'll cover him. Mahomes sees the blitz coming and gets it off a little early. Good coverage on the other side, popping out. Well done there, Vance Joseph and that team.
Tommy Townsend gets to launch his first punt of the season. And it's a touchback.
A good defensive stop there. You got to be happy if you're an Arizona fan finally getting one.
Just a net of 38 off the 58-yard boot into the end zone. 3 minutes to go in the first half in Arizona.
We're in a bit of a predicament.
No man, let's hope. Please take that way there. We need to clear our names. Oh, that's something.
Things have gotten more complicated.
Do you want to start this?
Drinks on me.
There's more where this came from. Let's go to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, rated R, October 7th.
The new Subway Series menu, the greatest sandwich roster ever assembled.
For more on the new boss, here's Patrick Mahomes.
Incredible. Meatballs, fresh mozzarella, and pepperoni.
Oh, the meatball's out. I thought he never fumbles. The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
This is the Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar. The bar and the handle removes unseen dirt and debris ahead of the blades for effortless shaving in one efficient stroke.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on an unlocked Pixel 6a with qualified activation.
Youth football is all about swag, style, fun. 3 things Peyton has none of. What is
was
I've been asked if what I did was worth 25 years. Now, I'm gonna see if it was.
I want you to go to Tulsa.
You serious?
What's an ex-mafia capo doing in Tulsa?
When I figure that out, you'll be the second one to know. Soon, I'm gonna own this city.
Well, coming up, the Verizon halftime report. Our great team in the studio, JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach Cower. Scores and highlights coming up on the Verizon halftime report and the recaps of the 1 o'clock games in one of the craziest opening 1 o'clock windows you'll ever see, including 2 games went to overtime.
And a lot of them started like this and just finished incredibly dramatic.
Here's a first down, hand off the draw to Connor. And he's able to slip through a tackle near the line of scrimmage and pick up about 7. There's 3 possessions, punt, touchdown, and then 3 plays and a punt.
Yeah, you gotta be able to possess the ball, and that's one of the key things here. I mean, you're gonna find Cliff Kingsbury, they run a lot of screens, quick stuff, draws. You've seen a draw by Murray go for a big play. There's a draw there to Connor. But you get a lot of man coverage here on this defense, so you're going to have to actually push the ball down the field a little bit more, I think, as this game continues.
Time of possessions, 2-1 Kansas City, as Murray lofts it down. A beautiful pass to Brown. Marquise Brown with the catch. His second of the game, and it goes for 26.
Just a great job here. That was outstanding footwork in the pocket. Kyler Murray standing, quiet feet, and having that arm, the ability to put that in between. He has a lot of wow moments, and that's why he's really excited. The more knowledge he gains about defenses. And
2-minute warning. Not able to run a play on the front side of that, but 2 minutes to go, and the Cardinals up a 26-yard game ball in Kansas City territory.
From early morning till late at night, I'm the hardest.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
With an Invisalign smile, everything clicks. And that class reunion becomes...
Is that Anna?
Invis is the #1 doctor-recommended clear aligner and more predictable results. Invisalign.
He takes the Tostitos, fakes left, goes right, and dives into the salsa. Now that is how you bring home the snacks.
What is he doing? Preparing for his next career as a commentator. Isn't he a little young for that? All the best players get broadcast deals these days.
Bill's Mafia is going absolutely crazy down here. Isn't that right, Billy? So true, so true. Back to you, Josh. Back to you. And let's go down onto the field for the coin toss. Doesn't get much better than this.
Beautiful day in Baltimore, where most people probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? You see, the thing is, Geico, well, could help them save on boat insurance too. Oi! Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello?
I'm trying my best.
Seriously, I'm serious. Request to come ashore.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Football is back, and it's time to celebrate. Up your game with an impressive big new Sony TV from Best Buy. It's been a long wait, and everyone is psyched to get back to cheering for their favorite teams and players. When it comes to fun and excitement, nothing can top the energy of NFL football. Catch it all with Best Buy, the official home entertainment retailer of the NFL.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by FanDuel. Make every moment more. And by Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Tony, the possessing of the football for Kansas City. He's part of the story in this game.
Absolutely. You called it earlier. They deferred. Arizona did to start the game. Kansas City goes down, you get behind, you're like, uh-oh. Well, right here, I like that they didn't snap that play before 2 minutes. You want to run this right down, score, make it 20-14, and then get the ball back. And all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, what just happened?
Well, that's the game plan. Let's see if they can execute it. They go to Connor. Lost the football. Jones knocked it out of his hand.
Jones with an incredible start to this game. It's been very disruptive and nothing bigger than this play if Kansas City gets this ball. This is a game-changing play by far. Obviously, all turnovers are, but this one, I'm saying, is even more game-changing. Oh, you're so nervous. This is such an impact on the outcome of this game right here.
Connor tried to get back there. He did. What a job by Connor to retrieve it. Kingsbury and company have new life. But watch Jones.
Extra effort coming down the line, and then that's always scary when he's coming right at you with no one in between.
Wow.
Really good job here, by the way, by the referees. You know, they stop that clock, look for the ball, then they restart it. You know, and a good job by Arizona to take it down, 2nd and 15.
Yeah, loss of 5. Here's Murray, left side. Nice catch. Dortch lost it after the catch, and he gets it back. Willie Gay was trying to make a play on it. He's a yard short of the first. Oh, was it a catch?
Oh, yeah. That's a catch.
Timeout called by Arizona. Dortch has made a couple of nice plays. He's got 4 receptions for 45 yards.
I was having challenges with my old bank. Lots of red flags. Yellow ones, too. Fees, penalties,
unnecessary fees,
playing dirty. So I broke up with bad banking and moved on with SoFi Checking and Savings. Now I get up to 2.0.
Up your game with the big new Samsung, LG, or Sony TV from Best Buy.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be good days and bad ones. But when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans. Brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Eliminating grays is as easy as combing your hair. With Just for Men Easy Comb in Color. Just twist and comb. Getting natural looking results.
Let's get this meeting started.
Has never been easier. The most men trust Just for Men.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X. GMC, we are professional grade.
47-yard line.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by GMC. We are professional grade. GMC. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. And by Modelo. Brewed for full-time fans with a fighting spirit.
The ruling on the field was overturned. No catch, Gene Steratore.
Wow.
Yeah, Jim, and what they're looking for is, you know, we have to have possession naturally, then 2 feet down, and then the time to make a football move or a football move. In this case, possession two feet down, but he's falling. No time element as they ruled to make a football move. That's why they reversed to incomplete.
Arizona got its timeout back. 3rd and 15. Thank you, Gino. With 1:23 to go in the half. Here they come after him. Kyle plants the feet, launches, almost picked off. Hit Fenton in the hands. He went back to Dortch.
Well, it's a stunt up front. Get really free. Watch, coming around right here. right there's Frank Clark, but nope, Murray. And this is a poor job right here. You see 83, George, he actually turns to run. He saves the interception, but he should have just stayed and worked with the quarterback to the side. He wanted to throw it. Ooh, and that was almost a hit to the head there.
Here's Lee's punt. Sky Moore steps up at the 12. Maybe up to the 21. 41-yard punt, 8-yard return. Back in 30 after this from State Farm.
Jake from State Farm. I really want that personal price plan, so I'll admit it. I'm a bath bomb guy.
Dude, you do not need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan simply helps you create an affordable price just for you.
For real?
Who's ready for their jazz bath? No?
Who is that guy?
Jazz bath? Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Minute and 5. How aggressive will they be, Tony?
Well, this is Kansas City we're talking about. They're going to be aggressive, but by aggressive, that means you can probably get a screen, you can do things fast, get the ball out of your hands. Once you get that first down, you go. They got 2 timeouts, plenty of time, especially to get in field goal range, even a touchdown if you get one play over 25 yards.
Zips it wide open. Smith-Schuster, he lost it on the way down, and it's recovered by Arizona. Stripped away by Gardak, and Murphy is able to recover.
This is going to be a fumble. And really, Arizona just gets it back. Smith-Schuster right behind. 45, Gardak comes in, uses a punch right to the ball. And it's an outstanding job. And it's really a 2-man process there. 25 comes flying in. Collins, the fast second-year linebacker, but right there, boom, that's a perfect textbook punch by Gardak. Those are game-changing plays. And the catch earlier, Jim, that wasn't a catch that I thought actually was. You're right back in the same spot.
Right, exact same spot. They just lost a few seconds off the clock, but plenty of time, 58 seconds, and all 3 timeouts from the Kansas City 42. Getting a lot of action. George out of bounds. Gain of about 5, maybe 6. Coming up, Verizon halftime report. JP and the crew standing by back in New York at the broadcast center to deliver all the NFL scores and highlights coming up on the Verizon halftime report.
I'm loving this motion right here. Second last in the league last year, Arizona. Dead last 2 years ago, and now you're seeing more of it, and I like it. It's disrupting the defense.
Rolling away from Clark. Thrown on the run. Oh, diving attempt by Thornhill. Breaks up the pass.
That was great closing speed right there by Thornhill, who's really come on. He got injured. Sorensen played a bunch. They lose Matthew and Sorensen, and he's had an incredible camp, and he's really taken off. And you're seeing that right there. That was an outstanding job closing on the ball on Isabella.
Isabella, who had a big preseason, and they expect him to be in the game plan a lot this year.
Absolutely. I mean, that's all right. Well, here we go. 3rd and 5. Possible 4-down territory. You could get points either way, but right here you'll have a chance to get the ball outside.
Caught. Dortch spun down right away by Justin Reed. Done a little bit of everything in this half. It's going to be 4th and almost 2. Timeout called by Arizona. Back in 30 seconds after this from the Home Depot.
We decided it's time to put a different kind of power tool in your hands. Store Mode in the Home Depot app gives you in-store tools made to help you get more done. To guide you every step of the way and explore products quickly with the scan. That way you get the top brands at the best prices without missing a beat. It's made for doing. Download the Home Depot app and see how doers get more done.
Going for it, Tony, on 4th down.
Yep, as soon as you take a timeout, you know you're going for it. Remember, you got a running quarterback here. Some misdirection. You're going to get man-to-man coverage. all the way around. So you're going to want to get some crossers coming this way, or you're going to want to fake it to the running back and use your quarterback's legs, have someone come underneath.
From the pocket, buying time, in trouble, and just throws it away over the head of Connor. Not a catchable ball.
Oh, this Kyler Murray is going to kick himself tomorrow when he looks back. We saw the play design earlier. It's a great job. Watch right here. He's coming across, and he throws it right here. Throw it. He's about to throw it. You got all that space. The play's designed for that. We said it's man-to-man crossers. You sneak underneath it. The play that Kansas City ran earlier. But Kyler, maybe he couldn't see it, Jim. Sometimes that actually, people are in the way, and he's not 6'5". It happens.
It looked like for a second, though, when he was looking his way, it looked like Dortch kind of was stumbling, had lost his balance.
That could have been it. He could have thought maybe that he was actually going to fall.
Yeah.
Through the progression.
So now Kansas City can do something. Pass. Complete. Valdez-Scantling. Kansas City, but 2 timeouts, bring it down to 1. You get these new guys like Valdez-Scantling, and you get Smith-Schuster, and these guys come from places where they have played with big-time elite quarterbacks, and they join Mahomes in Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things is Andy Reid went out, you got to give him credit. Brett Veach, their general manager, and you're assessing who to go get. You want quarterback-friendly guys, right? You want all these things. But both these guys are, and you can tell, they ask great questions. You talk to Patrick Mahomes, he's like, well, he brought up 2 or 3 things, and I was like, I forgot. He played with Aaron Rodgers. He played with Ben Roethlisberger. They're teaching these guys that whole time they were there as well. So these guys have an incredible knowledge, encyclopedia, about how to play the position. It's rubbing off. That's why the connection can happen so fast.
Without Tyreek Hill, Mahomes has 205 yards passing in this first half. 27 seconds. And 1 timeout. One back to Smith-Schuster, who has 6 catches. Valdez-Scantling with 2. You're right. They come by way of working with Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers. You're not getting just 2 guys. You're getting 2 guys who have worked with perfectionists. They've competed at the highest level in the biggest games.
Yeah, exactly right. And that ball was a little behind, but it was almost on purpose. Because Turner was flying from the middle and got in front of Mahomes' eyes, and so he had to make sure 47 didn't hit it.
Stepping up, felt the heat, beautiful pass. In field goal range. And Kelsey.
Just clock it right here. Save your timeout. You gotta hurry up, though. Each one of these seconds matters. Get set, snap it. Unless there was a timeout already.
Timeout called by Kansas City. And during this timeout, Tracy, you have an update on the kicking situation.
Harrison Butker right now warming up right next to me. Chief Special Teams coach Dave Tobe just went over to him, talked to him, asked him if he can go, and he shook his head. Yes, we will see how much they can trust him on this injured ankle, guys.
Dave Tobe, one of the very best, who has been the special teams coach the entire time during Andy Reid's reign here. This is year 10. And Tobe's special teams unit last year, all 4 phases of it finished in the top 10 in the league. So he's letting Andy probably know right here that Butker can go. But it would be about a 54-yarder from this point if they don't gain any yardage. 14 seconds and no timeouts.
You're going to have Hardman right up the middle if he wants him.
Well, you don't want to catch that because he would have been unable to get another playoff.
Yeah. So this right here is a very difficult decision. So Butker's back. He can kick from here. So I'm taking a shot to the end zone. If there's somebody else, I'm trying to get the 5-8 yards 2-3 times right. 3 seconds, a quick out, stuff like that. But with Butker, I'm looking and seeing if the safeties are deep.
They're not.
And if they're really deep, you just throw it out of bounds, have him run out here, and you just launch it over his head with the same thing up top. But if they don't get deep, take the shot.
And that was in the area of Kelsey.
It's exactly the right play. Throw it out of play if he's covered.
Got knocked to the ground again.
It's a great spin move right there. Gardeck having a great game. You see, this is why I really feel like Arizona's going to be good on defense this year. Watt's injured, right? They don't have much depth at corner, a lot of crazy stuff. But right now, it's a Jim Nantz call.
Yeah, it's with that tender left ankle, the plant foot. Butker had to be carted off earlier in this half. 54 yards.
Like I said, do not move on the pavement.
And that kick is good. Didn't take a lot of steps into it, if you noticed.
Wow, how about that? He comes back from the locker room, thinks he's probably done, and Daniel LaRusso is going to fight, and he comes through.
How about that? Good comparison. He's going to limp in, but he adds 3 points. He did shorten up his run. If you notice, it was like almost like a one-step lead into it.
Yeah, he takes one step because you can't take all of them because you can't plant with enough. It'd be too much pace, like pressure.
Okay, now find the safety
That's
deposit
incredible. How
box.
good are you that you could just step up and do that? Completely change your routine in an NFL game. You see Coach Todd here excited.
There it is. Drill it. You found the box? Okay, go in your bag.
Boy, he hopped off that left foot and it hurt. Did you notice that?
Yeah, it's almost like normally that thing is planted longer, right? He stays still, and then he's like, oh, baby.
Drill burns out. This whole thing will take too long.
Let's go get a snap.
Keep going. We need that box.
Reed's going to kick off. We've got 2 seconds to go. He's delivered 2 touchbacks. A lot of you weren't with us the first one. It went all the way through the uprights, the back of the end zone. During training camp, Reed actually lined up for a 65-yard field goal attempt, and he drilled it. He's got some leg on him, as we mentioned. Former high school kicker and soccer player. Impressive. Again, signed in the offseason to take the Tyler Matthew spot at safety. Signed by way of Houston.
Extremely underrated. I mean, think about the future of this. If you ever found a guy who could do this, who plays a position on the field, you would gain, you know, a significant advantage in the NFL. There's not that many guys, and you're always trying to figure out who's going to dress and who's not. Could you imagine having a safety that actually was your kicker and like a D lineman who's your punter? Well, you get 2 extra guys in depth on your roster on game day that other teams would never have.
Be a little risk, though. They might get injured during the game.
Well, that's why you need this whole line to
There's the backup guy. Got it. Got it. Give Reed a lot of credit. Kick 1 PAT, 1 of 2. 54 yards by Butker, makes it 23-7 at the intermission. Halftime is next after these first half highlights from Verizon and a word from your local station.
Well, we're on Verizon.
Because of their new plan, One Unlimited for iPhone comes with Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, and iCloud Plus.
All included on the network you want to be on.
Exactly. We could be up here all weekend listening to The Weekend.
While flinging Angry Birds.
Are you napping?
No, watching my favorite show, starring me.
Get your Apple favorites all in one plan. Introducing One Unlimited for iPhone. And now get iPhone 14 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
CBS Mornings, weekdays on CBS.
On life's journey, you deserve the best. And that's why Phoenix provides the full continuum of care so we can provide the care you need at the time you need it.
Choose a winning team. Choose Phoenix.
I choose Phoenix.
Do you ever wonder why we always stress buying local? Because it gives us the opportunity to give back to the community and to make our towns better places to live.
It helps me make big plays. It helps me twirl faster.
It helps us get international.
Every time you shop local, we are able to employ another one of your neighbors and give to a school, nonprofit, traveling team, or band. Thank you for helping us serve our communities. Buy local, buy for less, buy Lewis.
At your Ford dealer, making sure your Ford is running in tip-top shape is a big deal. And it just got a little bigger, starting with the works. It includes a synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, vehicle checkup, and more. Only your Ford dealer has factory-trained technicians and Ford parts, which makes it the best place to keep your vehicle or your next new Ford running at its best. Call to schedule service now or schedule with the Ford Pass app. They'll get you in and back on your way fast. Get the works and get ready to go.
At Phoenix, we are dedicated to improving quality of life by providing home health, hospice, and caregiver services in the comfort of your home.
No matter where you call home, you can trust Phoenix will be there when you need us most.
I choose Phoenix.
Download the Storm Team 12 weather app. This is KWCH 12 Eyewitness News Weekend.
I'm Haley Tucker, and this is your Eyewitness News halftime report. Today, the nation remembers the lives lost in the 9/11 terrorist attacks 21 years ago. Many are paying their respects today. Some Andover firefighters, as you see there, walked up 110 flights of stairs this morning, the same amount that New York City firefighters faced to try and rescue people in the World Trade Center. This event is one of the many 9/11 tributes happening today. And just a heads up, if you're in downtown Wichita tomorrow, you may hear your phone go off. Sedgwick County and the city of Wichita are involved in a nationwide wireless emergency alert test. They partnered with the FCC on a project to hyper-specify where emergency alerts are sent. If you're in this area of downtown Wichita tomorrow at 3 o'clock, you should receive the alert. You'll also be sent a link to a survey to help the FCC determine how successful this test was.
Weather-wise, a pretty nice day around Kansas. We're going to be looking at temperatures falling off out of the 70s and into the 60s as we head on toward 10 o'clock in Wichita, all with a clear sky. And it'll be a cool start to your Monday morning. Lows tonight falling back down into the 40s and 50s, all underneath the clear sky. Plenty of sunshine for tomorrow and about 10 degrees warmer. Highs back in the upper 80s. The warming trend continues into the week ahead. A full check of your 10-day forecast tonight on Eyewitness News.
Don't hang up. This is Bruce.
You start early.
Yeah,
but
kind of a
we've been
big
at it
deal, and you can be too with my own patented
because
full
it's
short
what you expect
testosterone.
from Eyewitness
I manage
News.
the whole process
It's
from
what
like
we do.
milking to
Update
delivery.
and getting you ready
So just
every
hit me up,
morning.
and I'll
Some
drop it
news
off.
here,
All right?
a
And you
quick
will,
look at
you
the
will be
roads,
almost
a bit of
unstoppable.
weather there.
Apex shit.
You
I'm
never
serious.
know what could change
Call
your
the B
plans.
unit.
So expect us to help you start your day right.
There's your
Eyewitness
FSA
News,
fine
all
police
morning long on KWCH and KSCW.
You'll sleep well tonight.
Expect
we all
more.
will. Enjoy the spoils while you can. I'll be back in touch if there's more work down the road.
We'll live together.
Bravo will be deploying on a long-term hop.
Syria, who's there?
Who isn't?
Let's go. We got this.
Somebody messed up.
Command's under pressure. One team is going to get decommissioned. This could be our last op ever.
SEAL Team, streaming September 18th. Use promo code BRAVO for a free month of Paramount Plus.
CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report.
And welcome back to our New York studio and the Verizon Halftime Report, the network that America relies on. JB here in Studio 43 with my guys. And folks, it was a kicker's roller coaster today, Nate.
That's right. So here's some field goal highlights. And we're not just doing this for kicks and giggles. Saints, Falcons, 23 seconds left. Saints kicker Will Lutz, 51-yard field goal, and it is good. All right, Atlanta, it's your turn. Young Wei Koo, 63 yards away, and it's blocked. It is blocked as time expires. The Saints, they win 27-26.
Carolina and Cleveland here, 1:17 left. Eddie Pinheiro puts Carolina up 24-23 with a 34-yard field goal. And then, with 13 seconds left, Cleveland kicker Cade York, a rookie, makes a 58-yard go-ahead field goal. Browns win 26-24.
All right, down in Houston, in overtime, the Colts have not won on opening weekend in 8 straight years. Make it 9 as Rodrigo Blankenship misses a potential game winner wide right. 2020 tie with the Texans.
End of regulation, a chance to have a McPherson extra point blocked by Minka Fitzpatrick. Bengals get the ball back in overtime. A chance to have a McPherson again. Wide left with a backup snapper, I might add. So the Steelers get the ball. Chris Boswell, he's money. Right there from 55. It's up, and it's doink. Okay, but watch right here. The punt by Cincinnati with 15 seconds left. They could have run the ball down to 3 seconds, which will give them no more time for Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh took the extra time with that punt and got the ball back for Boswell. A second chance in overtime. Last play of overtime, 53 yards, and we have a game winner with the Steelers.
Wow.
Again for Cincinnati, they were using a backup snapper, which led to a lot of the mistiming that took place for Evan McPherson.
But isn't it interesting, though, that you spend all summer, all training camp, in hopes that offense or defense will win you games, and then in week 1, it comes down to special teams.
So many close games now in the NFL. It's going to come down to these kickers a lot. So you better find one and fall in love.
I think this is the coolest thing ever in this Kansas City-Arizona game. Justin Reed kicking off, attempting extra points. Harrison Butker comes back out there, kicks with a bad ankle. It just goes to show you
that when the special teams are truly special, how effective they really are for these teams.
With parity today, you better have a good kicker because the games come down, as we just saw.
What if you don't have a good kicker?
Then you better go find a good kicker.
Where are they,
because,
Coach?
you know, they're out there.
Kickers are people everywhere.
The Verizon halftime report continues.
CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report, the network America relies on.
Ink Master is back with an all-new host. Oh my God.
Ink Master, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Every Sunday you watch us. But just so you know, we see you too.
We see you, moms, looking for a safe place to raise their kids.
We see you, the heroes who've risked their lives to protect ours.
We see you in the hospitals and cancer wards. We see you, because your challenges are our challenges.
The whole world watches us. But now, we're gonna see you too.
This is a CBS News update. I'm Nora O'Donnell in London. The long farewell to Queen Elizabeth II is underway. The public saw her coffin for the first time as it left Balmoral Castle. Thousands lined the 175-mile route to Edinburgh, Scotland. The Queen's state funeral will take place Monday, September 19th here in London. And even with the mourning, there is excitement about the next chapter of the monarchy. King Charles III was greeted by cheers as he arrived here at Buckingham Palace today. And a surprise reunion at Windsor Castle this weekend. Princes William and Harry and their wives greeted crowds. It was their first appearance together in more than 2 years. And it's been a somber day of remembrance across the United States as Americans paid tribute to the nearly 3,000 lives lost on September 11th. Our coverage continues on CBS News streaming, and tonight, a special edition of the CBS Evening News. I'm Nora O'Donnell in London.
4 murders. We need to move cautiously on this.
Let's get to work. We gotta find this guy fast.
Is it always going to be like this? Action, action, and action.
This job's about finding our fugitive. We're gonna find who did this.
The FBI's new seasons beginning September 20th on CBS. CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report, the network America relies on and the official 5G network of the NFL.
Listen, this is Tony Prince.
Being in the middle, it gets a bad rap. But if you ask me, the middle is the best place to be. See, the middle is where I work with both parties to balance the budget, build a record surplus, fully fund our schools, and eliminate the food tax. Because for me, it isn't about being a Democrat or a Republican. It's about meeting in the middle to get things done for Kansans.
Download the Storm Team 12 weather app.
Don't want to look away from the game? Just tell Siri, read my last text.
desert. Arizona will be receiving the second half kickoff, but down 23-7. The late owner of the Cardinals, Bill Bidwell, was remembered at halftime and inducted into the Hall of Fame and put onto the Ring of Honor. Bill Bidwell, who moved the franchise here to Arizona in 1988 and opened the stadium in 2006. All right, Tony, what kind of adjustments do you make here if you're Coach Kingsbury and the Cardinals, who've been, well, they were down quickly 14-0 as Kansas City came right out, looked like the offensive hold.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I think the biggest thing was you got shocked by how much two tight end usage they had, and that really allowed Kansas City to counter, play action, get the ball to everybody. And I think you'll see the adjustment here in the second half of Arizona, but, you know, they're in a little bit of a hole here, and these first possessions become huge, and they need to settle down on offense. You saw guys jump in a little early, movement, and get the ball down the field. They've had success when they're pushing it down the field through play action or just drop back.
Their one touchdown for Arizona was a touchdown run from 2 yards out by James Conner. The first half numbers look like this. KC with 3 touchdowns in the red zone, all of them via the pass, 2 of them to Edwards-Helaire, and the other one to Kelsey. And how about the quarterback play in the first half, Tony?
Well, I mean, outstanding for Mahomes. He started off just like where he left off, and it was without Tyreek Hill, the question mark. You knew he wanted to come out and show everyone, you know, that he's who he is, and, you know, we knew that. But right now, Kyler Murray, you got to give this the credit to Kansas City's young secondary. There are question marks coming in. We'll touch on in the second half. Through the draft, we got 6 rookies who are dressed today on defense. For Spagnuolo to be able to go out there and make it difficult, you know, for the Cardinals offense, it's impressive so far. We'll see if they can keep that up, though.
There's Butker, who added the field goal right before the half. Yeah, you talk about those rookies like Trent McDuffie, Brian Cook, Joshua Williams up today, Jalen Watson, Leo Chenal, all up today for the Chiefs as this return gets all the way out to about the 27. Benjamin, and the Cardinals are setting up shop from the 27. Tracy, back down to you.
Jim, I spoke with Cliff Kingsbury coming out of the locker room. He said offensively, he believes that Kyler Murray is playing at a high level. They just need to clean some things up a little bit. As for the defense, well, he said Pat's going to be Pat. We need to do a better job of containing him. I asked Andy Reid if he's concerned about Patrick Mahomes' left wrist that he suffered in that first drive. He said not right now. It's definitely sore, but they'll deal with it after the game.
And there you see Matt Nagy. Thank you, Tracy. The former Bears head coach coming back to Kansas City, quarterback coach for Andy Reid. Was a very successful assistant in his past at KC. Returns. Handoff goes to Conner and a gain of only 1. Interesting in that first half for Arizona in their passing attack. A.J. Green was targeted only once. Didn't catch it. Ertz, no targets. So 2 guys with over 600 career receptions. Not a factor there in that first half.
Yeah, well, you're getting some tight coverage. They're playing some soft zone a lot. Their safeties are high, and that's where Ertz should be a part of it. But they do a lot of blocking with him, right? They want to create that pocket strong in the middle. So I like this right here. Get him spread out. Allow your quarterback to move around and get it to him quickly right on.
2nd and 9, and able to break the tackle. That's George. And that effort picks up the first down before Gay ends it at about the 37. New set of downs, and they're going to go up tempo.
Yes, this is exactly where I thought would come out, you know, in the first quarter, what I really thought. Spread them out. Get the receivers, get people away from the line of scrimmage. And this is what we talked about. They're jumping offside, they're going early in. Just too many mistakes.
False start. Offense, number 68. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's what I meant by settle in, Jim, right? It's like you're just like rushed. Everything is just not in sync, and that's, sometimes that can happen in the first game, but when your opponent doesn't look like it, that just means you're not quite playing as efficiently.
An Arizona team that last year won its first 7, was 11-2 at one time, and then including its wild card playoff loss at the Rams. They lost 5 of their last 6. So a lot of people forget how good they had it going for the first 3 months of the season. Murray, Jones chasing, pass incomplete. Has felt the heat from big Chris Jones. They call them maybe around here cliffhangers. His first 3 years. Well, he started in 2019, 3-3-1. Didn't finish at 5-10-1. That's where he finished. 6-3. Another good start. Finished 500. And last year, well, there's 10-2, including 7-0. And finished 11-6 with that extra game last year, plus a loss in the playoffs. But he got a new contract in the offseason. Steve Keim, the general manager, did as well. Of course, the quarterback got a new contract. And they're committed to what they have here. They've got what they feel like is the foundation. Snap to Murray. And that's a catch for A.J. Green. Catch number 1 today for the former Bengal wideout.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, the continuity is a big thing for any quarterback. And for Kyler Murray's development, having Cliff Kingsbury, I mean, that's big. The same system, you know, and a coach, you know, who's really, he drafted him right away when he gets here. They came in together. Now watch these guys come in. They're going to chip the edges, help out on the D-line, and then you send guys down the field, and those guys go to the flat.
Backpedaling. Finding a way. No! Holding on at the last moment. Carlos Dunlap was able to get to him. Another former Bengal who most recently was with Seattle. And that's why they brought him to Kansas City for plays like this.
Well, wide open in the flat on the left.
You're making a pass at the lost out near my
And it was
place.
Benjamin who was wide open.
I've got some silenced weapons in my garage for you.
Trying to move around a lot happening here, but Chris Jones makes the play. Watch this. Pause it right here. He's holding. Right there, he was holding, so that way Carlos had the ability to get around. Sneaky veteran move there, right? A little TE, which is both guys twisting. Just hold the guy who's supposed to block Carlos.
Just to bring back out Andy Lee. Punt, a short one with a big hop. Goes past Sky Moore. Now returns it upfield. Hammered down at the 25. So just quick work. No production for the Cardinals on that first possession of the second half. It's 23-7. Kansas City leading here early in the third quarter.
The odds of the universe forming, your parents meeting and birthing you, is basically zero. So what is life? A chance. And every moment, a bet. Like hearing your alarm. Betting if the milk is still milk. Betting on the durability of grocery bags. And betting on politics will come up again. Yes, we all bet on the game of life, but life doesn't offer you $150 in free bets when you bet just 5. So when it comes to the NFL, bet on America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel, and make every moment more.
Total silence like a rock with glasses and a squiggly little pen. I was too smart then, and I am too smart now. I'm not falling for it. No, ma'am. What right do you got to sit there and ask me about my mom? Your eyes, your ears. You're the perverts with those eyes. A man can love his mother without loving his mother. One day she'll need me when she does. All right. End of story, you sick freak.
Hey, sweetie, I'm not seeing the life jackets.
Well, you said you packed them.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you get kicked out of the Air Force.
No, you packed them. You said I won't forget to pack the life jackets.
I'm sorry, I have to challenge that.
Well, you do have one left, so.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
You know, my favorite part was when you said, obviously, I won't forget to bring the life jackets.
This week on 60 Minutes, that. How do you Bill Whitaker with 60 Minutes?
60 minutes.
60 minutes, 60 minutes.
Are you ready for some tough questions? Let me ask you this.
What's your response to that? You have made a decision to give your life to your country.
60 Minutes Sundays on CBS.
Week 1 continues tonight on NBC and tomorrow on ABC and ESPN. Then Week 2 kicks off with Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile phone with NFL Plus.
Hey, we'd like to take a minute, congratulate Tracy, who along with fellow CBS Sports teammate Dana Jacobson, named honorary captains for their alma mater, Michigan's win over Colorado State last Saturday. And boy, you talk about Michigan's finest, and what a supporter of the school. Congratulations, Trace.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. It was an incredible honor.
I know it was a thrill.
It really was.
It's unbelievable. I couldn't tell which one you were there when they were all going out.
What a catch it is. Played to perfection by the quarterback and tight end. Goes for 35.
And this is why they're getting really difficult to defend, Jim, because they're play actioning out of these sets where it's like, oh, watch right here. That's where he's seeing all this, and there's Kelsey. He's going to run all the way across the field, and you see the timing and the leverage. He goes right up the field. He doesn't keep going across. He creates the throwing lane. They have such a connection.
Uh-oh, little mishandle. Very quickly picked up by Edwards-Alaire. Back to the line of scrimmage. We've got an update. JB Boomer, it's all yours.
Hey, Jim, I was concentrating on the tight end, but Boomer says no, JB.
Oh, Tony Watts, the quarterback here, rolls to his left. Justin Herbert is going to throw it. Well, he's rolling left and falling back. That shoulder throw to Gerald Everett. 18-yard touchdown pass, his third of the day. Boy, is the AFC West going to be fun, guys, isn't it?
Oh, my gosh. I haven't seen a division that stacked, and I don't know if ever. He was 17 out of 20 with 2 touchdowns and 200 yards in the first half. He is gifted. So is this guy. He finds Sky Moore. Oh, and the rookie taken in the second round out of Western Michigan. Able to make a play.
Really like Sky Moore. Little creative movement right there by Mahomes.
Look at that angle. Look at where the body was when he threw that.
He does so many. Sky Moore's interesting. He's got huge hands, right? He's got a big lower body. He's a great release guy. And is more like a running back built.
He's just super
He's a
smart.
wide receiver, you know, and he kind of does everything.
Picked up on all of it so quickly. That's why you're seeing action here week 1. First and goal to the end zone. That was intended. I got a flag. Give me a flag on Wilson.
Yeah. It looked like he was holding up.
Valdez-Scantling was the target.
Pass interference. Defense number 20. Foul happened in the end zone. We'll put the ball at the 1-yard line in an automatic first down.
Wilson, you'll see, he'll grab his left arm right there. And that little pull doesn't allow him to create the separation. It's the correct call. You can see he's holding onto it right there with his right arm. That was after the first one.
Well, Gene Steratore were the best at calling that a hook and hold. Here's a first and goal.
Oh boy, let's see what kind of trickery here. Tap it, grab it, boom.
Back to the end zone and coming back to get it. It's caught by Forston for the touchdown.
This is where they're really going to surprise a lot of teams. They're going to run a lot of 2 tight end, 3 tight end sets this year. Bell's hurt. Okay, he's their blocking tight end. Well, Noah Gray came on. He was open all the time last year, and that's Fortson, who's a junior college quarterback and wide receiver, 88. He plays tight end for him. He's a big guy, and he can run. And look at that play, and Mahomes drifting back and just trusting him to go over there and get it.
Jody Fortson, they are so high on what his development's been like. Out of Valdosta State, signed as an undrafted rookie back in 2019. And a little glimpse of why they think their tight end room's better than it's ever been. Butker hits the extra point.
And that, Jim, just what you said, might have been part of the reason why Tyreek Hill was allowed to go, because you saw the tight ends coming on. You could shift your offense. Ooh, that one hurt.
Touchdown pass number 4.
A little cocky there. Oh, he's liking it.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives.
Whoops. Oh. The Housewives are on the field. I repeat, the Housewives are on the field.
I just want to talk!
Who flips the table?
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
Hold up. DraftKings, you're telling me that you're boosting same-game parlays? Well, that's big time. Actually, big isn't big enough. We're going to need a new word. Jumbo munganous. No, más tremendous. Gargantuloso. Ah, see? The pink duck gets it.
DraftKings stepped up same-game parlays. Boost your winnings up to 100% for our biggest payouts ever. Action's so good, why bet NFL anywhere else?
What'd you say, Carl?
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more fathers are switching to Ram.
Your body's changing.
And more sons. More tailgaters.
More tail waggers. More men with a lot of confidence.
Easy.
And more with not so much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fit in there.
More people who have it all and don't have it at all.
Wow.
And more guys who check straps with a firm tug and say,
That ain't going anywhere.
are switching to Ram.
All right, team, here we go. Season 20.
Biggest season of our lives.
Possibly our best season yet.
Catching the bad guys. And saving the good guys.
Depending on each other.
Like a family. All right, ready to get it started?
Everybody, let's do this. All right. NCIS on 3.
Oh, wait. NCIS on 20. Okay, now. Shoot, good.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
For the 10th time in his career, Mahomes with a 4-touchdown game on the road, 14 overall. He's hit 8 different receivers today, and he warned everybody, hey, we're going to be having a different hero every week when it comes to catching the football and having a big game. And you can add the likes of Jody Fortson into that. You know, they've got with Kelsey and Noah Gray, Fortson, and Blake Bell will be coming back. They're loaded at the tight end position. And a touchback. And here on 9/11, here in Arizona, you can't help but think of one of the true heroes, most inspirational men to ever grace the National Football League. That would be Pat Tillman. Played 4 seasons for the Arizona Cardinals. Retired early to join the Army Rangers. Motivated to serve his country for the events of 9/11. Memorialized with a statue outside of the stadium. Most humble, amazing lives we've seen come through the NFL. Murray plays it up long, and they're trying to hit ground. I just want to say one thing about Tillman. We were talking to Mark Dalton and all the great folks inside that Arizona organization. He was so selfless and wanted no credit for anything that he did. So when he went to sign up and enlist, he actually got in the car with his brother, and they drove to Denver. They didn't want anyone to know that he was doing it. They wanted anybody to make a fuss about it. Didn't go to a local office here to sign up in the list. Selfless.
American legend right there, Jeff. It's unbelievable. By the way, that was Thornhill in that last count. That's a safety. Taking the top receiver all the way down. He really has come on strong this offseason, and it's going to be a huge play they're going to show. Perfect technique, spinning the hips, still turning and running.
Benjamin with a run for 5. So you got a 3rd and 5, and you're in such a massive hole at 30-7. This is a Kansas City defense. It's a whole lot different than the one from a year ago. It's younger, it's faster, and we're seeing a lot of potential already here with just 2 quarter plus.
Shot down the field.
And there's a breakup. That's a breakup by one of the rookies, Christian Matthew, rookie drafted in the 7th round out of Valdosta State.
I think it was Watson.
It was Watson.
Yeah.
It was Watson.
But they kind of look pretty similar. I mean, Watson right here does a good job staying inside, and A.J. Green tries to go up and get it, but really...
That got my boards all red for both sides.
Yeah.
So I had it on the Arizona side. Yeah.
But he's tall and long, right? He's a 7th-round pick, and he's playing. They like him. He's really done a good job. Williams is a very similar type of body structure. And their first rounder, McDuffie, he's really, really good.
He's out of Washington State, so a great play. Here's another rookie. It's Moore. Nice return. He's had a couple of good returns here today. That one is a 15-yard run back after a 52-yard boot. Chiefs have the football back.
Spies, saboteurs, assassins. We've all done terrible things on behalf of the rebellion. I couldn't face myself if I gave up now.
right?
Star
Those
Wars
guys don't
Andor,
think we had anything to
3-episode
do with
premiere,
it.
streaming soon.
I mean, we're neighbors,
Does your
right?
antiperspirant keep you dry all day?
I don't
We've put Dove
shit
Men
on
Dry
my
Spray to the
doorstep
test.
unless
With Nelson,
Trevor
a
tells me
volunteer who
to,
puts care
but that
into
was
everything he does.
It's a deodorant that really protects my skin. It's comfortable and lasts a long time.
Dove Men goes on dry, clean feel all day.
I don't want the doorstep owners finding out.
Nice place.
Thanks. Been renting 5 years.
Did you know? Paying rent can now raise your credit scores instantly. Free with Experian.
Wait, rent doesn't help your credit? It can now with Experian Boost.
It worked.
About time.
I'm good.
Now rent can boost your credit scores instantly. Free with Experian. Download the Experian app now.
Peaceful state. Full plate. Wait, are you my blind date? Dancing crew, trip for two, now the final interview. Buy or lease. Masterpiece. Inside joke. Artichoke. Game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. Brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
I've got that blue sky. I've got that sunshine.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Experian Boost. Do more with your credit score. Coors Light, made to chill. And by Dove Men Dry Spray. Goes on dry for a clean feel all day.
Ooh, I would have liked to have been there for that shoot. Chef Chris and the folks at the Fry Bread House. And you can sample all kinds of Native American comfort foods. Awesome. Okay, handoff. For about 3 to Edwards-Helaire. Now with 8 carries for 41 yards. But life without Tyreek Hill. Here's what they've done.
Well, here's Hardman. Everyone's like, he's going to take his spot. And, you know, these are automatic touchdowns with Hill. Just barely off. That'll take a second for them to figure out. But this is the big difference. 3 tight ends in the game. This is not what they've done. They've done it before, right? But now these concepts that they would use with Hill, they're doing it with 3 tight ends. And these guys are going across the field. You know, these deep overs with guys running 2 double posts. I mean, that's wide receiver stuff. And that's going to be really difficult on teams, and that's going to help their running game, Jim. And that's the biggest difference.
They go empty here on 2nd and 6, and they go long. And they've got a man open, and it was Hardman. Hard to believe he can overthrow him.
Well, you know, that's just the adjustment. Patrick Mahomes, the earlier 1, 2 today so far. Hardman, and then 1 Valdez Scantling, but
there you see what
he'll adjust that. You know, he always throws it like that. Did you see Hill today?
Yeah, he had 8 catches, 94 yards, and the Dolphins win over New England.
But, I mean, if that's the biggest thing you got to adjust right now is like, hey, take a yard off the ball. Okay. I think we'll be good next week then. It's not, that's not the hardest thing for Patrick Mahomes to adjust to. It's just, Tyreek Hill's fast. He's faster than everybody.
3rd and 6. Take some off of it to get it to Kelsey, who somehow roamed free, and Kelsey is over 100 yards on the game. 8 catches, 121 yards. Pickup of 26.
Watch Kelsey. He's going to use your leverage against you, Simmons. I'm going inside. I'm going no. I mean, that is a tight end. That's not a wide receiver, and that's why he has 6 seasons. At the tight end position, I believe, like over 1,000 yards.
In a row, 6 consecutive. No one else has more than 4 in their whole career.
Because he just has that little thing that just separates. That's incredible. You can't help but like that guy, too. He's really fun.
Now rolling out on the run. Going to keep it. A gain of 4. One thing, you just saw the graphic about Kelsey. 37th game, 100 yards in his career. I'll tell you how special that is. Arizona, the Cardinals haven't had a 100-yard performance by a tight end since 1989.
Oh, my goodness.
Robert Awald in a game 33 years ago. He's had 37 in his career, has Travis Kelsey.
Those guys are game changers. truly like change your whole offense when you get a guy like that.
2nd and 6. He handed it up again with the other hand, and it's McKinnon. Ah, look at that quickness by the former Viking and 49er, who's come back from knee injuries and showing the burst of yesteryear.
Now just a great one cut, and then a second cut, and then a third cut. And that's an outstanding run right there, and Simmons is not having a big game. He's the play caller this year, and they thought that might help him, right? Because you can get to the play, get everyone lined up. He's got the green dot, but right now he's just overran too many plays, got himself out of bounds. He plays everywhere. But maybe that you're going to have to throttle that back a little bit. You see him up at the top in the middle of the field. He's playing free safety now.
Low snap, picked up by Mahomes. Able to fling it at the last second. And Valdez-Scantling with a gain of about 8 when it was nearly a sack instead. That's his 3rd catch for 36 yards.
Allen comes in, wraps up Mahomes a couple times today, been right there, but Mahomes just has that 6th sense, the ability to just get out of it and then make something happen. And coming into this, they saw a bunch of throws on tape. Arizona, like, hey, teams dropped some interceptions last year. I'll give you a chance, but really not many today. This offense is too efficient.
Looking, going underneath. Fordson got the first down after the collision, and the flag comes out.
It's just, we talked about it. How many tight ends they have. But I think Mahomes might have taken too long. 52 might have been downfield. Humphrey, the starting center, on those type of plays. Run pass option. You got to get the ball out quickly because the center doesn't know if you're holding on to it and passing it.
Ineligible receiver illegally downfield prior to the pass on the offense. The 52. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
And that's what it is.
Right there. But now this could be a run. He doesn't know if the quarterback hands off or not, so he's kind of guessing. He's like, is it a run? He's trying to block this guy. If it is, it's like, no, it's a pass. And usually that's actually on the quarterback because you're like, you know, you only have 1 second before 2 seconds before it gets downfield. The ball's got to get out and you throw it in the dirt.
What a rookie year Creed Humphrey had. What an anchor he's going to be for a long time. Just their 2nd penalty of the game. 2nd and 8. Straddling the line and giving it up. Down to the 2-yard line. That's Noah Gray, another one of the tight ends.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes is so in control and just playing so patiently. He's playing fast, but extremely slow. Like his brain is working, seeing everything as in slow motion, but it's going really quick. But to him, he's just able to get through it, slide, feel, sense. And you're seeing a guy possibly becoming right to the peak of his powers.
He's now connected with a 9th different receiver in this game. 1st and goal. McKinnon, the running back. And there it is. Touchdown pass, number 5. Hardman, the recipient.
The old Tyreek Hill play. You're just going to run as fast as you can and make the other guy run as fast as he can. And Murphy's guarding him. Watch up top. Murphy, him. It's a race over here. Who's going to get there first? And it's a sprint to the side, and Hardman wins. It's a pretty good idea, too. Murphy was out with a little hamstring earlier. Let's go see if he can sprint full speed.
Hardman, who had a good postseason. And really the only holdover in the wide receiver ranks after they lost Pringle, Robinson, and of course we've documented several times the loss of Hill, the trade away of Hill to Miami. So they lost 3 of their top 4 receivers. Kelsey, of course, being a tight end, but had all those catches. But you wouldn't know there's anything different around Kansas City. The Chiefs continue to roll, up 30.
Here's what you expect from your wireless plan. But at T-Mobile, this is what you get. And so much more, like Netflix on us. And benefits that add up to more than $225 in value each month.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah, exactly right.
Dad, how big is the ocean?
Let me call you back.
That is a really good question.
Tell me a joke.
Knock, knock.
You ready?
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, what the commercial?
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, Brad.
Nice, thanks. Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Buying a home? Then you've got a lot on your mind. Now, rising rates? Phew, it's a lot. But with Rocket, you have an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates rise, yours is safe. But if they fall within 3 years of buying, you can refinance to a new, lower rate with exclusive savings. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today. That's the Rocket Advantage. Lock your rate today. Call 8336-ROCKET or visit therocketadvantage.com.
Week 2 kicks off with Thursday Night Football starting at 8:15 p.m. Eastern on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile phone with NFL Plus.
Fall TV is back on CBS. Join us Monday, September 19th. Special 2-hour NCIS crossover event. The elite teams of NCIS and NCIS Hawaii work together and solve their biggest case. Premieres September 19th on CBS, the place to be for fall TV. How about this? 6th career game with at least 5 touchdown passes.
He's very happy, and trust me.
I heard that. All you could do is laugh. Hey, I had a 5 touchdown game of yours one time against Denver.
Was it my first one or my 6th one?
Yeah, right.
I can't remember if I
did them all.
It's just a blur now. I think I quite got there. But you know somebody who might have?
This great man right here. We lost him just last month. Hall of Fame quarterback Lynn Dawson, passing away at the age of 87. Boy, he did it all. Of course, quarterback the Chiefs in Super Bowl I. You saw him there with Coach Hank Stram, MVP of Super Bowl IV, Pro Football Hall of Famer 1987. Such a huge part of the Kansas City community. Great career in television. Here's the pass to Ertz. You know, they finally found Hurts on a pass play, but you know, Lynn started working in television, one of the affiliates, while he was still a player. He had a long, successful career in the community. Everybody loved him. He was he was everybody's neighbor and friend. And we had a chance to visit with him a couple years back, Tony, the two of us. Here's the 2nd and 2 to Connor. What do you remember about being in the presence of Lynn Dawson?
Oh, he's just a legend, and he just loved football, and look at how much Mahomes respected him.
This was before the game, so he wore out on the field warm-ups.
And Dawson's signature, Hall of Fame, 87, MVP, the Super Bowl. Oh, he'll be missed. Great man.
You know, inside the NFL that we have now, of course, Tuesdays, Paramount Plus, it had for 25 years. He hosted with Nick Monicati. You know, a whole generation of football fans watched that with those two back in the day, a quarter of a century. And I had the pleasure of working with Hank Stram for many years early in my career. Boy, did he love Lenny. Okay, it's still just the 3rd quarter. I don't think anybody saw a 37-7 score at this juncture. But the Cardinals will try to put something together here as Connor picks up a first down.
Well, they're trying to come back, and they're finally getting to the right positions, as you'll see. When they get lined up, Kansas City has done an excellent job today. Steve Spagnuolo. And in that middle, you're going to see the middle linebacker, 32. He's guarding 26. Everyone else is bracketing that side of the field against those two receivers and same on the other. It's about getting the ball to your running back over the middle and throwing the ball over and over.
Details doesn't make us
away.
We're trying to raise money for this venture. We don't have much.
There's Steve Spagnuolo. Got to give him credit because he's put basically a very new defense together. His first time to battle test. Of course, he has fond memories of being in this building when he was the defensive coordinator of the 07 Giants team that in this stadium defeated the undefeated Patriots. 17-14. He was the architect of that defense. Here's Benjamin sidestepping one hit. And showing something here. Nice run down to the 31.
Yeah, very good. Good job coming back. The blitz coming right at it. And two guys hitting one gap at Benjamin. Good feel for it. You're going to see these guys coming right off the right side. Here they come. Great job by Humphreys, the left tackle, 74, taking two guys.
And this time, Clark's got hold of him. Frank Clark was coming off of 3 straight Pro Bowl seasons. He's been under the weather here of late. Hoping he gets healthy and able to contribute as they're trying to find ways, again, to apply pressure. That's one of the big questions about this defense. Karlaftis, the rookie we saw at the start of this game, he's could be an X factor for him this year. Mike Dana.
Right, they were 29th in sacks last year. I don't know if that's going to help them get back to the AFC title game again.
Benjamin with the catch, shoved out by Bolton.
As long as Spagnuolo's there, I mean, I want to give them a ton of credit right now. What they did today. You have all these young guys. We talked about 6 rookies dressing, and it's a race to get these guys ready. Through communication, the adjustments, if you see motion, all these things, it's like someone's going to bust. Who can you trust to put out there, and how much can you really do? And I think they literally threw everything at him. Him and Coach Reed decided to go too much at him, and then throttle it back and see what they can handle instead of just slowly spoon-feeding them. And it's worked out really well. Give them credit.
It has worked. Back after this message and a word from your local station.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be good days and bad ones. But when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans. Brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
All right, then go give me a socket wrench, pliers, and a phone open at libertymutual.com. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And a blowtorch. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Scott Pelley. Those stories tonight on 60 Minutes.
This is Darren Keeter with Keeter Roofing and Remodeling, and I am motivated to save you money. We are feeling the pain of high prices just like you. We are working hard to be efficient. We are negotiating material prices daily. Our experienced installers are making sure your job is done right the first time. You have to take care of your home. So if you need your siding or roof repaired or replaced or new guttering, I'll make sure you get the best price, period. You can have confidence in Keeter.
I'm a working mom of 3. Last election, I voted for Laura Kelly because she promised to be a different kind of Democrat. Truth is, Kelly spends too much, just like Biden, and she's vetoed 20 tax cuts, making inflation harder on my family and yours. Kansas can do better. This year, I'm voting for Derek Schmidt for governor. Derek will stand up to Biden, fight inflation, and cut our taxes. Derek Schmidt listens to us.
You're a champion of multiple fantasy leagues. Your dominant reign is unprecedented. To watch over this dynastic empire, you scored a TV that's unbeatable in every measurable visual category. The only thing that can hand this fancy TV a bitter defeat? Bad internet. Get good internet with Cox, just named America's fastest internet download speeds, because good things deserve good internet.
Download the Catch It Kansas app.
Back here at State Farm Stadium, which will be the host site February 12th for the Super Bowl. Already have had 2 Super Bowls inside this stadium. I mentioned the Giants over New England back in Super Bowl 42, and of course this is where New England was able to beat Seattle on the Malcolm Butler goal line play, Super Bowl 49. They've had 2 great ones. And our season, this coming season for the league, will end here. As Connor fights and shoved back. It'll be 4th and 2.
This is one of the concerns coming in. Chandler Jones gone, right?
Free agent to the Raiders.
Like not through time. Obviously, there's only so much you can spend on everyone. But when he leaves, it's like, that's a very productive player that's leaving the building. It's like, how are we going to get pressure, right? How many sacks do they have today?
0. Of course, you got JJ right there out with a calf injury.
That's hard to go. That's Patrick Mahomes. So it's like, creating other ways, and other people get open.
Here's a 4th and 2. Got the first. See a lot of promise here in Greg Gorge. Getting your winner out of Wake Forest.
It's a great release. The squirt release goes up. Tries to make him feel like he's going outside and runs a slant. Uses his hands well, catching traffic. But on the other side, they got Chris Jones. They created that pressure that they didn't always have last year.
Willie Gay second. Sorry. Willie Gay shaken up. Yep.
And they got 2 sacks. Jones disruptive. That's going to get it done, you know, over time. So
we'll step aside with the injury.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We may be small, but we are annoying. And you are so tired of playing defense against us that your focus is about to ride the bench. Go. Thanks, Mom. Bye. Come on. And you have a cut rate car insurance and not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Awesome.
Handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
You're early.
Didn't want to come late and miss the Bud Lights.
What are you guys doing?
Getting ready for the game.
You know I like it crispy.
Oh, maybe the Bud Light. Seriously?
Yeah. Fine. Feels good, doesn't it?
Kinda my motto. The new season of The Equalizer and the premiere of East New York. Sunday, October 2nd on CBS.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Allstate, reminding you that football is mayhem. And by Rocket Mortgage. Need to finance a home like a pro? You can.
It's another gorgeous day out in the Arizona desert, but Cardinal fans struggling with this one. There's Willie Gay, who was able to walk off the field after a moment with the World Series. First and goal. Murray is 7 for 7 on this drive. Gives it to Connor. Off the right side for a penalty. 3. He's got 9 carries for 20 yards. Gay comes back out.
I really felt like going into this game, it was going to be a running back type of game. Spagnuolo protecting these young secondary guys is going to play shell coverage where they're all kind of helping each other, not just one-on-one singled out a lot. And that means that one guy's a little further back. That's where that middle of the field, the back against the linebacker.
Look at that spin move. Now, going to throw it away. That was Karlaftis, the first-round pick out of Purdue, coming after him.
Well, you know his motor. When you watch him, you turn the tape on, it's like, whoa, he's 100 miles an hour over and over again. He's detailed.
This was him playing water polo on the Greek national water polo team.
That's incredible. That might be a first. And he's a great water polo player. He's out here all the time.
Looks like you can see him batting down some passes a time or two. Like,
watches the next guy.
the water polo pays off.
There's a lesson to be learned about social media responsibility, okay?
Literally.
Check
That was live.
your friends list.
There he is. He's like, and I'm in the goal. I'm in the goal. I can do this. Bang. Welcome to junior under 60 says, no, I've been doing this for years.
Something interesting.
Love you, buddy. It really wasn't that big a deal. That's just what I do.
7 Kansas City pass breakups today, but that was probably the most enjoyable one to see. As Jim Rickoff very adroitly slipped in that water polo footage right before the snap.
Great timing there by the truck downstairs. Fourth and goal, getting a chance. This one has to go your way, don't you think? You're an Arizona fan.
Tracy, down to you.
You guys were talking about Karlaftis. Well, the nickname the Greek Freak is already taken by Antetokounmpo. So Karlaftis, as you mentioned, born in Athens, has been named Furious George because of the motor and the tenacity he plays with, and he's still relatively new to the game of football. Because when he moved from Greece to West Lafayette as a young kid, all he knew was water polo. What do you do in Purdue? Play football.
And he played it well enough to be drafted in the first round. Here's a 4th and goal.
All out pressure here. Throw the fade right away.
Rid of it. Diving attempt.
Really well done. Backing up to get himself time. You don't have enough blockers, so you got to wait it out. This is why you go get Brown. He's going against Watson, the 7th round pick. He gives himself Murray just enough time to get it off.
Great catch. They team up for a touchdown for the first time since 2018 at Oklahoma. He was Murray's top target. The 75 catches, 1,300 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
And that's big right there. You know, just that feeling of having at least some success today. You know, as first unit, first time over. It's like, it's terrible. You're not going to win. It's going to feel negatives. But
one more look at it, make sure. He has control. We're not going to take that away from him. They're going to go for 2. Marquise Brown was thrilled to be reunited, and Murray was heavily involved in his recruitment to get that deal done, and he completes the 2-point pass to Zach Ertz. So you did say they have a chance if they do this?
Do you believe in miracles? Heard that before?
Unless any of you want to get down with Tina, no.
Today's pros need today's tools, and the Home Depot is here to help. With job site delivery to keep you on site and on schedule, and equipment rentals to make sure you can take on any job. Plus, when you join Pro Extra, you'll earn perks on every dollar you spend. Earn perks 4 times faster when you join. Register and use your Pro Extra credit card. New tech, new tools, new ways to grow your business, all at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Today, you'll make around 35,000 bets. Not just on the game, but on every moment in everyday life. You'll bet on how spicy the atomic wings really are. Bet on the extent of your bladder control. And bet on your athletic prowess. Yes, every moment in life is a bet. But life doesn't offer you $150 in free bets when you bet just $5. So bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and make every moment more.
Welcome to the Woodstone B&B.
This is beautiful. It's like I've died and gone to heaven.
If only it were that simple.
Ghosts season premiere, September 29th on CBS.
Top of the bottom, never the bottom. You're working for Mom.
Hello, this is Olivia.
What are you doing? I am driving this car.
So Help Me Todd. New series Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
I just came back for the win.
He's running to the river. Unbelievable.
This is the best revenge.
Let's go.
Well, you got a touchdown pass, Murray to Brown. Get used to that. I think there's a good chance this is going to be a very good combination, especially when they get the likes of Rondell Moore back, and then, of course, DeAndre Hopkins and their hole at the wideout spot. That free up that offense quite a bit.
Yeah, they got to get their identity, right? They just searching a little bit with Brown. I mean, they had the opportunity on Thornhill. Thornhill just played it great, but that could have been a huge play. You know, these games come down to that one drive here and there.
That's more.
The city, you gotta finish them off, and you can't let them get away. They're a juggernaut then.
Boy, there's some headlines from the early action today. I don't know how you boil it down to just a couple, but this was a classic. Steelers win on the last play of overtime. 53-yard winner by Boswell. That doesn't begin to tell the full story. You need to go back and watch it. Dolphins, they absolutely punished the Patriots today. And the Eagles, A.J. Brown, talk about draft day trades. He was huge. And the Browns win on a long kick into the game against Carolina. And they have not won on opening day in almost 20 years before today. Leading the Panthers and Baker Mayfield. There is Pacheco. They're high on this rookie by way of Rutgers. So Joe Burrow, he threw 4 interceptions today, including a pick 6. It wasn't Joe's best day. It wasn't.
It's actually shocking to have a chance to win there at the end.
Yeah.
By the way, you know who should be up there? One of the days, like, great players was Minka Fitzpatrick. Opened the game with the pick to the house, and then he blocks the extra point.
That would have won it.
That would have won for Cincinnati with 9 seconds to go or whatever. It was over. I mean, at 2 seconds, and then I'm not even talking about the big plays he saved in between them all.
He was absolutely incredible.
I'm saying, if you go back and watch, you're like, that's why you go get him. I mean, he deserves a ton of praise. I watched that game today, and I was...
Yeah, we're watching it up here in the booth, and it's just, it's 2020, and they're going to, you know, they just completed the pass to tie it to Jamar Chase on a 4th down. On a 4th down throw from about a yard out. But then they go for the extra point. You think it's a foregone conclusion. But right before it, Romo Stradamus in the booth before, unfortunately, not millions like usual, said, watch Minka Fitzpatrick. Because we had a game last year, Detroit, where he blocked the field goal.
Jump. And he usually, when he wants to, he gets this really unique jump, times it, and he can squirt through there, and he tipped it, and it was...
Saved the day.
It really
sent it to
won him the
overtime.
game. It literally was the difference between a win or a loss. Great block right here. We talked about him earlier. Humphrey, one of the great pickups. You know, they needed some help up there. They really got it with him. That's going to be one of the staples here for a long time. Smart, physical.
Part of that overhaul they did last year, coming off the Super Bowl loss in Tampa, they knew they had to address the offensive line, and now you got a second year for all them together, like Orlando Brown, Tooney they brought over from New England. Here's a 3rd and 2. And it's a 4th catch now for Valdez-Scantling.
This defense is not, this is Swiss Army normally. It's like, you guys remember, this was a 10-2 team last year, and they made things tough. Yeah, they lost a guy that got an injury or two, but Vance Joseph is a good, sound defensive coordinator, and I think this has more to do with Kansas City, Jim. I really think they're going to be a juggernaut and an efficient one. Not 50-yard play, 40-yard play over and over again. They're just going to do what they want, take what they want, and it's going to be really difficult, almost like the Patriots all those years.
Look at this run. Pacheco.
Hello, my name is Martin Madrazo. We haven't met, but I feel we will be great friends. And in that, of terrible enemies, and I shall feed my dogs with your air trails. We both hope it is the former. Anyway, although I am a kind and generous man, some people have interpreted my kindness for weakness. And now they must pay. What kind of a scum insults a kind man? The kind of scum you will kill. I want you to seek them out of their hideouts across Los Santos. I want them out! You can keep whatever you may find there as payment. I hear it might be.
This one has gotten a little away from Arizona, but that division you talk about,
AFC West,
it's unbelievable what happened this offseason. The Chargers needed a guy. When you get two edge pass rushers, it's like, whoa, you can all of a sudden turn into a great defense very quickly. Mathis and Freeney there. You give them a quarterback, it's like, oh, Peyton Manning, Mathis and Freeney, it's like, you're going to be in this to the end. They got Herbert, they've got Bosa and Mack. Game changer right away. Russell Wilson comes into Denver. Game changer right away. And then you're like, Kansas City loses a guy. Yeah, it's like, uh-oh, and then you're like, the Raiders bring in Josh McDaniels, Devontae Adams, Chandler Jones. It's like, they're going to become incredible. Kansas City takes a step backwards. This is Kansas City.
That's right. They've won this division 6 straight years.
It's good. You're going to have to knock the champ out before. Don't get me wrong. This year, you never know because they're so talented, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Well, the Broncos with Russell Wilson, and he got his new contract. He'll be playing in Seattle. He'll go back to Seattle tomorrow night on Monday night. Everybody's a lot of really big expectations on the Broncos, but to try to find the weakest team in this division, I guess you got to see Denver step up, because the Raiders were in the playoffs last year. The Chargers should have been. Kansas City was nothing but host the championship game every year. As McKinnon takes off. McKinnon down to the 3-yard line.
This is just what makes it so hard. This is where Patrick Mahomes is learning football. He's going to call this play at the line of scrimmage. He's going to motion him down, and he's going to run a screen here. Pretend to block. It's a blitz. Because you're like, you can't pick up everyone, right? Well, let's go ahead and make it look like we're trying to bring you in to block. And in reality, we're just going to fake it. I mean, that's next level. That's the type of stuff Brady Pittman did. But he's doing this pretty early in his career right now. That's why it's fun to watch.
Hand it off, yes. Pacheco never goes down. Touchdown. What promise?
I'm impressed by him and McKinnon tonight. Edwards-Helaire, that's the same thing. It's like they have 3 guys that really are interchangeable that I'm like, ooh.
If you've been out of the country for the last 6 months and you just happen to turn on this game, you're looking at it and say, hey, look at Tyreek Hill just scored another touchdown. Number 10. No, this is Isaiah Pacheco. He doesn't have that speed, but he's got definite power and quickness. And you can see why they've been extolling his talents since the beginning of camp.
What a great draft this year. 7th round there, Pacheco.
Extra point by Butker. Pump fists as he drives it through. Another touchdown drive down the field in 9 plays.
Bubbles. Bubbles. So many bubbles. As an Expedia member, you earn points on your travels. And that's on top of your airline miles. So you can go and see, or taste, or do absolutely nothing with all those bubbles without ever wondering if you're getting the most out of your trip. Because you are.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnitas.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Broken wire cuts or guns. Emergency trips are zero fun. This could be a sign to get Invisalign. Invis is trauma-free. The #1 doctor recommended clear aligner brand. Invisalign.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives.
Football housewives.
Whoops.
I just want to talk!
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
What was stolen?
It's a big bomb.
We gotta find this guy fast. He is going to detonate it today.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by The Home Depot. How doers get more done. DirecTV. Get your TV together. And by Expedia. Made to travel.
By the way, next Sunday, another doubleheader day on CBS. Early, many are going to see the Patriots at the Steelers. Plus other regional action in the main game to the nation. The national game of the week is the Bengals at the Cowboys. Cowboys hosting Tampa Bay tonight. Cincinnati stung by the Steelers today in overtime. Of course, it all begins at noon Eastern with the NFL Today. Next Sunday, week 2, doubleheader day on CBS. We'll be down at Big D. Be down at the home that Romo built. The house that Romo built.
Yeah, that's true. I actually went out there and put some stone in.
There's Reed. This time the short variety at the 9. It's Benjamin. Got passed away, and here he goes. The wrestling match near midfield. Before Reed was one of those who tackled him. We were talking about the AFC West earlier. And just look at the Chargers, who, you know, they're in this tight one right now with the Raiders. It's tightened up, but Khalil Mack, they go and get him in the offseason. And J.C. Jackson, by the way, from New England.
Yeah, that's exactly, and they're in this to the end. And that coach right there, I've been saying for a while, is he's a coach's coach, Josh McDaniels. In other words, other coaches learn from him. And just imagine having a Belichick next to you and then a Brady. It's like no wonder they were in contention to win a Super Bowl every year. It's too many smart minds coming together. And now the Raiders have part of that.
There's the handoff to Benjamin, who's gotten a lot of work here in the second half, including that good return on the kickoff a moment ago. He's got 4 carries, 4 totes, 28 yards, a couple of catches for 11.
I think it was too late before they got into the running back, type of a game. We talked about it earlier. These plays make it. We got to throw over and over to him, and then you go ahead and take a shot outside when they blitz.
Look at that catch. That was A.J. Green.
The middle of the field is your best chance against Steve Spagnuolo. He's protecting the corners, the young guys, and he does it so many different ways. It's scary, and it's like it looks different to a young quarterback, but just know at the end of it, somewhere right in this guy's area, you're going to have a chance to have him one-on-one or just some space.
Dump it off to Benjamin. And he's still up and inbounds down to the 10. There was, I mentioned earlier, an eventful offseason for Kyler Murray with a new 5-year extension. That contract grabbed a lot of the headlines. There was a contract, too, that it got out that there was some sort of clause in his contract about, demanding that he studies a little bit more often. Was the what insinuated. That got struck, by the way, after the game public. But that became a big topic of discussion.
Yeah, that's a hard one because
here's the pass to the end zone to Brown.
It's hard because it's embarrassing. You know, it almost makes it look like you don't study. And you know, to Kyler's credit, you can't really get to this point without working hard.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here.
You're not doing it like this at this level and improving every year. 69% boost percentage last year. I mean, that's doing something in your third year. So to me, but at the same time, you didn't win, and now we didn't win the Super Bowl, so you're always going to be in the NFL looked at as needing to improve, and you're going to find new ways. And if you win, you're allowed to do certain things. If you lose, you're going to have to change certain things, and that's just how it is.
2nd and 10, and that's a gain down to about the 6. For what it's worth, we were talking not only Kyler about it yesterday, but also that was Connor on the cover, Kerry. We talked to Cliff about it as well. He said, you know, they came back for OTAs where he actually put a test together because we give everybody a binder and homework. And who aced the test more than anyone in the team? Kyler.
And you know what? Talk to him. He knows the game. It's just sometimes you learn through reps. Sometimes you learn through visual. Sometimes you learn, you know, through writing it down. There's so many different ways. And
he's got another touchdown pass.
He does.
That's Ertz at the goal line. Ertz with a touchdown to go with his earlier 2-point catch.
He wants to go for 2. And it's a really good job. Watch. He's going to sit down Ertz with his second one. Finds the soft spot. And that's the secret part of like a good tight end. Instead of moving in an extra foot or a yard or outside, you find the most room in the zone and you give your quarterback a chance to fire it in there, and he does. But yeah, him acing that test, I think it's a good thing in some ways for the future. Having a little media backlash sometimes can motivate you. And you're like, oh, you don't think I can do this? I'll hand in my homework next week and go ahead and look at who I am. And I think he did that.
Here's the attempt for 2. They had George back there. It looked like he might have been open. Pass got away from him.
I don't think they had much of a chance when you're giving up 44 today, even if he would have had a great game.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away. Cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant, or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
Dude. Fire. Grill master, huh?
Burgers, better with Pepsi.
That was quick.
And rewarding. I earn 3% cash back at drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That means I earn on my bug spray and my sunscreen. You ready to go fishing?
I got the bait.
I also earn 5% on travel purchased through Chase on this rental car. That lake is calling my name.
Don't you get seasick?
We'll find out. Come on. And I earn 3% on dining, including takeout.
So much for catching our dinner.
Some people are hunters, some are gatherers. I'm a diner.
Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
I know that I'm not perfect, but I want to turn my life around. I'm finding something to live for.
Fire Country. New series Friday, October 7th on CBS.
Well, we're back with 2 guys that were the pride of the state of Texas. And
I was
Mahomes.
thinking the exact same thing when you said that. I was going to say two guys. I was going to say pride, but I was going to say two legends of Texas.
Who both grew up watching the Cowboys on a weekly basis, and some quarterback number 9. I didn't realize until this week that I guess Kingsbury had you write a letter or put a letter in the locker for Patrick Mahomes when he was playing a high school game maybe at your stadium.
Yep. What I wrote was, "You will be way better than me one day, and I'm proud of you. And please give me credit when you win the Super Bowl." And that's why he wrote me back and said, "This is because of you."
Look at this run.
He was great, and you can see his ability back then. But Cliff, you're going to be fine in Arizona. You get a lot of talent coming back. They have injuries right now, one of the most in the National Football League.
During your return, holding, receiving team number 47, 10-yard penalty, pushed up.
And you also went against Patrick Mahomes today, and that's also why, Cliff, it's a hard one. Watch Mahomes. He gets blitzed, but he's so good against it. He takes his time, and he can see everything. And then he uses his leverage to buy himself time, and he has an arm that can go everywhere. There is the Herald Emmy Award-winning Romo Vision Ross that all of a sudden you see all these guys going through.
Congratulations.
That's a good update right now. Those are our guys.
Romo Vision
New York did a great job.
They won technical innovation.
Very impressive there. That was cool.
Where did you put your Emmy?
I have a Hemi.
Okay. There's a handoff as you got Henne at quarterback. So Mahomes exits stage right with 360 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Do you think he made a statement today? 30 for 39, 360 yards, 5 touchdowns, and you don't think that he was like, oh, you don't think I'm going to be very good? You think I'm going to take a big drop without Tyreek Hill? They're both so good, they could both do it. And give us a background on Henne.
Well, you know, of course, came out of the University of Michigan and was a long time down in Miami, then in Jacksonville, and very settled in as his backup. And we saw him in the divisional round 2 seasons ago against Cleveland. Come in and make some really good plays, including, well, here's Pacheco first. Here's Pacheco is making his presence known for the film and for future reps.
Well, this, I'm telling you, we talked about it over and over earlier. A couple guys are out, but watch the whole left side, the left guard.
Of a red dildo.
And the tight end on the left, Tooney, comes all the way across, and you see 45, Burton, fullback. He's playing a tight end position there, but they really create these holes in that play. But that's been happening all day, Jim. These 2 tight end sets, 3 tight end sets. How do you defend this? This is what happens when the Patriots had Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, and all of a sudden it was like they could run the ball, they could play action, and these guys would get open on every play.
Don't worry about the why.
You have no idea what can come because when you spread people out, it's like, well, there's not going to be a ton of play action. You don't have enough guys if they blitz. I'm seeing a shift right here, and Andy Reid rubbing that belly. Feeling really good right now.
McKinnon saying, Coach, put me back in.
Do you want me to put him back in? No.
Edwards-Helaire, who had 2 touchdowns in that first half.
Can't help but love Andy Reid. All of his players.
Got one of his real mentors that lives here in Arizona, Larry Canteras, who's 98 years young. He coached for him on the offensive line at Northern Arizona. Coach Canteras was the head coach there back in the 80s. But Coach Larry and his late head coach at BYU, Lavelle Edwards, 2 of his heroes. So I know Coach Canteras is watching and enjoying this game, and I got a chance to meet Coach Canteras at the facility over in Kansas City a few years ago. Andy thinks the world of him.
That's a good one. You know what he'd be proud of right here? This is almost old school football for Andy because 26 snaps of 2 tight ends or more. You know, or a fullback. Tight ends are in the game like big people, right? Like you're going to run the ball kind of stuff out of 62 plays. Last year, they were almost 70% with 1 tight end. For them to come out here and just be under 50%, they never do that. And they'll be almost close to 50 probably by the end of this game. And that's so different for them, but that's where the evolution happens. Who are our good players? Tyreek Hill's not here. I'm going to evolve just like my team is. We're going to put the best people on the field, and we're going to create plays for them. And he did that today.
Well, these players have contributed to 33 first downs in this game.
Oh.
How about that?
And how many third downs? Like 6?
Yeah, well, they got a third down coming up here. They're 5 of 7.
7 third downs, and how many first downs? That's
33.
That's ridiculous.
Goes to show you how fast they're picking up first and moving down the field.
Yeah, they're not even getting to third.
No.
It's first and second, move the chains. First and second, move the chains.
Need 12 here. McKinnon is boxed up. And 2-minute warning. KC from the get-go. Kelsey, Mahomes, they all got into it. They went from 4 to actually 5 touchdown passes for him today.
Okay, you're going for the code, Sal. Tell my contacts to meet you on Elgin Avenue.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X. GMC, we are professional grade.
You know you want those Wingstop boneless wings. Crispy, juicy, soft, tossed, sweet, hot. How could you not?
Let's go.
That's it. Where's my phone? Now I want it too.
New Balance.
We got now.
The entrance to the lot isn't blocked by your vehicle.
Bother the bugs. Not your family. Zevo is made with essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems. It gets rid of the bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 with a Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone looks like this?
Dude, why?
It's okay, people. I've trained for this.
It's not complicated. New and existing customers get a free Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com. And by AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, and secure.
Okay, final 2 minutes at State Farm Stadium. Kansas City to punt for just the second time in this game. Townsend. Serious hang time here. Oh, that's nearly well covered up. As Dortch stays on his feet, and that swarming coverage able to bring him down. Lamons is there. Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes and a tribute to the FDNY, followed by a new Big Brother, plus the Equalizer and NCIS Los Angeles. Tonight on CBS. Well, tomorrow will be 23 years to the day when Andy Reid debuted as a head coach in Philadelphia. And Murray's day is done.
Grace McSorley, right?
McSorley, the Penn State legend. They write songs about him. TikTok.
Say TikTok.
No, I said TikTok. Did it sound like
He's the third string.
Yeah, he had just a jockey. Some calf injury, and here's McSorley trying to hit Isabella. McSorley was the MVP of the Fiesta Bowl at this very stadium back in 2017. He's thrown one NFL career touchdown pass. That's when he was a member of the Ravens.
You need to clean up these
And it
agents.
went
They're
to
chasing a payoff, and
Hollywood
they
Brown.
will keep coming.
So they caught him, then they picked him back up at the beginning of the week. I saw him play in this preseason game against Tennessee this year. First, he played very well. first down.
You can see the athleticism right there.
By the way, the Chiefs have to turn around and play. What a blockbuster game that's going to be on Thursday night. They'll have to play the Chargers next up. So you got 2 games in 5 days. Kansas City and the Chargers coming up Thursday night.
That's a huge game. I really think those are 2 outside of the Bills, right? We know they're there. And in the AFC, I got the Chargers, Kansas City, and the Bills right now as just automatic all the way there until the end.
McSorley tackled at the 40 by Dunlap. The week after that, week 3, will be at Indianapolis. We'll be there for that one, Tony. And then week 6, we'll be back in Kansas City for the game against Buffalo. I can hardly wait for that rematch.
They're the 2 obvious ones, you know, to me. Chargers are there. The Ravens. The Bengals, I'm a little scared of this year, you know. They had some things go their way. You saw it today. It's just the O-line isn't quite where I want them to be. But I do think that Burrow and that team will figure a way out. They came back with Pittsburgh with a huge win there. Shows you Mike Tomlin, you know, just his ability to win always despite anything. I mean, he's unbelievable coaches. Him and John Harbaugh both do the same thing, I feel like, win every year.
44 seconds to go. 44 points on the board for Kansas City. McSorley scoops it up. And complete to Brown. They're on their way to their 8th consecutive season opening win. Last team to beat it was Tennessee back in 2014 in week 1. And Titans are trying to find a way to beat the Giants at the wire. They're going to bring Randy Bullock out here shortly to try about a 46-yard field goal to win it against the Giants if he makes it. McSorley's pass. It's caught. Isabella. They've lost their last 5 home games last year. There's going to be 6 straight home losses.
So you're calling it. Okay.
I'm ready to call it now. McSorley ducks and falls, and this game is over.
Well, I enjoyed it, partner. You know, this was Kansas City coming out efficient, really just showing the world we're here and we might even be stronger and better. Great offseason additions, and Patrick Mahomes has never looked better. That was so efficient. His knowledge is coming along with his skill set.
Let's make that now 8 straight season opening. Let me do my math correctly here. Yeah, they have been something else. And they've won last year. They were 5-0 against the NFC. They beat the NFC Cardinals today. Impressive performance. Tony, great to be back with you and all this team. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes. For Tony, Tracy, Gene, and all the crew, Jim Nance saying so long from Glendale. We'll be in Dallas next week. We'll see you there, friends. You've been watching the NFL on CBS.
This just in. A giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, guys. This is just my workout stuff.
We know you're the Green Hawk.
Everyone knows.
What? That's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, dude.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I'm not the Green Hawk.
Delivery for the Green Hawk?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
I will bring it to him.
CBS Sports presents the Geico Play of the Day.
In Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's first pass attempt of the season goes the wrong way. The Bengals quarterback's pass to wide receiver Tyler Boyd, intercepted by the Steelers' Minkah Fitzpatrick. He takes it back 31 yards for the pick six. It's the second time that Fitzpatrick has picked off Burrow in his career.
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Bubbles. Bubbles. So many bubbles. As a member, you earn points on your travels. And that's on top of your airline miles. So you can go and see or do absolutely nothing with all those bubbles. Without ever wondering if you're getting the most out of your trip. Because you are.
At Fidelity, your dedicated advisor will help you create a comprehensive wealth plan for your full financial picture with the right balance of risk and reward. So you can enjoy more of this. This is the planning effect.
CBS Sports thanks you for watching this presentation
of the National Football League.
Colbert's New with Robert De Niro, Queen Latifah, and Steve Carell this week.
There's so much good in this community, and you can find it all around you. The children who see a need and fill it. The volunteers donating their time. The people serving their neighbors.
They all deserve a helping hand.
Every other week, Devon James Injury Lawyers is giving away $1,200 to people making a difference.
And I'll share their inspiring stories with you on Eyewitness News.
Helping Hand with Felicia Rolfe, brought to you by Devon James Injury Lawyers.
All that melty cheese you crave with double the steak is back at Taco Bell. The double steak grilled cheese burrito.
Come into Maximum Outdoor Equipment and take a Walker mower for a test drive today.
At Cambridge Family Dentistry, you have something to smile about.
I'm injury attorney Brian Kolikoff. It's game time on KWCH.
You start early, but we've been at it all night, leading the way because it's what you expect from Eyewitness News. It's what we do, updating and getting you ready every morning. Some news here, a quick look at the roads, a bit of weather there. You never know what could change your plans, so expect us to help you start your day right. Eyewitness News, all morning long on KWCH and KSCW. Expect more.
There's always something new under the sun. CBS Mornings, weekdays on CBS.
Download the Storm Team 12 weather app.
I'm Holly Williams reporting for 60 Minutes. At 10 o'clock this morning, Queen Elizabeth II began her final journey. From her favourite home, Balmoral Castle in the Scottish countryside, the Queen's cortege travelled to Edinburgh, where she'll lie in rest until Tuesday before moving to London. Hundreds of thousands are expected to pay their last respects. The British monarch, who reigned for over 70 years, passed away on Thursday. Just 2 days earlier, she'd met with Britain's new Prime Minister, as she had with every Prime Minister going back to Winston Churchill. For decades, she was arguably the glue that united this kingdom. At 96, she'd been frail for months, but outside Buckingham Palace, a shocked crowd immediately gathered.
I, Charles III.
King Charles III was officially proclaimed the new sovereign yesterday. The death of their grandmother brought estranged brothers, Princes William and Harry, together again. Briefly, at least. In his first address to the nation as king, Charles borrowed from Shakespeare to bid his mother farewell.
May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
After a state funeral on Monday the 19th, Queen Elizabeth will be laid to rest alongside her late husband, Prince Philip, at Windsor Castle, just outside London. And now, 60 Minutes.
What am I doing on this?
Go to the Trade Center.
21 years ago, they answered the call.
Send every available ambulance, everything you got to World Trade Center now.
We knew that there could be up to 20, 25,000 people in each building.
I'm on the 83rd floor, and it's very, very, very hot.
Every firefighter saw the flames, and they looked into their own hearts.
Stay together. Stay together.
That's when I said to Pete, Pete, this will be the worst day of our lives. And, you know, that was before I knew the half of it.
And in the darkness,
Everybody all right?
I wondered if I was dead or alive.
Hey, Pete! Chief Hayden!
Tonight,
The World Trade Center's collapsed.
the fire department of the city of New York and the greatest act of gallantry ever bestowed on an American city.
I don't want this to be something that's in a history book, that a page is turned and we're forgotten.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm John Worthine. I'm Scott Pelley. That story tonight on 60 Minutes.
Ooh, that I can't.
Woo! All the way through. This motherfucker's killing me. As you can see, pretty tired here. We're in Camp Pendleton, military base in San Diego. They've just put me through a hard little session, dripping in sweat, like I just jumped out the sea. Showed them some jiu-jitsu techniques, and then me versus Marines, not at once. Come on, I would have got my head punched in. One at a time, when it stays on, showing them a little bit of jiu-jitsu, and it wasn't easy. My legs are dead. It's a good episode. Get watching.
I never went to sleep till late last night. I had about 4.5 hours kid, so now I'm gonna get f***ed up by some Marine cats.
We got a personal shirt for you.
Nice,
to rock and wear today.
much. Put this on now. Got a little stain on my top.
Stains make it better.
Only thing is, it won't smell fresh. My aftershave's on this top.
This is gonna be our intro to combat conditioning. So the first exercise is gonna be kayak.
What? What's this?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1. Kayak.
What's this?
1, 2, 3.
Thanks Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Dry age beef. I am addicted to it. I've done so many experiments throughout my cooking journey, and every single one of them I've learned something. And 90% are just delicious. You see, whenever you dry age beef, two things happen. Number one, it makes it super tender. And number two, it develops an amazing flavor. But today we're gonna push all limits, as I'll be dry aging a steak for an entire year. And hopefully it's going to be the best steak of my life. And everything starts off with the beef. This one is a 3-bone beautiful standing rib. And as you can see, it's just perfect to dry age steaks. Now here's what I'm going to be doing. Since this is going to be such a long dry aging experiment, I have to have a control. So first, I'm going to be splitting it in half. One of them, I'll be freezing it, and then I'll dry age it for 35 days. But the second one with 2 bones, I'll be dry aging it on my dry ager for a whole year. After 365 days, this is what it looks like. It's no longer beef. It became a fossil. Even though this looks like it's moisture, it's not. It is 100% bone dry. The smell that comes out of this thing is funky. And as you can see, the dry ager did a wonderful job of preserving this meat. That's because there is no mold at all, and most importantly, it gives me confidence to go ahead and open this up. And right as I picked it up, I'll tell you one thing. It is a rock. And the opposite side, come on now. If that does not look like a mummy to you, I don't know what does. But hey, let's go ahead and open it up and see what we got. I've done some crazy experiments before, which is very difficult to open it up. As you can see, I'm having a real hard time. Now right at this point right here, the smell hit me like a truck. This funk is in a whole new level. And as we take a closer look, one of the biggest surprise for me is that it was still red. I thought this thing was going to be completely dry, so I went ahead and continued to open it up. First thing to do is to remove the bones. And as I took it off, take a closer look. Check out the edges. This is not looking very good. But I went ahead and put it on the cutting board and started to remove the opposite side. And again, it is tough. But once I was able to carve it out, now you can really tell that there's a really good amount of redness in there. This is a good thing. But hey, we still gotta remove a lot of these pellicles. So I went ahead and started to go to work. I need to remove as much pellicle as possible. I'm only looking for the good stuff. So removing everything that is unedible is a must. And once I was done, this is what I was left with. My first 1-year dry aged steak experiment. The fact that there's still some pinkness is really surprising to me. But one of the things that you cannot tell is the smell. Oh man, it is not pleasant. However, is this gonna be too funky for us? We're about to find out real shortly. Because take a look at our control steak, which this one was dry aged for 35 days. You can see I did have a little bit of loss, but not as much as the other one. Now holding the steaks on my hand is also an experiment on itself. This one does not feel like a steak. It's like Play-Doh. As you can see, as I push the edges, it does not give at all. But hey, I cannot wait to find out how it's gonna taste. And for that, I'm gonna be keeping the seasoning real simple. A good amount of salt followed by freshly ground black pepper and garlic powder. Hopefully, it's gonna be real good. But just in case it's not, I went ahead and prepared a quick side dish. We're talking about roasted potatoes. To finish them off, I added a good amount of Mexican crema on top, followed by some ketchup and a little bit of parsley for presentation. That's it. A nice simple side dish just in case things go south. Because now the only thing left to do is to go ahead and cook these beautiful steaks. First, I'll be putting a sear in both of them. Once that's done, I'll be cooking them in indirect heat until I reach an internal temperature of 135 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I say, it is enough talking and it is time to grill them, so let's do it.
Does that look good or what? But before we try it, I want to thank today's sponsor, Manscaped.com. As we are entering the fall season, you need to keep your boys clean and fresh, just in time for a fresh ball fall. And make sure your boys smell fresher than your girls' pumpkin spice latte. Don't be like my friend Leo, walking all funny after cutting his balls while trimming with a regular razor, man. Come on. Use this bad boy right here, the Lawnmower 4.0. It's got a cutting-edge ceramic blade with advanced skin-safe technology and this cool LED light to make sure you know where you're going at all times. And with the Manscaped Performance Package 4.0, in addition to the Lawnmower 4.0, you get the Weed Whacker, Ear and Nose Trimmer, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant, the Crop Reviver Toner, Performance Boxer Briefs, and a travel bag to hold your goodies. Start the new season the right way and join over 6 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com today and get 20% off plus free international shipping when you use promo code GUGA at checkout. That's 20% off plus free shipping with promo code GUGA at manscaped.com. Thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get right back to it. All right, everybody, here we got our beautiful steaks, gentlemen, with an incredible side dish today.
Side dish looks good. The steaks, on the other hand.
What do you mean?
Beautiful, and then that one kind of looks like you cook some Spam.
That's exactly what it looks like.
You know how McDonald's used to have the super size me? It's like the super undersize me.
That is correct, Leo.
And there's something in the air that gives me an idea of something going on. It's a little bit extra.
Really?
Yeah.
Put a little closer to you.
Oh. Oh, dude, what the heck is that?
Jesus. That smells terrible.
What are you talking about? That's the new type of Wagyu that Emilio sent over to me.
Emilio, take that back. Stop doing that. What the heck, man? I thought I was gonna be eating good, bro.
It smells like poison. What is this?
It's a new type of Wagyu for real.
How new could that be? It smells old.
It's from the snowy section of Japan. Very interested. I'm curious to find out how good it's gonna be. Enough talking, everybody. Let's give this a go, right? So we got a little experiment going on, as you guys can tell, right? I wanna know which steak is better, which one is more delicious.
I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Yeah,
I think I have an idea.
I'm looking at the steak and it looks worse and it smells worse.
I say enough talking, let's give it a go. All right, we all start here. All right, enough talking, let's give this a go. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
That is a good steak right there.
You see, you guys don't trust me.
Trusted this one.
No, you're there.
Oh man, that is delicious. I taste the controlled dry aged steak.
I think even though it's a control, still very juicy, still got the charcoal flavor, and I can't complain.
This is more what I was expecting, you know? Nice and beefy, juicy, and you just get a little bit of that funkiness. Perfect.
I agree 100%. This is a wonderful steak. I say enough talking because I'm excited for this one here.
Angel,
Yes, yes.
yeah, Angel.
Yeah, thank you.
That's just a potato with some
That was-
crema.
Google, I'm buying time right now.
All right, let's try the side dish.
So that everybody's happy.
I am afraid of what I'm smelling.
It almost makes it a little bit difficult to breathe. It's very pungent. This snowy new Japanese Wagyu already not off to a great start.
Enough talking. Let's give it a go before these boys figure out what's going on over here. You guys ready? Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that's good.
That's crema. Oh, that's nice.
It's not super crazy. It's not super fancy. It's simple, but it's effective.
Very good. You guys can enjoy your side dish, no problem. But enough talking. It's time for why we really here. This new Japanese Wagyu.
This old Japanese, whatever. Whatever that is.
I'll be completely honest. This is not a new Wagyu, all right? It's something that I did to this steak, and hopefully it's going to turn out good. Enough talking. Let's give it a go. Go for it. Please dig in.
Oh my God, it's like cutting beef jerky.
It is exactly like that. It reminds me of spam. Smell it.
Oh my God, it smells worse than it. That is bad.
It is very, very strong, everybody.
Is this safe to eat?
100%.
100%.
I saw that.
I know you guys are super excited, but I say enough talking. Let's give this a go. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's like a f***ing eraser, bro.
Oh. You still have it in your mouth? You swallowed it. It's extremely pungent. Pungent?
Yeah. Pungent.
Yes, that, exactly.
This side dish is so good.
Oh man, you're the only one that swallowed. If you don't survive, we know the reason why, Angel.
We'll keep you guys updated.
I dry aged this steak right here for 35 days, and this one for a year.
A year?
You got issues, bro.
It doesn't smell like a steak. It doesn't feel like a steak.
It doesn't break like a steak.
And most importantly, the smell. As I was slicing it in the studio, you could smell this from all the way up to Japan, everybody. That's how bad it smells. It smells extremely funky.
If you like funk, all right, by all means.
I wouldn't even consider that steak.
It is now.
It's almost like eating a sponge.
I'm worried for my health right now.
No, you're fine. It was always at a controlled environment at the right temperature, so it's not going to, you're fine. You're not going to die. You'll be here tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did enjoy, hit that thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, be sure to subscribe for future videos. Remember, if you are interested in anything I use, everything's always in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Dry aged beef. I am addicted to it. I've done so many experiments throughout my cooking journey.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Today we're gonna go check the progress on the new garage, and I'm thinking I'm gonna take out the Speedtail because I haven't driven it in a long time. MK Edition 101, and this is such a cool painting. Thank you for Steve, the original designer of the Speedtail. Gave me this original art piece. Love it. I look at it every day. All right, let's get on with it. What are we gonna move today? Looks like we're gonna just move one Bugatti. Not a bad day, eh? And this is a still for sale for anyone that wants to own a lowest price Bugatti, fully serviced, great condition. And let me fire it up. Man, that car is beautiful. Maybe I should keep it. I have a love and hate relationship with the Veyron. Oh, this just came back from service. So it still has the little papers in there. And look, this is why I don't drive my Speedtail. When the mechanic puts their hand over there, naughty, naughty, not good. This is the cheapest. Come on, $5 million car and a $5 shoe cover. Nate, buy me something better. Nice. Oh no. I have 0 gas. Not even a quarter of a bar. All right, looks like we're gonna have to pay a visit to the gas station. See you later. All right, let's go warm up some tires and feed the beast. Woo. Wow. I always forget how fast this car is. Super quick.
So you had this car for a while now. Are you used to these mirrors, like these?
No. It's the trickiest part with this car because I really don't know where that brake line is. Nate, if you'll excuse me for a minute, I gotta feed the beast. Well, you won't believe this. I can't open the darn gas cap. It's stuck and it says no fuel. So we may have to go back to the nest and pick up another hyper car. Meantime, let's use what's left of it. Woo. We may run out of gas before we get there, but hey, who cares? You sound like a monkey. You guys feel me? Okay, I feel some loose screw somewhere. Oh my god! Okay, this was the quickest joyride, guys. But you didn't get a garage tour. We're gonna swap cars and then go check on the garage remodel. All right, Nate, this is where you get kicked out. I'm just kidding. All right, so the dilemma is this cap you're supposed to push in the middle and opens, and apparently it's stuck. So had to bring it back to the nest, and lucky for me, I got plenty of cars to drive, so we're gonna take the Vitesse. Well, I gotta go lock it up. Otherwise, the battery gets drained really quick. The car kind of stays away and drains everything.
What drains faster, the Pagani or the Speedtail?
Oh, the Speedtail by far.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, this one just came back from service too. Hopefully, this one has gas. What do you know? I got a quarter of the gas. All right, we got a quarter of a gas tank. Now I gotta warm up those tires again. It's like a daily routine. But at least we got fresh air coming in. All that sound is just like a private jet. The only thing this car needs at the moment is new tires. These are original tires on the car from 2014. So, I'm gonna take it easy. Oh my god, I almost lost my glasses.
Take it easy, huh?
Oh my god. I was taking it easy. I'm in auto. I'm not even in a handling mode. Oh my god. Woo! That was a wake-up call. Alright, now we can cruise.
It's crazy to think on paper the Speedtail's faster, but this one just gives you a better like sensation of driving. And
oh yeah. Yeah, well this one you feel more, I guess, comfortable pushing because four-wheel drive, you know, 4,500 pounds, a lot of braking power, just more sturdy in my opinion, a better handling car straight away, not so much on turns, but yeah, doesn't make your palms sweat. Hey, whoa, whoa, my god. Whew. Now the new Bugatti Roadster has 1,600 horsepower. This is 1,200, but with an open top, Can't imagine how much faster that is from 3200. It's gotta be much quicker. Man, I just got a warning sign. Please refuel. You know, I think instead of buying office buildings and shopping centers, I'm gonna buy a gas station next. Those are tires. That was like a Donkey King. Alright, let's go see what's going on. So this will be how the cars will come in. So ceiling height could have been a little bit better, but I'm using a hard-lit ceiling. It's gonna be similar to where my existing space is, so it's gonna be super bright, gonna make it more roomy when everything's white and bright. So here we're gonna do a little lounge, and my desk is gonna be either over here, or I'm gonna think about putting it all the way in the other corner, because I'll be coming through that door. It'll be closer to the garage door, but this is also closer to the lobby, so I'm having a 50-50 toss-up on that one. I don't know yet.
What I'm thinking is like, how are you gonna get that desk in here?
Oh yeah, 1,300 pounds. It's gonna take 6 or 7 guys. What are you doing next week? So the flooring here is amazing. It's incredible. So this is a tassel marble, one of the most expensive marbles, and I'm missing about 3,000 square feet of marble. The rest is in good condition, and it's cost me almost 150 grand just to replace the 3,000 square feet. And imagine if I had to do the whole floor, it probably cost me 700-800 grand just for marble flooring. But the entire building, 71,000 square feet, most of it is finished with this tassel marble, so I'm gonna keep it consistent. And it's super bright with the LED walls I'm putting up and LED lights. This thing gonna look like Snow White. This was a quick tour because we're just super early in my improvements. Gonna go much quicker next week when I shoot the progress video. I'm excited. Can't wait for those framing in the ceiling go in place. This part of the property is called the Koshpin track. Not big enough for a Bugatti, but that's perfect for go-karts. All right, let me take one last look. So beautiful. I love that fountain.
Some cross lighting.
Now, projects like this, is this where like gets you going? Like,
oh yeah, transforming properties is 90% of the fun. Buying real estate, because you have a vision when you first walk the property. The vision gets tweaked here and there, but at the end of it, you see the vision come to life, and you can touch it, feel it, and sell it for a huge profit. Who doesn't love that? But you gotta be patient and be ready for a lot of change orders, obstacles, delays. So you gotta have something you gotta sign up for.
like for example, what's the biggest obstacle right now?
This obstacle is this driveway. Seriously. Come on, tell me you guys don't love this. All right, you've seen my speed tail with a broken gas cap, or stuck gas cap. You've seen my Bugatti with this in action, and you got a small sneak preview of my tenant improvement in progress. So it's 95 degrees today, so I'm gonna finish the video because I'm about to have a headache. Thanks for watching. Make sure you subscribe, like the video, be safe, be well. See you guys next week. So I sold this for 40.7 million 2 years ago, so I made about close to $12 million. Residential investors work longer hours for lower returns compared to commercial real estate investors. Contrarian Academy helps residential investors successfully acquire their first commercial property in 6 months or less. There's a lot of pockets of opportunity where you can take great real estate that's located in a great location and repurpose it.
Just play from this side.
While one state, for example, Houston, that's heavily invested in oil and gas industry is experiencing a recession, you may have another state like California experiencing the economic boom. You don't really have to wait for a global economic recession to jump out and invest your money and buy real estate. Apply now by clicking the link below.
Well, I'll figure it out.
Hi guys, I'm Shmee, hello, and welcome back to the channel where you join me at the final checkpoint of our epic hype.
I have to point the light directly out here sometime. Cast a shadow directly behind me. Oh wow. Okay, sorry about that. Oh no, my hair. Everything else looks fine here. Wow, looks fine here. It's because of the black background. Yeah, sure it is. I like that. That's great. I'm gonna keep doing this a little bit. Wow. Hopefully they can get it cleared up here. Okay, I think that's it. Nope, I am still blocky. I'm gonna turn my smoothness up or something. I need like something to compare myself to. Oh no. Oh wow, it's a lot better if I have a black outline. It's a lot better though. I'll take it. I'll have to figure all that out logistically, but that works for me. I want to do some work here, probably some actual coding. About that time of night. Probably order some dinner here second.
Everybody who's watching this video, I'm about to make you a ton of money in a few minutes. I'm gonna walk down exactly how you can price stuff to get more people to buy really expensive things that you sell. And if you don't sell something really expensive, you're gonna want to by the end of this video. Right now, if you can write down on a piece of paper what the average price of the thing that you sell is, let's say it's $100. What I want you to do is I want you to put 10x, I want you to put 50x, I want you to put 100x next to it. Now, I want you to write the price of what that would be. If your main thing's $100, 10x is 1,000, 50x is 5,000, 100x is 10,000. Doesn't matter what business you have. If you want to make lots of money, sell more expensive stuff. There's no strategic benefit to being the second cheapest person in the marketplace, but there is for being the most expensive. There's only one strategic benefit to being the lowest cost person in the marketplace, which means that you went in with that strategy and you built an entire business around operational efficiency, automation, and you built the whole strategy of the business on being able to provide the same thing for less. If you did not do that and are simply trying to do the same business as other people and compete on price, you will lose. You will have no profit left over and you will get priced to the point of break even and you will just run a nonprofit. Thank you. That's probably not why you got into business. No matter what you sell, you should have something that's 10, 50, 100 times more expensive than the thing you're currently selling. When I bought my first nice suit for myself, a friend of mine was like fashionable and he like took me to the store or whatever. I put a suit on and I remember checking the price tag and it was $13,000. Homie didn't have $13,000 and I was like, fuck. And then what they did is after I took that off, they put me in a suit that was like $2,900 or $2,500. And I was like, okay, I can get with this, right? I didn't realize it then, but they had completely price anchored me and that was 100% the strategy, was put you in the most expensive suit and then you're like, geez. But the thing is that some guys will look at that and the right guy will be like, done, I'm in. Price anchors have two benefits, and this isn't the only point of the video, this is the first point. For everybody who isn't going to buy the really expensive 10x, 50x, 100x thing, you anchor the rest of your pricing against that first price. So you're showing them this thing, it's kind of like ripping off the Band-Aid, it's like stretching the length through which they see your pricing. If I say $1,000 first, and then I say $100,000, it's like, wow, that's huge. But if I say $1,000 first, and then I say $100 or $10, that sounds like less. If you have a pricing menu for a membership, for example, of any kind, you want to have the most expensive one first, not the least expensive one, and then everything else will look cheaper by comparison. You can do it with wine, you can do it with software, you can do it with memberships. It works in every situation because it works on psychology. Now let's talk about the other side of the equation. All right, so we've got the anchor, and then we've got other options of pricing. So how do we organize the other two options? Good question. I like to use the small, medium, large example to kind of like break this down. So you can use this as small, medium, large popcorn, small, medium, large Cokes, whatever. But let's say you've got 10 bucks, 5 bucks, and you've got this middle price. Where you put this middle price will indicate which product gets sold the most of. A certain percentage of people always buy the cheapest thing because that's who they are, and that's fine. The next people are influenced by the pricing in general. So if I have a $5 thing and a $10 thing, I can make this medium $6. So I make my medium $1 more than my small, and it seems like a great price. But the thing is that everyone forgets is that we make up all the prices. All of these are made up. So we got 5.10 and we got 6 or 6.50 or 6.99. And we're gonna get a lot of people who are gonna buy this one. Now, if I bump this to here, $9, and I make this 10, what are people gonna do? A lot of people are gonna buy this one. Because by comparison, it's like, wait, just for $1 more, I get twice of the small? Well, that sounds like a great deal. And so fundamentally, people wanna buy great deals, they don't wanna buy cheap stuff. Think about the difference there. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. The deal is the discrepancy between the two. For example, and this is a big one, I wanna break this belief for you. If right now you sell expensive stuff, $5,000 things or $10,000 things, if I were giving you a Ferrari, brand new, and I said, it's 10 grand, and I'm walking up to people on the street, and they believed that I was actually gonna give them the Ferrari, how hard do you think it would be for them to come up with 10 grand? What would they do? They would call their friends, they'd call their family, they would take out their credit cards, they'd take a loan. Why? Because they know it's worth more than 10 grand. Whenever you are selling something expensive, the reason someone is not buying it is simply because they do not understand the value. Because if they understand the value and they believe that you're giving them a Ferrari, they will find a way to get the money. I want to banish this whole concept of like, they can't afford it. Everyone can afford it if they believe the value is there. And so the idea is not that we're giving cheap stuff away. We want the value relative to the price to be a huge margin. When you're coming up with the stuff that you're going to sell, the first thing that I want everybody to do, 10x, 50x, 100x, pick one, and then figure out what you would have to fulfill to make it worth that. They are getting a Ferrari for 10 grand, and that's how you get people to say yes over and over again. And the other thing is that it'll start to teach you that people are willing to spend more when they see the value. The other benefit of having this huge price anchor is that whales will buy it. So a certain percentage of the population, just like I said, a certain percentage of the population always buys the cheap thing because that's who they are. There's another percentage of the population that always buys the most expensive thing because that's who they are. It doesn't hurt you at all to have something that's super expensive on your menu. Put it there with the expectation that you're never going to sell. And be surprised when you do. If you didn't get a gasp from the price, you didn't go high enough. You want that gasp because that gasp shows that you've broken the rubber band of pricing that they associated with what they expected your product or service to be priced at. And so if you're like, oh, it's $100 grand, they're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. You're like, oh, no worries, and then you can explain why it's worth it. But then it's like, you know what? I think we can do 80% of that for 10, because that's our silver. That make more sense for you? Yeah, that would make a ton of sense for me. Now, if silver is 10, bronze is 8, and gold is 100, you can sell a lot of 10Ks, because now it seems like nothing. It depends on the customer segmentation. But one of the big mistakes I see people do is that they'll have like $100 a month, $110 a month, and $120 a month. You want to meet buying personas. So you might have a $100 a month, you might have a $200 a month, you might have a $1,000 a month, because the people and the needs between those customers are different. So you want to price based on the value delivered to a specific avatar. Like if I'm selling something to Coca-Cola, it's going to be more valuable to Coca-Cola than it is to a local brewery. So you can price it accordingly. If you are a CRO expert, conversion rate optimization, and you can help an e-commerce store buy 10%, if the store is making $1 million a year, 10% is $100 grand. If the store is doing $100 million a year, 10% is $10 million. You literally can provide more value to them because of who they are, not because of who you are. So 10x, 50x, 100x, think about what you'd provide for each of those levels. Put that at the top of your menu, be the first thing that you explain to people. Expect 1 out of 20 to say yes to it, and for everybody else to feel much more comfortable taking the other options. Bye.
What? Are you here to stare at my arse or something? I'm not your fucking secretary. Get the fuck out of here.
Too many people want social content to do everything instead of being the amuse-bouche to the thing you want them to do. I think, for example, I would tell you that I'm incredibly misunderstood as a businessman because my social media content can't do the depths of what I do. There is no videos where I'm talking like this, where like who I am as an actual business person does not really show up with my social. I just let my social do the appetizer part and then with the hopes that people
Hey everybody, welcome to Sunday. We have a great VC Sunday School today. We're talking about founders who have other jobs, the various times that can work, and the many, many times when unfortunately we are unlikely to fund you if you have not quit your day job to focus 100% on your startup. And then I'm going to interview Joe Blair, the co-founder and general partner at Bay Bridge Ventures for This Week in Climate Startups. He is a climate investor who goes all the way back to the first clean tech wars. And Bay Bridge is a really interesting firm. It is specifically focused on ESG and sustainability. And we're going to talk about how they look at that, the metrics that they use to measure that in terms of their investing, and just this lens on venture capital. It's going to be a great show. Stick with us.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by LinkedIn Jobs. A business is only as strong as its people, and every hire matters. Post your first job for free at linkedin.com/twist. Vanta. Compliance and security shouldn't be a deal breaker for startups to win new business. Vanta makes it easy for companies to get a SOC 2 report fast. Twist listeners can get $1,000 off for a limited time at vanta.com/twist. And Spoken is a workplace podcasting platform that's loved by startups like Robinhood and 15Five. They just launched Spoken Stories, a new way for companies to build connection and community remotely. Get 3 months free at getspoken.com/twist. That's GETSPOKN.com/twist.
All right, it's Sunday. The longest week ever, Molly, for Jake Howe. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Woo! But I'm alive. I'm here. I gotta make it.
You're doing it. And he's still teaching. He's still, people, Jason is still dropping the knowledge. You cannot stop him. Interesting conversation today that was sparked by a tweet and honestly, like conversations we've had over and over internally. I saw a tweet by Alex Iskold, an early stage VC at 2048 VC, who said, and I quote, "It is shocking to me how many founders have not 2, but 3 or 4 currently active roles on LinkedIn, including CEO of several unrelated companies or consultancy or an investment fund. This is a massive red flag for me as a VC. Curious what other VCs think and if this is the new normal.
You know, listen, I'm the wrong person to ask about this because I have multiple projects, right? I do the podcast, I have Inside.com, and I invest. So I'm doing 3 things objectively. And, you know, this is not the way to have breakout success, especially early in your career. I would say in your 20s and 30s, you need to be laser focused on one thing and secure the bag and be ultra focused. Now, there are 3 examples at scale of people being able to do this. One is Steve Jobs, who was the owner and chairperson of Pixar, and would spend a day there and then spend 4 days or 5 days at Apple. And obviously Pixar and Apple, 2 iconic companies. Steve Jobs, iconic entrepreneur. And of course, my friend Elon, running SpaceX and Tesla concurrently. He did not want to run Tesla. He was very clear about that publicly, so I'm not speaking out of school here. He went through 4 CEOs he tried to hire, just nobody could pilot that fighter jet. And it really is like Tesla's a fighter jet, and there's, I think, 1 human who can actually handle the controls of it. Now, that doesn't mean in 10 years, like, there might be enough controls in place and automation or whatever and a big enough team to do it. But, you know, he's a pretty unique individual in all the world in terms of his energy level and focus level and brain power. And then there's Jack, third example, with Twitter and Square. And I think everybody believes that was a failure.
Mm-hmm.
And Twitter floundered and had chaos. And according to all reports, he might not have been in the building enough. And that's really where you start to see this is, listen, if everything's going well, and it's Steve Jobs, if it's Elon, you know, in that case, they were firing on all cylinders. They had very deep benches. And that really is what it becomes about, is like, what's the bench like? And if you look
the company's already established.
That's a big piece too.
Right? Like, I mean, Apple was already, Steve Jobs had already resuscitated Apple by the time he went to Pixar. It wasn't like, I mean, it wasn't
he didn't
what
have
it
the
is
iPhone
now.
yet. He didn't have the iPhone yet, so it was a
Yeah,
little.
that's true.
It was a
That's
little
true.
shaky, actually. You could read the book Creativity Inc. We had Ed Catmull on this very podcast, and Steve's biography. There were some shaky moments there, so he almost didn't pull it off.
Fair.
But so it did work out after. But I think it's because he had such deep benches at both places. He did have a big talent pool, and Pixar needed him as an investor, and they needed him to push them. They didn't need him to write Toy Story or to, you know, come up with the characters.
Right.
Whereas
and design
in
the
the
whole thing like you did with the Bone Holiday.
in
But
the
let's,
Elon,
let's
in
get
the
to
Elon
like
case,
the
though,
early. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me just give the Elon case. In the Elon case, he was writing the story. He was creating the computer. Like Tesla and SpaceX, he's an engineer. He was literally engineering the rocket and the car concurrently. I witnessed it firsthand. So that was different than Steve Jobs' situation. And so I don't think this works at scale. I don't think it works at low scale. I don't think it's a good idea. And I don't think it's a good idea for investors to invest in companies, I'll just put it straight out there, with young, inexperienced, first-time founders trying to do this. It will result in failure.
I mean, we
Or an
talk a
increase your
lot
failure. It'll increase
about
failure
this.
by 5 to 10x, I would say.
Yeah.
Because focus is what it's all about, especially if you're trying to get product market fit. Okay, anyway, continue, Molly.
So
Sorry.
what about, I mean, we talk about a lot about this internally. Like, it is considered, I think it's fair to say, a red flag if a founder is not full-time at a company. And also, there were plenty of people in the comments. Like, I think clearly this is sort of a different thing where he's talking about, like, you know, somebody's already a CEO and they're trying to start a new thing and they've got all these different jobs, like you. But but that's different from, at least according to the responses on Twitter, right? Founders who are like broke, right? They're trying to bootstrap, they're trying to hustle a thing, and they have to have sort of a day job. And like, at what point is it fair to say that it's a red flag as opposed to this is how you try to hustle your way into building a company when you don't have a lot of support behind you?
This is founders. When we're talking about founders in their 20s, this is founders looking at Elon or other people and having just too much opportunity and not having enough focus. And it's just a really bad idea. Now, when I was doing Silicon Valley Reporter, I was doing nothing else. And when I say I was doing nothing else, Molly, in my 20s, I was not sleeping. I was not going on vacation. I was not, I didn't drink for maybe 12 years. I didn't have one drink. Didn't do anything. You're just choir boy. Because I literally felt I had to work 7 days a week because the magazine business was so competitive in the 90s. I was in my office, I kid you not, 7 days a week. There were stretches where I probably worked 50 days in a row. And I just took it as a personal pride to get on my scooter every Saturday and Sunday and go to my office. And everybody who worked for me knew I'd be there from 11 to 5-ish. And then I would have breakfast, have a slow morning. I'd go to my office, then I would go to the gym, or I'd play basketball in the mornings, and then I would go to the office every day. Just trying to be more competitive. And then when I did Weblogs Inc., that was the only thing I did. When I did Mahalo, only thing I did. And really, the only thing that really set me off on to doing multiple things was when Sequoia asked me to be a scout. And that was supposed to be a contained thing. And the problem was I was just too good at it. And, you know, and it just pulled me in. And here I am now, still running Inside, doing great, making millions of dollars. But would Inside be doing better if I didn't have all this stuff? Of course it would be. And so, but I have resources. I take $0 salary at Inside. So people don't know that. I haven't taken a salary at Inside for 5 or 6 years. So I would, as a CEO of a company, get paid $200K or something. That's deployed into 2 other people. And so that's how I justify it. And, you know, and the profile I have helps me grow other things. So if a founder was 27 years old and they had sold their company and they were sitting on, I don't know, $10 million in cash in their bank account, and they didn't take a salary at their startup, and they had a little fund over here, a $10 million fund, of which $2 million was their own money, and they had 2 partners on it, and they could stay focused, i.e. Raul from Superhuman. He has a little fund on the side. I'm an LP in the first of that fund. He has a partner on that. Raul can stay focused on Superhuman, and then any SaaS person he meets was like, hey, Raul, can I get advice? He's like, yeah, what are you working on? They tell him, they say, oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm happy to have a phone coffee or coffee with you. Meet my partner. We'd love to put money in. Raul will be a perfect example of somebody. I'm guessing Raul puts 10 hours a month into his venture fund, 20. He's got people over there. He also has resources. He's sold his company before. So when you're 35 to 45 and you got your chip stack, well, people don't see the resources those people have in order to make that happen. I have a lot of resources. You see me, like when we start a new project, we're like, oh, this is under-resourced. I'm like, great. I just pick up a duffel bag of cash and I throw it at the project. Great, go. Here's more resources, right? What do you think Elon does? Like, oh yeah, this company, boring company, needs stuff. You can just chip off and just throw a bunch of resources at it. And and the resources are not just cash. There might be 2 killers that he's got from one of the other companies. He says, oh, okay, 2 killers, go. And I have that, right? So I have somebody who worked at Inside, Kelly, for 4 years. And she wanted to be an investor. She said, hey, I'm working on Inside. Is there any chance I can work as an investor? And I just told the whole Inside team, you put in 3 good years at Inside, I'll get you a gig at launch and you can be an investor and I'll teach you how to be an investor. One person has done that. A second person is asking to do it. So I can move people from one company to the other. Elon can do that. Steve Jobs could do that. You know, so you kind of, it really is about resources more than it is about the individual's time. But when you're young, you don't have resources. You don't have a huge chip stack sitting there. You don't have an army of people you've worked with. I can pick up the phone. I can call Brian Alvey. I can, call people in my circle who I know are killers and say, I need help on something. Can I get 10 days? Can I get 30 days? Can I get you to work on this for a year? And I can move, talent around, right? And that's, I think, what a young person can't do. If you're a VC, you absolutely should not invest in any founder under 35 if they have 4 or 5 concurrent projects. Now you can have the conversation.
It seems like, honestly.
Even two. As you gear up for Q4 in the fall, you need to have the best people on your team, and you need to be firing on all cylinders. You can't have any waste. And LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier for you to find the right candidates faster. And your first job post, if you listen to This Week in Startups, is always free. LinkedIn Jobs is the best hiring platform out there. We all know that. And how do we know it? Because we post all our jobs there. And we consistently, chef's kiss, get our best candidates off of LinkedIn. If you need any more convincing, it's the world's largest professional network with, every couple of weeks we have to update this number, 810 million people. Creating a new job takes just minutes. It's so simple. And you can add that purple hiring frame around your LinkedIn profile. You see that now? So everyone knows you're hiring. So if you're active on your feed and you're posting updates, then people might see it go by. They see you're hiring, like, I would like to work for that person. Boom. You can also add screening questions, which I love. You can filter out all those non-serious candidates. You don't want any drive-by resumes. No, you want people who want the job. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the right candidates you want to talk to faster. You know that. And did you know every week, nearly 40 million of the 810 million people on LinkedIn are looking for jobs. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/twist. Again, if you want to get it for free, you go to linkedin.com/twist to post your job for free. Terms and conditions, of course, apply because they're giving you something for free.
So if you're a founder and you're coming to raise money, like I understand you might have
Take
been
that shit off your
bootstrapping, but well, take it off your LinkedIn. But also it sort of seems like if you've been bootstrapping, you've been sleeping on the couch, you've been doing another job, when you're coming and asking for $1 million or more, that's when you gotta quit the day job, right? Like you have to.
Oh yeah, so if we're
you have
just
to be
at day
there.
job, you're working at Google.
I'm talking now. I'm talking day job, right? There's you're running something else and you're trying to start a new thing. Sure, that's one thing. But if you're bootstrapping with a day job, at what point do you need to clean that up and say, I am going out and pitching to VCs now, and they're going to want me to be full time on this?
If it's a side hustle, you cannot raise money for it. Under no circumstances should it invest. We had a company that we really liked. They were 3 or 4 partners, 2 or 3. I think I'm just gonna make up a number here. 4. 3 of the 4 were still working their full-time jobs at major tech firms. And every time they met with the VC, they're like, well, when are you all going to jump off? And they're like, well, we got this rest invest situation over here. We're making a ton of money. So it's like, obviously this company is not a priority for you. And so you're basically signaling, if this company's not a priority for you, why the heck should it be a priority for a venture capitalist who has other options? And this is what you've learned in the first 6 months. When you got here, you were like, took the guns out. You're like, I'm gonna fire some bullets. I was like, whoa, put the gun down. Whoa. We don't have that many bullets, Molly. Molly's like, FOMO. I'm like, Molly, we don't have unlimited bullets here. I was like, put the guns down. Here's the sniper rifle.
Back away from
Lay
the
down. Take a deep breath. Put the sights on something and just breathe and slowly squeeze the trigger and let's hit it, right? And so you got to hit the target, and that's the key here is VCs have their choices, and now you have so many choices, right? So I've watched as your book of business has grown, you got all these great founders, you got all this great opportunity, and you're like, you know what? The same company you would have been like, we got to do this, or why aren't we doing it? And it's like, now you're like, you know what? I need to see a little more. I'm going to turn over a couple more cards. I want to see this company get from 2 pilots to 8 paying customers, and I want to see why people churn and they need to fill these 2 positions. I'll talk to them in 6 months, and then that would be the right window for us to invest. And so that's what happens with all VCs is they think like this is the only window to invest, and then you realize, oh well, if this company's going to make it, it's going to be around for 10 years, and I'm an early stage, so I have 4 years, and it's year 2, so I got 2 more years to place a bet here. And I'm Molly Wood, I'm Jason Calacanis, whatever. They're going to take my money. It's green. They want me involved. I can wait. And so founders need to understand that dynamic as well. If you're waiting and it's your side hustle, we're going to wait. But why wouldn't we wait? Why would we take more risk than you? You own 80% of the company. We own 5. We own 10. You're not committed and you own 80%? Well, you obviously don't think this is going to be a billion-dollar company, and we're here to build billion-dollar companies. So, okay, if at some point you're sending such a bad signal is what this is about. Now, I met this really nice kid. He's an Indian kid. He sat next to me on the plane. He's like, are you Jason Calacanis? Why are you sitting in coach? And I'm like, because it's cheap. And I'm cheap. I was like, it's $129, and they wanted $1,200 for the seat up there for 1 hour. I kind of take the $140, $1,000, and save the money. Anyway, I talked to this kid. He's Indian. He's got a lot of Indian friends, and he's a developer. And he's like, what should I do in my career? How do I where should I go? I was like, you should host this stuff. I said, if you got all your friends are Indian, why don't you create a group of Indian developers, and you can all get together and share your life and whatever your culture, and because you're all at UCLA and you miss your families or whatever, so you get to maybe all cook a meal or talk about your common interest. And then I said you'll have a list of 100 Indian developers at UCLA. And you're going to be the person running it. They said, just make everybody dinner and get those 100 emails, and you could have your little group. He's like, wow, I never thought about that. I was like, yeah, be the host, be the ringleader. So, okay, now I meet that kid, let's say. And he does this monthly dinner. And it's on his LinkedIn. And he starts a company, which is a dev shop, or it's a dev tools. It's dev tools, perfect. And I say, wait a second. Every month, you have 100 20-year-old UCLA developers who've immigrated from India and are here and you're making dev tools and you get to show it to those 100 people, or you could hire the best ones to work at your company. All right, well, this is accretive to the company. This would help the company. This isn't a VC fund to go invest in people and be distracted and try to solve their problems. This is like, oh, wow. So you do need to think about that. So if I have a podcast, let's pick a company in our Cellplan. Let's pick one of your companies here. So let's say Cellplan decided they wanted to do a podcast. And we're like, oh, God, you're doing a podcast? Great. It's going to take 10 hours a month of your life for the CEO. Let's say the founders did the podcast, and it's about measuring and metrics in carbon and et cetera, and it's about carbon.
Totally understanding fuel usage and shipping and commercial shipping and ports.
It's a shipping podcast. They started a shipping podcast.
Ports. It's a shipping podcast. I'm
Even
like
better,
super.
right? Open the aperture. Oh, okay, you're going to do 40 podcasts. It's going to cost you $1,000 a podcast. It's going to cost you $40,000. It's going to cost you 10 hours per podcast. It's 400 hours. You're going to split that work between two founders, 200 hours. And then all the shipping people in the world are going to be listening to you as experts talk about shipping. Great, do it.
Yep.
So is it in line, and how much time? In line and time. It's about resources. And people are resource constrained. So if the project helps the mothership, great. Great. You know? Fantastic. So just think of
Love it. Yep. Love it. So founders, if you're going to split your focus, choose wisely. Is what we're saying.
Look at the percentage. Is it 2% of your time or 20%? If it's 2% and it helps the mothership or it otherwise makes your life great, nobody cares. When it hits 20%, yeah.
And if your company is your side hustle, that's a deal breaker.
Come on, man.
It just
what are we
is.
talking
It
about
just
here?
is.
What are we talking
Yeah.
about here? You're working at Google and then you're doing some stuff on the side. Like, I get it. If you're doing it on the side, and you're working at Google and making 300 grand in RSUs and comp, and your side hustle is making you $100,000 a year, more power to you. But don't ask us to fund it. You know, like, we need to be all in here to hit goals. That's it. Very simple. So, but Alex, doing this. I know Alex. He had a startup himself back in the day, and he seems like he's a really good investor. And it seems like he would be helpful to a startup. I think what he's trying to say here is like he wants to see people succeed. He doesn't say this, but I think this is what I didn't read his full thread if it's got more points to it, but I think he's concerned about the founder's success. Like, is the founder going to succeed? And that's really what this is about. We don't want to back founders who have set themselves up for failure. The VCs, and this is where alignment comes in. This is the beauty of the Silicon Valley system. It's the beauty of an American system. It's the beauty of capitalism when it's run properly with the shares in companies. We're all aligned to see these 100 million shares valued at a penny each, or let's just say 10 cents each. You got 100 million shares valued at 10 cents each. We all want to see them go to $1, and then we want to see them go to $10, and then we want to see them go to $100. Like, we're all in it together. And if you're not focused, the share price doesn't go up, and you know who gets hurt the most is the founders, because they have the most number of those 10-cent shares. We want to see you succeed.
That has been VC Sunday School. And speaking of focus, actually, super interesting This Week in Climate Startups interview coming up next.
I loved the algae company last week. I'm really, when Sunday comes around, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I start with your interview and then I go back to our discussion on VC Sunday School. I don't want to tell people to skip ahead and
well, you're
but
already
for me, it's super interesting. I'm like a fan now because I'm just trying to understand your interview techniques. I told you this privately. Really, you got both sides of the blade are sharp here, people. So like Molly's a little bit of a monster here in these interviews. She's hacking limbs. It's good.
The mindset's starting to change. I can feel the shift. It's great. I love it. Osmosis. It's working. Osmosis and a learning environment is, our
PD's
shop is a
good.
learning environment. PD is good.
We like our PD here, professional development.
I think you'll be interested in this because this is actually an investor. I took a little bit of a departure away from like all the cool sci-fi companies with the mushrooms and the algae and although I have this like alternative propulsion fuel thing that I got to do. Anyway,
Great.
This is a very focused investor, co-founder and general partner at Bay Bridge Ventures, which is actually brand new over in Berkeley. But he's been a climate tech investor for a long time, like clean tech 1.0 scars kind of thing. And has co-founded an ESG and sustainability focused venture capital firm. I'm super interested to hear your thoughts on this. He also hosts a podcast called The Epic Human, and it's a really interesting interview about a mission oriented venture capital firm.
Is he
Be
E
curious to
comma
hear your
S
thoughts.
comma G, or is he E period S period G? We'll find out. Listen to this.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
ESG. There it is, folks.
Well, it's actually, and he's separating in some ways, and I was kind of interested in digging into this. ESG, one category, climate tech, one category, not necessarily the same. And I think that's actually a really important distinction. That the more we make, the more.
We're in
the
a
more
new
we'll-
territory here. Yeah, this is
exactly.
The
It's like-
climate is just totally new, even though it's been going on for 10, 15 years. Those are kind of like the Clone Wars. Like it's like this thing that happened before what's happening now. You know, and most of the things, the failure rate of that, whatever we're going to call it, first 20 years of climate technology, you know, with Vinod Khosla and John Doerr and a lot of those folks. I mean, they just incinerated billions of dollars to kind of build the setup for what we're doing now. And
Right. I mean, they planted all the seeds, and even though, you know, and I was actually saying this last night at an event. I'm like, look, it took 20 years. That's outside the life of their fund. Their investors are not happy. But some of those early, especially a lot of the solar investments, some of that $1 billion that John Doerr put in has returned $2 billion.
Yeah, it's just not
It just
venture
took 20
returns.
years. It's just
Yeah,
not venture
it took
returns.
A long
It
time.
took too long.
It wasn't
but
the
it
time
built an industry.
schedule, and it wasn't the multiple. But I think that means that this could be the window.
Exactly.
But also, we still
Now
could
we
be
can go
early.
faster.
But that's the and maybe we're a little bit early, or maybe it's going to have a different return profile. But it does feel primed right now.
Yeah.
It does feel like a lot of components.
We're like 1 minute too early, but finally we have a healthy ecosystem around this, which is that the government has now said we will fund basic research, science, and R&D.
Got a customer.
Then it can become our job to commercialize.
Yeah.
Like,
and they're customers too, aren't they? Like, if they're going to say,
oh yeah, the government's a buyer now for our companies, 100%.
So if they're, you know, we're starting to see the emergence of buyers, and it's not just feel good high-fiving, which I think, you know, is a very important thing. If people have to see an opportunity here, you know, for profits and for return on investment, ROI, dare I say, and the technology, everything that's happened in sensors, happened in cloud computing, you know, the iPhone, you know, all this stuff is kind of becoming the underpinnings, it feels like, for some change there. So we use the sale plan example a bunch, but you know,
Clarity. I mean, both of my first two investments are in the measurement space, which is a really investable and necessary category.
And they use a SaaS business model, and so we got 20 years of SaaS software here, you know, since you know, Benioff said, like, hey, you know, no more software, everything's in the cloud. So cloud computing has been really well established, the business model, the techniques for building the software, the security, all that. So now you got that foundational layer is done. Okay, now we go to sensors. Okay, that's done. You know, we have tons of sensors in everything, whether it's planes or phones or cars. Like, the sensors are everywhere, and the sensors are commoditized. So you don't have to build the sensor. The sensors are, you know, in Taiwan and China.
Like, both of them have a cheap hardware component, which, you know, I think we're seeing a lot. Like, a lot of the climate tech unicorns blend some cheap hardware component with they're like hardware as a service, or they're hardware and their software, but they're not high intensity hardware, if that makes sense.
Well, unless you want to back like an electric airplane or something, you know, or, you know, electric cars, you know, those things are going to be money incinerators. They're going to be really hard to fund.
You don't even want to hear it. I started yesterday with a rocket company. I was like, I think we already know a rocket company, and that's going to be a tough one. Anyway.
Tough one, yeah. It's hard.
It's
you know, hardware's hard, but hardware-enabled SaaS, or using hardware to enable something else to happen, and that hardware is a commodity, and you're not trying to make money from that. The software layer is, or the, you know, whatever layer is driving the returns, and that's super compelling for me. Yeah. So, great job. Can't wait to enjoy, everybody.
I agree.
Enjoy your Sunday, everybody.
Yeah,
We'll see you tomorrow.
Rest.
If you're a SaaS or services company that stores customer data in the cloud, then you need to be SOC 2 verified from a third party if you're going to close big deals. No SOC 2 compliance, no closing major customers. No Lighthouse customers for you. Oh no. And Vanta makes it so incredibly easy for you to get and renew your SOC 2. On average, Vanta customers are SOC 2 compliant in just 2 to 4 weeks. Compare that to 3 to 5 months without Vanta. And they partner with over 2 dozen audit firms. who have been trained to file SOC 2 reports directly within Vanta. This is a total no-brainer. It's such a no-brainer. I invested in the company. I got a little slice. I got a taste. I wet my beak. Tons of my portfolio companies and my founders use Vanta, and my bestie David Sachs led the last round of financing. What an amazing company. Congratulations to everybody who have had Vanta. And here's the best part. Vanta's going to give you $1,000 off. That's right. Get $1,000 off at vanta.com/twist. That's VANTA.com/twist for $1,000 off your SOC 2 right now.
Joe Blair is co-founder and general partner at Bay Bridge Ventures, right across the bridge from me. No, wait, same side of the bridge as me.
East Bay.
East Bay.
Berkeley, California.
Which is, I'm going to let you describe this better, but which is the first purpose-built institutional ESG and sustainability-focused venture capital firm. You also host a podcast, the Epic Human Podcast. I want to take a whole bunch of those things, like, in order. First of all, tell me about the thesis and why would you be the first to do this?
Sure. No, thanks for the question, Molly, and great to be here. I'm a co-founder and general partner at Bay Bridge Ventures. As you mentioned, we're the first purpose-built ESG and sustainability-focused venture capital firm. I was actually speaking on a panel just last week in Palo Alto, and the organizers of the panel called out that we are the first North American firm that he was aware of that had ESG, explicitly in our branding. So that's been confirmed elsewhere beyond just ourselves. But basically, what we're doing is we built a new type of firm that's focused on climate tech, health innovation, and inclusive capitalism. And we have a multi-stage strategy where we can invest seed through Series C. And we actually built our own ESG methodology after couple of years actually of behind the scenes work consulting with some of the world's leading experts around ESG and sustainability to develop this comprehensive, holistic stewardship model that we think is really unique and industry leading. So I can't say too much about it because some of it is proprietary, but I can tell you that it's not simple, and it's more than just a kind of a check the box type of exercise. But yeah, we launched the firm in February of 2022, and as you mentioned, we're across the Bay Bridge in Berkeley, in the same building actually as Skydeck, and just a couple blocks from UC Berkeley.
Skydeck, of course, is the incubator that is related to Berkeley, right?
Correct.
On the Cal campus, yep.
Correct.
So smart location there, good co-location in terms of snapping up young talent early.
Absolutely.
I want to, before I ask you more about how this plays out in terms of investing, you have lots of investing experience. Chrysalix Venture Capital, Obvious Ventures, a principal at Coda Capital. How did all of that kind of get you here? Like, certainly Obvious I know well as a mission-driven but not impact investing firm. How did your experience lead you to okay, we're going to do this very specific thing with this very specific purpose, raise our own fund, and there will be a market for this?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Perhaps it might be helpful to go just one or two steps further backward, just to kind of set the context. How do I even ended up in venture capital, which I really never expected to be. So I went undergrad to Lehigh and studied mechanical engineering. And then I stayed on to do a master's there, focused on software to control complex physical systems, so atoms meeting bits. And I actually did my master's thesis on controlling plasma in a nuclear fusion reactor. So that was my first kind of entree into the energy industry. And after that, I went and joined a big Fortune 500 company called Ingersoll Rand as part of their engineering leadership development program, which basically had me moving around the United States, working on different business units, primarily focused on product. And it was a great program, but along the way, I personally became very concerned about climate change. And so I decided to take a risk and change my path and go join a venture-backed clean tech startup. And when I did that, I realized that, A, I'm definitely a small company startup type of guy. That was the world that I wanted to be in. B, I was really fascinated by technology. So again, kind of tying back to the atoms meets bits of my education. And the third piece is I loved working at a mission-driven organization. all that said, it was a fantastic experience, but I knew I needed to learn a lot more about business. So that's what led me to go to Harvard Business School to get an MBA. And while there, I started my own company. It was a D2C retail tech company focused on sustainability. Ran that for about a year, but then ultimately felt called to venture, and specifically going after some of these large kind of fundamental challenges. And so, like you said, I went and joined a clean tech venture capital firm after graduating business school. And this was 2013, if you remember. So it was a pretty contrarian approach, at least in the eyes of some of my classmates and a handful of professors, because at that time, clean tech and venture capital it was kind of like a contradiction, and it was kind of well understood that doesn't work.
They were having, this is like during the messy breakup period of clean tech and venture capital, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We had whole cases about why clean tech for venture capital doesn't work.
Yeah.
And we also, and this was post Solyndra.
Yep.
But just going back to me, kind of with this kind of contrarian kind of approach that I have, I felt very strongly that climate change wasn't going anywhere, and it was going to continue to be a worse and worse problem over time. And I also had a thesis that the only thing that was going to get us out of it was technology. I mean, policy is also important, but my view then, as well as my view now, is that technology is the primary way to solve climate change. So I went and joined this firm. It was a fantastic experience. I got to learn about all the different kind of subcategories within climate tech. And quite frankly, I got to see some of the fallout of Clean Tech 1.0 from a firsthand point of view, and got to see all the things that didn't work, the technologies that didn't scale, the products that weren't profitable. And so it was an amazing learning experience. But at the same time, I got to see and invest in the seedlings of what has now become the Climate Tech 2.0 trend. And so it was an amazing experience. And then, as you said, I got to do some co-investing with Obvious Ventures, who hired me, and that's how I ended up moving down to the Bay Area. And then later I was recruited to, and Obvious was great because I got to do not just climate tech investing, but also health, fintech, and a few other categories. And then I was recruited by a larger firm called Coda Capital, where I was able to continue investing seed through Series C in all of the same categories, with an even heavier emphasis on AI, ML, and scalable enterprise tech. So it was kind of all these experiences coming together in a unique combination that I think put me in a very unique position to launch this kind of a firm. And then tied to that was meeting my two partners. My one partner, Andrew Karsh, was working at CalPERS. He spent 10 years at CalPERS managing direct investments. Before that, he spent 13 years building investment strategies at Credit Suisse in London as well as New York. And then my third partner, Kim Colt, who built her own VC platform called For Good Ventures, investing in all the same categories that we invest in now: climate tech, health innovation, and inclusive capitalism at the early stage for the last 7 years. And then before that, she was Goldman Sachs and Wharton. And so we all came together close to 3 years ago around this common vision for a new type of venture capital firm that, as you stated, is focused on ESG and sustainability. And then we sort of crystallized our strategy towards the end of 2021 and then launched in 2022.
You got all these remote workers, right? They're feeling disconnected. Maybe they're burnt out, doing too much Zoom, and they miss connecting with all of their amazing teammates. Well, Spoken, SPOKN, is a workplace podcasting platform that is loved by startups like Robinhood, 15.5, and Udemy. These are three companies that I'm a shareholder in, or was a shareholder in, and Spoken just launched a new way for companies to build connections and community remotely. It's called Spoken Stories. You know, on Instagram stories, they, let you belong as an individual. You share stuff about yourself. Well, Spoken Stories is a little different. They belong to you and your company team. So anyone in that group can add a 30-second video or an audio clip of what they're working on, what they're doing, and then share it with the whole company. You can create stories about anything, hey, here's my win for the week or the day. Here's some shout outs. I want to say what heroes inside my company have done a great job this week. Imagine your own internal version of Instagram or TikTok that let everybody feel great about being in the company. It's addictive, it's asynchronous, and it's fast, but it creates a lot of humanity and lets you build that culture. You're gonna get 3 months for free.
just go to getspoken.com/twist. GetSPOKN.com/twist. I want you to drop the E because it's so excellent. GetSPOKN.com/twist for 3 months free. Let's get back to this amazing episode.
So what about the fundraising process for you and then the investment thesis, would you say is different? You know, like, are you deploying differently? Do you have a longer fund life? Have you, is it impact investing, or have you communicated a different type of return structure to LPs, or none of that? Are you like, nope, it all works exactly the same, but does better?
Sure. So we are a very standard, typical 10-year lifetime venture capital fund. Part of our thesis is that, you know, historically investing in some of these categories has been viewed as concessionary. Our view is that this, you know, these three themes represent the most promising and exciting investment opportunity of a lifetime, independent of the impact, whether it's environmental or on humanity, that these companies will have. And basically what we believe is that these three themes, not only are they very compelling venture investment opportunities individually, there's also particularly interesting opportunities at the intersection of all three of those themes. So we think going after all of those three themes collectively has some additional advantages. And then the other piece that's different now than then is what we've seen is that you have all these foundational technologies, whether it be, you know, AI and ML, robotics and automation, energy storage, semiconductors, advanced materials, that have all evolved and matured over the past 5 to 10 years in other industries that are now coming together in unique combinations to unlock applications, new applications in all three of these themes. So that for us is why kind of it's the right time, it's the right team. We've been investing and building in these categories for 15 years with a track record of 7 exits, and it's the right strategy to go after it.
I like the mic drop there. Just a track record of 7 exits. Just saying, NBD. So when you think about these three themes, you know, it's fascinating to me how many people just say ESG as a shorthand for some whatever they mean at any given time: environmental, social, and governance. How does that turn into can you give me an example of a company that you think might encompass all three of those themes? So
we're talking about two different things, right? So we're talking about investment themes, right?
Yep.
So for us, that's climate tech, health innovation, and inclusive capitalism. And then on the ESG side, we're talking about environmental, social, and governance. And so those are kind of two different paradigms that overlap in a lot of different ways. But what I would say is that, you know, there's traditionally on the ESG side, it's been primarily used in the public markets, right? And primarily as a negative filter for tobacco, firearms, fossil fuels. And it really is a lot easier in the public markets to track these things because all the data is public. And there has definitely been some ESG washing that I think we've seen in the public markets, which is quite frankly is why there's been some backlash